People are battling the dragon, and the girl shrieks that she can't even scratch him, so Eliza has to bolt right now. But Alex is up next, and everything's going to be okay, because he'll shoot him. He yells back that he's got it, then even asks her to hand it over. Then the dragon starts gearing up to strike Bam. It charges in, and everyone screams at Alex to run, because sure, he looks like just a couple of little boys to them, but those eyes of his are stone calm. Alex braces with one hand thrust forward, crashes straight into the dragon, and everyone gapes like, no way, there's no way that's real power. And yeah, of course it's him, because his magic is absurdly strong, like Sss-Rank, the kind he was born with. In this world, souls don't just die, they get reborn, then get hauled into the afterlife where gods and angels lay down judgment. The judge of reincarnation decides where your soul lands again, and the angel girl snaps that it's downright bad news. He's an F rank, so fine. Try again next life, because he'll be reborn as a flea, rage flares in his chest, and the girl claims he fits perfectly as a murderer, then she says he'll be a commoner and someone else cuts in, warning him not to be naive. With rage in his gut, the soul snarls, would I ever be reborn as some common nobody? No way, but two angels rush in, block him, and snap that the judge already ruled, drink the holy water of erasure obediently. So yeah, the soul is that former evil emperor, but he swallowed his pride, apologized for real, and now he's going to live out his days as a D-rank commoner, and he's next in line. Her hands are trembling, and on the tablet screen, the SSS rank flashes. She can barely process it, like her brain won't let her believe it. She interrogates the soul about how many good deeds he stacked up, and when they see it for the first time, the soul just answers steady as ever that he figures he lived a pretty normal life. So yeah, there are two soul paths for an SSS. Rank 1 is God, where you become an angel, and the other is to live as a supreme being, like you're the top of everything, God or human. The system pushes you toward God, but the soul insists, no, I want to be human. She scribbles it down first, then gasps in shock and demands, are you really saying you don't want to become a god? And the soul stays eerily calm as it explains that he truly has no clue what a god's life is even like. And if you get to live that same life again, you can strike it better than ever. He's already an SSS. Rank powerhouse with a life so good, it's practically unfair. She even calls him a strange guy, then bam, he'll get reborn, and all he has to do is leap into the reincarnation hole. She presses him, are you really going to jump right there? And the soul answers, calm as ever, everything's fine, I don't mind. He blurts out thanks, but the angel cuts in, telling him to wait, and he stares at her, confused and curious. As he spoke, he couldn't stop wondering once he hit that SSS reincarnation rank, would he still feel human or something else? What kind of life would he even get? Right then, he felt it so warm, so comforting, like he smelled amazing, and the dark-haired man in front of him lit up and joyfully announced, this is my son. The mother cradled the boy in her arms and told him, your name is Alex Alexander Carlyle, and you're the heir to the Duchy of Carlisle. The man tells his wife she did a great job, and she gratefully thanks him back, while the protagonist can't help thinking that the SSS ranked family would be on the level of the emperor's son. The man begs to rush to the emperor and help him pick a bride, someone with abilities no one else can touch. Then his wife shuts him down, warning he's jumping the gun because he can't know yet if this life is even worth it. He can't stop asking himself why he's still clinging to memories from his past life, like, is this even normal? And what on earth is he supposed to do next? He clings to the memory of Angel. She never even got the holy water to him, the kind that erases memories. The man cradles his son in his arms, and Alex can't stop staring, trying to figure out why it's so damn funny, because this is the only time he ever sees an angel, and that moment flips his whole life, rebirthing him straight into an SSS rank family. Living as an SSS rank kid, he grew up fast and smooth, birds chirped outside the window, and the boy couldn't help but stare. He's only 6, yet he confidently says the weather feels great, greets the maid with a bright good morning, asks if she needs anything, and then tells Amelia the same, thanking her for all her hard work. He tells her to let his father know he's coming to say hello, and she blurts, why, because he's about to visit, and in his world, someone of lower status always reports to the higher-ups before stepping in. Amelia tells him, you're young, but you're already this smart, and you can hear the pride in her voice as she watches him grow so fast. Then she says she'll report to the master, and the main character quickly begs her to calm down. The girl snaps upright and demands he put it on her, then blurts that she'll never get married. And the guy just clocks how dull she is. Right when that hits, another girl pops in, chirps, good morning, and moves on like nothing happened. Angie, he fires the question at her, asking if she knows they've got a magic lesson today, and she nods fast, then admits she's freaking out. She's Baron's close friend Angelica Silva's daughter, and she's been betrothed to the future too, but instead of sitting still, she goes all in, vowing to do anything she can to help Alex. Years fly by, and now both kids are 6, so starting today, they march into magic lessons together, testing their powers right away with spells that reshape the surface of the water. The girl lit up and begged Alex to look right there. A tiny water plant had sprouted out of nowhere, and the man nearby practically gasped, saying it was rare as hell and that Angie must have a healing attribute. Alex grinned and promised he'd test it next, and the protagonist nodded like it was mission time. Like you'd guess, he doesn't need a wand, he's got memories instead, but that makes him worry. Does it mess with his magic? He can't help hoping it won't. Then he inhales, and a bright glow bursts into existence right in front of him. Then the reservoir's location is bone dry, and the man can't believe what he's seeing, while Alex stares in shock as the water has vanished completely. Angie demands to know what Alex did, and the man shrugs that his magic is so powerful the water just couldn't handle those changes. Then Alex steps right up beside the stone on the pedestal. The girl's jaw drops at just how huge that stone is, so will Alex actually use it? The man swears it's steadier than water and they'll test its magic with it right now. Then the guy stares at his parents, completely baffled. Things spiral out of control. Angie shoots him a look and wishes him luck. Right then, the protagonist snaps back, realizing he's still stuck in the middle of the task, and he reaches out to touch the stone. Then the stone slowly vanishes, and everyone nearby gasps in shock because even the father realizes this guy's power is so brutal that not even stone could hold him back. The father leans in and asks if there's another way, and the man doesn't hesitate, he chooses gold. And everyone freezes in shock. He grins and says gold is the most stable metal and it shrugs off magic like nothing. Then he gives a solid nod. Gold doesn't just shine, it bends, and his father decides to put it to the test. Right here, next to Alex, the man beside them asks how Alex even knew that, and his father grins, saying it's because it's Alex, but Alex can tell that's not really the answer. Then the father pushes his son forward. Go on, try. And right in front of the pedestal sits a mountain of gold bars. Sure enough, the main character nods and steps up, and just from the Duke giving him that much gold in only minutes, the guy goes, "All right, I'm starting," then reaches out and taps the gold. Then, flash a crack rips through the air. The boy slaps his hands over his face as a blazing glow erupts, and Alex gets pulled up like, "Are you okay?" while everyone demands, "What happened to the gold?" Then they realized the gold was gone, every last coin, and no amount should have vanished like that. It hit them. Alex's power was on a whole other level, and the main character finally understood why an Sss-Rank is a game changer. Angie barges in and asks Alex what he's got, and he tells her pajamas are way too cute today. She bursts out laughing, then thanks him while he admits he's been practicing magic a little, and Angie can't help but ask him about it again. After the test, his father snapped his fingers and sent people hunting through every scrap of literature, but not a single case existed where someone could ruin gold. Just tales of the greatest the world had ever known. Still, he had one mission he couldn't dodge no matter what, so he marched up and showed Angie the stone. He tells her that if you let magic in, something big will happen. Then he clenches his fist and a bright glow bursts out, making the girl realize the stone has instantly turned to gold, and Alex finally gets a chance to use magic so nothing vanishes. He can't let that mana stash spiral out of control. He has to rein it in perfectly, no mistakes. He flicks a stone onto the table, swears it's the same one again, and warns you not to mess around creating gold isn't allowed, so this stays locked up between us. Angie blurts, "Yes," swears she'll keep quiet, and the protagonist thanks her, then pats her head, thinking, "Alright, I've just got to use magic the smart way." Even if saving the whole world was out of reach, he still didn't quit. He fought to help every person he could reach. His old life left him with limited power, and it crushed his chance to help others. Until now, he exhales, staring at the problem, because back then he'd read about it in a book. So yeah, it might actually work. And just then, the girl leans in and asks what he's doing with the stone. Then, a sharp whistle slices the air right then, wind erupts and a blinding light detonates. The girl lets out a scream, the main character clamps his hands tight, and a loud crack shatters everything. He realizes he's got heat raging under his skin, but he has to lock in one slip and the magic vanishes, and just like that, danger hits and a buzzing roar cuts through the air. Then the boy stumbles hard and drops to his knees. Angie sees it instantly, panics for Alex, and sprints right up to him. She demands, "Are you okay?" And he shoots back, "Yeah, like I knew I could." Even after draining away so much magical power, he claims he's still standing, just not to rush into reckless moves. She presses for answers. "What did you do? And what is that stone?" He opens his mouth and can only guess. A miracle sent straight from God to save all of humanity, yeah. That's a dream every wizard chases. And right now, Alex is holding the Philosopher's Stone, a crystal so powerful it can change everything. The girl says all she can see is a gorgeous jewel stone, shiny like candy, and the guy fires back that magicians prize it more than anything because it's insanely rare and brutally hard to make. Then she leans in and asks, "So can you create it?" Alex insists that, yeah, with it you can somehow unlock every bit of knowledge in this world, but he can't fully swear it's true. He says the Philosopher's Stone holds the answers to every question, and it even glows like it's meant to be right there, just sitting in the palm of your hand. He slaps a sheet of paper on the table and starts scribbling. Then Angie leans in and asks what he's up to, so he grins and tells her he's offering her a peek at healing magic, handing her a note packed with the full, existing history of it and exactly what it does. The girl gasps, calling it incredible, and he just nods like he understands every thought that hits him. Yeah, it looks like real mastery takes something bigger, but this cabinet is packed with ultra-advanced books under tight supervision and his magic is already enough to handle it with ease. They're already posted up on Moloch Street, and people keep spotting Alex and asking if they're taking a stroll, so they show off their fresh sweets. And Alex can't resist, grabbing them and buying them. They're told they look super cute, then the real bomb drops. Someone saw gold vanish into thin air, and people swear it's the top-tier magic. Turns out Lord Carlisle was bragging about it loud enough for others to overhear. In High Bay, the rebel army and the defenders seem perfectly matched, and that's seriously worrying, but since Alex is here, we've got nothing to fear. Because the last emperor's reign was pure disaster, the empire tore itself apart in a brutal civil war, and to keep the new emperor safe, they sealed every clue about who he really was. Meanwhile, in her father's Carlisle territory, a calm pocket of peace, someone out there is plotting a surprise welcome for her. She gazes at the caged bird and blurts, "It's adorable, and it's a copycat bird too. He's heard it's all the rage now with the nobility," so he hurries Angie over to take a look. Then boom, someone's voice cuts through the room, and everyone snaps to attention like, "That's a kid's song," Angie's singing, so they start clapping right on cue, while the little girl bows as if it's all part of the show, until Alex realizes he just accidentally overheard it. He blurts that it was amazing, and the girl turns to him like, "So why did you ask me to sing, Alex?" Then the boy begs her to watch, reaches out and taps the bird. Boom! It starts singing, and the girl freezes in shock. He grins and tells her the truth. That song is her own voice. These birds can copy perfectly the sound of whoever they hear, which is exactly why people hunt them down like treasures. Suddenly, someone shoves the main character, and the guy bolts off yelling that he'll borrow it next time he needs to be way more careful. Because this is Alex's certificate, the main character insists he's fine and will snatch it back. With a grim stare, the protagonist snaps into restraining magic and traps his opponent in bindings. Right out of nowhere, magic crashes over him and his body locks up so he can't move. Then the main character marches in, staring him down, and warns him to stop stealing. The girl stands right behind him, and the main character snaps at the guy. "Now you have to take that certificate back because only I can use it." The boy lashes out at Alex, asking why everyone's so selfish, swearing that rich folks like him will never grasp what they're going through, because Alex can't possibly understand what it feels like in this strange land where all he can do is steal, and the main character snaps back by asking if he's a refugee. The boy turns away and flat out admits it, he's the real deal. He came from the south. Alex can believe whatever he wants, but even if he ran here to escape war, this mess has to be settled. He's going to force this innocent kid to give up the theft. "Justice runs this world," he insists, and the boy replies, "Then take me." The kid lunges to pour tea for him, but his hands tremble and he blurts, "Why'd they drag me here?" Still, the protagonist leans into the moment and uses everyone around him as he pleases. Then the guy admits, grin and all, that this is his favorite coffee so simple it's almost funny, so the protagonist tells him to chill and brew up something better. The protagonist orders him to warm the teapot and measure the tea leaves perfectly, then to pour in hot water until they unfurl and brew right. And suddenly, the boy realizes this fancy, upper-class way of making tea isn't just something anyone knows. Besides tea, the protagonist blurts that he wants to tell him about the Philosopher's Stone, and he fires up Alex. Does he really plan to hand it over? The protagonist snaps back that it's cold and the aroma is barely there, so Alex has to remake it from zero, and he'll keep pushing him to do it over and over until it finally works. He's rattled by it, but then he keeps moving with Angie down the street until she asks, "Are you a quick learner?" He shoots back that he's insanely obedient and can memorize anything fast, and he even returned the certificate. The guy still remembers that boy thanking Alex and apologizing on the spot, then saying they'd find out what comes next, and as soon as Alex offers to go back for Angie, she nods and agrees. Alex is convinced he can finally train the release and the control of his power, and that's where the magic balls come in with his magic skill sitting at Sss-Rank. He conjures those balls right in front of him. He swears that if you unleash all 7 magical elements at once, it'll always be pure, mind-blowing magic. Then Angie snaps her head up in shock. At this point, she's over the moon because everything's finally going right, and she can't stop smiling now they're 7 years old, and with the Philosopher's Stone knowledge in their heads, their whole mission is simple master magic, one spell at a time. Normally, you'd be lucky to control a handful of elements, but an Sss-Rank user can slam every one of them into play, and with a sharp whistle, he spins the balls like a weapon. Fire was his specialty in his past life, and when the guy tells them to take a break, Angie nods along, then boom, his father crashes in with a sword and declares they're open. Suddenly, the protagonist whips a ball into existence and blasts it whistling straight at the man's sword, then a raging whirlwind snaps around the blade like it's caught in its grip. The sword shriveled, melted, and splashed onto the dirt as the man bragged that this was the perfect way to burn fire magic just for him. Then the boy grabbed his father's sleeve and pleaded, "Please don't strike us so fast, you'd look bad if you lost to your own son, right?" So does he actually listen? The man swears it's the truth, he's the strongest, and he wields the most powerful magic in the whole world. He'll panic if he loses to him, because Alex says it'll wreck his reputation. What if his guests, or even the Emperor, witnesses it? The father leans in and tells his son, "Maybe we should invite the Empress and show her everything. Let her see your genius." And the girl's jaw drops in pure shock. Her Majesty is about to descend on their lands during her summer vacation. And yeah, maybe they'll invite her to the Carlisle domain. The girl is practically glowing, grinning like she's won. She declares it's an amazing opportunity, and now it's Alex and her time to grab a bite before everything gets real, because Alex finally understands the Empress might genuinely be coming to them. A few days later, the boy corners Angie and asks where he's heading, and she grins and says the Western Garden blooms are gorgeous this time of year. Then the man tells Alex not to move. A boy blurts out a question about a serial killer, and his father slams the truth down. 10 victims were found in just the last few days. Even women and children, dead, so they have to keep everyone out of town today. Then Angie yanks Alex close and whispers that it's terrifying. He spots an ad screaming "Killer wanted dead or alive," and panic hits fast as he mutters that if they don't act right now, everything's about to spiral out of control. Clutching his robe, the main character strides down the street, fuming that nobody should have to live in fear, and when he spots a kid alone at night, he's sure that's exactly what the killer wants. Then, out of nowhere, a hand shoots out and grabs him. A long-haired stranger snatches the main character, and the moment he looks up, he realizes this person is the killer with wild, crazy eyes. The guy cackles and declares it's the most delicious meat he's ever tasted. Out of nowhere, he yanks out a knife to stab the guy, then the attacker slips away, and his knife suddenly melts away. The main character snaps back, tells him to stop right now, and steps straight in front of the killer to put an end to this madness. If he keeps acting this outrageous, the next life will slam him with a brutal sentence, and right now, the guy stands right in front of him. Suddenly, he barrels straight at the boy, and Alex realizes you can't reason with someone like him. Sure, it might sting, but he's got to stay calm, because that attack is really a spell. Then the main character whips his hand forward and blasts the guy with magic one hit, and the guy crumples to the ground, drained of every ounce of strength. The protagonist closes the distance and snaps out binding magic right away. It clamps the man in place while he blurts, "Are you okay? Are you hurt?" The boy shakes his head fast, insisting, "I'm fine, just a tiny scratch." Angie breaks down in tears, saying she's just relieved he's okay, and the boy's father finally admits he knows they all worried when he decided to use himself as bait, but honestly, it was a damn good move. Then someone steps in and asks right away if anyone in the area got hurt. The protagonist tells the guards, "You take the arrest from here," and the guards nod, grateful to Alex, then march off with the criminal while the guy mutters that his future is going to be brutal and that the trial waiting for him in the afterlife won't be any easier. Even if there's nothing he can do, he'll still close his eyes and pray for him, because who knows how many thousands of years will crawl by, but he'll keep praying that his next life burns brighter than ever. The very next day, after the city finally settled down and the chaos eased, a stranger steps up to Alex. A guy and a girl tell him they heard he caught a serial killer, and suddenly it's all anyone talks about, until the girl leans in and asks if he's really okay, because after that, someone shoves in and tells them all to stop. A young girl stands there beside him and snaps that she already told him to leave her alone. Then he shrugs it off and begs her to have fun together. He storms up, grabs her, and quips that she's probably bored all by herself, then asks if he can keep her company, but before he can finish, the girl yanks him by the robe and drags him in to help her. Then the guy yanks her even harder and snaps at her to stop acting so furious until the main character steps in, blocks his path, and tells him to leave her alone. The girl's jaw drops then. Right when the bad guy cocks his fist to smash Alex, she blurts, "Careful!" Right then, the protagonist snaps those criminal handcuffs onto the guy, who sneers. What kind of weak magic is this? But even while he's still trying to swing, the protagonist slips away and yanks the cuffs tighter around his hands. Suddenly, the guy drops to his knees and howls, demanding to know why they're locking his hands. Alex snaps back that those are magic handcuffs, and every time he slips into bad behavior, they squeeze tighter. He'll stay trapped in them until he changes his ways, and if it gets really bad, they'll even slice his wrist clean off. The protagonist steadies the terrified boy and promises, "Come back to me in a year, I'll make everything the way it was." Then the document seals it, he's Alexander Carlisle, Duke of Carlisle. The girl blurts out his last name in shock, then suddenly realizes the rumors about his magical powers weren't rumors at all, they were real. The three of them crowd around the table, and the girl slides into the conversation. "I'm Eliza." She shoots him a grateful smile, because that other guy was way too clingy. Then the guy introduces himself as Alex. She says she's Angie, and they're both relieved to finally meet. Eliza even snaps that he should have just handed it straight to the guards. If he's going to pull something like this again in the future, he should have just handed everyone over to the guards, so why didn't he do it this time? He admits it'd be way easier to hand him to the guards, but he can't stand the thought of giving up because then he'd lose his shot at doing good deeds, and she fires back. "What do you mean?" He leans in and says, "People get judged when they die." The girl had heard all of it too, the whole idea that when someone dies, their good and bad deeds get weighed to decide what they become in their next life. And the best part, the protagonist already lived through it, so this isn't just talk, it means he gives people a real shot to change, but some never take it. But don't count it out, there's still a real chance they could turn around, and it's not about judging them, it's about steering them onto the right path. She leans in and calls out that he's so virtuous, and it's not a compliment for even a second because she's warning him one day that pride is going to haunt him, and virtues don't stay useful for long. The guy gets it. She blurts out that she likes him, saying that if they were the same age, she'd fall head over heels. He tells her thanks for those words, and she turns and walks away. Angie swoops in and tells him, "I've got eyes that'll stop you." And the guy immediately agrees because in this city, you don't often see eyes like that with a spirit so intense. She reveals she's 16, listens to every word he says like she's taking notes for her future, and somehow thinks way more like an adult than anyone expects. Her eyes looked like she was dragging a weight she never wanted to carry. Could Angie ever learn to live with something like that? She blurts out that she's definitely beautiful, but he just grins and says she's been beautiful all along. He's crazy about this Angie more than anyone else, and the girl is absolutely glowing with happiness. At home, a servant rushes to greet them and cheers them back inside. Then the protagonist suddenly spots something that sends a chill through him. A blade comes flying toward him, and his attacker boasts it's finally over for good. Then the main character snaps his hands together, whips up a whirlpool, and boom! The whole scene erupts in an explosion. His father's sword melted again, and this time, he still swore he wasn't doubting his son for a second. Then he demanded to know why his dad was putting him through this all over again, and the moment the Empress's words echoed in his head, everything finally made sense. Out of nowhere, a stranger steps in and tells her, "Your husband's son is the real deal. He's just as feared and respected as they say, and he'd have made a perfect ruler in your place." The girl he saved isn't just a stranger, she's the Empress, and she drops a bombshell, Elizabeth Forsyth. Now she wants him to do her a favor. Alexander Carlisle freezes in shock when he hears Eliza is the current Empress, then drops into a bow and blurts, "My name is Alexander Carlisle," and every word screams how honored he is to finally meet her. Then the Empress barks at him to lift his head, and somehow he instantly gets exactly what's going on. She asks the guy straight up if there's a room where they can talk privately, and he instantly checks if his office works just in case he'd need soundproofing magic. In the office, the girl drops into her seat at the table and bluntly tells them to cut the formalities. She's done with pretending, and she needs to say this straight to the point because the boy and his father are right there in front of her. With a stone-cold stare, the girl declares she's certain he already knows about the rebellion sparked by the brutal reign of the last emperor. The protagonist straight up confirms it happened back before he was even born. Even after the last emperor died and she seized the throne, fury still burns in people's hearts. So small, rebellions keep popping up all over the country. And that's exactly why the Imperial Army is about to hit the rebel stronghold with a full-scale global attack. She doesn't want more bodies on the ground, so she's determined to take out their leader first. She finally gets why she's asking him, then reaches out and puts the question to the guy because with his ridiculous skills, he can swoop in and catch the leader fast during the attack, and he's already convinced he can pull it off. Alex nods, like he gets it, and the girl tells him straight, if he pulls this off, these lands are his. She's doing it because her father ordered her to hand over her territory. Meanwhile, the father grins, thinking about the big job the Empress has set because his son is the one going after it. He blurts that it's too much for him, but she snaps back that this is the perfect reward for pulling off a job on that massive scale, then adds she'll stay calm because with him at the helm, there won't be any more uprisings. And yeah, She's into him too. Alex can't stop thinking about it. On the day of the attack, the men snap their guns into place, and Eliza blurts that it looks like the chaos has already kicked off, so it's showtime for what he can do. The boy nods right away, and the girl grins, admitting she can't wait. She leans in and tells him, "Your father wouldn't stop talking about you, praising you non-stop." And now she can't wait to see how he handles this job, because when his dad is around, she radiates pure intimidation, but with everyone else, that scary edge drops and she turns into this almost 16-year-old, and he's just focused on one thing. He only has to grab their leader. Eliza insists this is the right move, knowing he'll probably get hit with the death penalty, yet she begs, if he can, to bring him in alive. He nods, and she asks how he plans to do it, because he's not about to crash right through them. The hero raises his hand and casts a spell, and the girl instantly realizes it's just a simple earth-made magic sphere from the color, so he drops to one knee, ready to slam it into the ground. The girl's eyes widen in shock, and boom, a staircase materializes. Dropping down beneath them, the main character smirks and says, "Of course I'm taking the stairs, I've got to go down them." Eliza can't believe they pulled this off, slipping past the enemy through the underground like it's nothing. "Does he really know where we're headed?" she asks, and the guy just smirks and says he knows this place inside and out. "These buildings always follow the same layout." Eliza nods, shocked by how fast they arrived, because they're already right on the edge of their goal. He stares at the door and declares the rebel leader is supposed to be in this room. Then the moment the girl hears voices, he snaps at her to stay back. She freezes, because that voice sounds painfully familiar. Someone tells Lord Fleming that the moment has arrived. He reads the note, praises their troops for a job well done, and then orders them to pull back and retreat. He got it, and he'd tell his troops to press forward, just hard enough. No way were they letting their hard-earned pay get wasted, especially if word spread that they teamed up with him. He already knows it. He just demands proof that his troops did their jobs, and this time they even staged a murder. The girl can't believe it, but they're teaming up and working together. One of the men demands that they hand everything over to him, and the main character tells Eliza they're already coming here. She can't even believe a traitor is hiding among them. Then both men burst out and stare at them in shock. They're stunned by why these kids are here, and when they're grilled about how they got there, one of them finally clocks it. This is the Empress's doing, and begs them not to reveal that they overheard everything. With a straight face, she presses Lord Fleming for the truth. What is all this? He tells her that after the war, he became a financier, tallying soldiers' deaths, then admits he squandered the money just to keep paying salaries for the dead. They're about to slice the Empress down, swords already out, when the protagonist barks at her to retreat fast, because he's going to slam their movement and blast them with magic. Then both men crumple to their knees, too weak to twitch, and the main character calmly tells them why he's drained every ounce of strength from their bodies. They won't be able to move all day. Eliza has never seen magic like this. She blurts that it's a damn shame, then Fleming swears by the Empress's name and declares that what he did cost him every single right to keep his title. They're suddenly out on the street, and the girl snaps that she already told her subordinate to handle everything else. Then she tells him to accept her thanks. The main character blurts, "Who would have thought the high ranks of the Imperial Army would trick me?" And then she admits it was her own weakness that let them get away with it. The guy snaps back, "Don't worry, her reign is just starting. Now let her do everything she can." She shoots him a bright smile, and the guy tells her it's time to start tending the soldiers' wounds, then adds they've still got to figure out what the war truly cost. She locks eyes with him, and her heart suddenly slams like it's trying to escape. He leans in and asks what's wrong, but she whips her gaze away, blushing hard with pure embarrassment. In the Empire's capital, a bearded man corners Alex and demands what he's saying about Carlyle's boy, then drops the bomb. "I'm Kosain Choka, a general in the Imperial Army." He steps forward and introduces himself as Alexander Carlyle, and right beside him stands his fiancée, Angelica Silva. Then he says she'll stay with him for a short while, turns to Angie, and she bows low, beaming like, "I'm so glad to meet you." The man grinned and said, "Don't worry, I already heard everything from Carlyle. Let them settle in. The traitor's been caught, and that ends this rebellion." Then people hailed him for unmasking the plot, and they even dragged him before the Empress to claim his reward. They're inside Horzon's house right now. He's Alex's father's friend, and he's basically telling the kids, go ahead, use the room however you want. And if they need anything at all, they should come straight to him. The man flashes whatever it is in his hand and asks Alex what he thinks. Alex instantly clocks that it's alcohol. And without a second thought, he's like, "Yeah, I could totally drink with you." Orsini pulls Alex in for a hug and tells him to come with him. Then he turns to Angie and says he'll borrow her betrothed. For just a short time, she agrees on the spot, so he pats the boy's shoulder and admits he's got a great wife, and he's genuinely pleased. The man tells Alex, "Welcome to my luxurious dining hall," says he always meets up here with his friends, then calls the maid over and orders drinks for them. He clocks the offer and thinks, "All right, we're getting a real night out with her. Then the man asks what he means, only to realize they can even drink alcohol with salt. And just like that, they found common ground. Alex swears that some memory from his past life just slipped out, like the days he used to drink alcohol with salt. Yet Horsine is still so full of life. If his father were standing here, he'd be right at their table too. Then the man laughs and says it's no shock. People are drawn to him because he liked Alex just as much. He asks the kid to become sworn brothers, and Alex blurts that they've just met, he's probably messing with him. Since there's a huge age gap still, the man insists he could be Alex's younger brother, and if that's not happening, then he'll take Alex's granddaughter as his wife. Then he pulls Alex in, urging him to sit down and toast their vow, because deep down, the protagonist feels that his father's not here, and honestly, that's a relief. One such person is already more than enough. Angie sits alone on a chair, sings her heart out, and just as the final note fades, she spots Alex's back already. She swings the door open and greets him, only for Eliza to step in and say she hasn't heard that kid's song in ages. The girl shows up to greet Angie, blurts out a quick apology for the sudden visit, then waves it off, no formal stuff. Just let him call her like always Eliza. Angie snaps that Alex isn't here. She already told Hossein to stall him for a while, then she turns to you, determined to handle this herself, and asks, "What can I do to help?" The girl asks if it's true that she's Alex's betrothed, and when she answers that, she loves him with all her heart and has zero doubt, Eliza jumps in with the idea of making a few assumptions. So there's another girl crushing on him too, then what happens? Eliza's going to be smiling like crazy, because she'll be thrilled. If this girl and her become friends, they'll start filling her in on Alex, and she'll learn all kinds of amazing things about him, because the more she gets to know him, the more she falls, and she's convinced it's going to be a total blast. She stands up, thanks him fast, then pleads, "Don't tell a soul I was here." And in the next breath, her mind races. She's plotting a surprise for him, something she just knows he'll love, and Angie is completely thrown. Inside the royal palace, Alex finally gets an audience with the Empress, and she wastes no time. She tells him capturing the traitor was a massive win for their empire, then demands he pick his reward. Anything he wants. The protagonist insists that she only gives when something's truly worth it, so he won't just demand from her if there's real value. He'd rather decline and let the money get sent back to the soldiers, because pushing for it outright would be outright rude. Then the Empress storms up from her throne and declares, in front of everyone, that she's appointing him Vice Emperor, demanding absolute loyalty, and he's left stunned. Everyone's stunned. She steps up and says that for the Empire's peace and the Empress's sake, he'll be her right-hand man, and he's about to unleash his full potential. He never saw this coming, and it's wild how unpredictable it is, so if this is what he's really capable of, he's about to embrace it with pure joy. At Corsaine's house, a boy points to the stack of letters on the table and asks what's going on. Corsaine says they're banquet invitations for the Vice Emperor, plus requests for engagements. The boy is totally baffled, and the man insists those letters were just left at his place, plus he's got even more of them, the main character's blown away, and now he's determined to bring prosperity and peace to the Empire for years to come. He's about to forge an ideal, unshakable world, restore order inside the Empire, and after the chaos left behind by the previous emperor, that mission is his lifeline. But to pull this off, we need people we can trust, folks who will outlast us, who think wisely, and who have hearts that genuinely care. He's convinced he's got serious magic and a philosopher's stone to match, so he's got to live up to Eliza's expectations, even if she throws out the idea that he'd make a perfect husband, but he doesn't listen, and she quickly changes the subject. The man tells him, "You acted like a real man, good on you," then demands he keep those dangerous invitations coming and says only someone strong enough to beat him one-on-one will earn a meeting. The second Eliza snatched him the Vice Emperor role, she slammed a mission into his hands, earned the rank of Senior Master at the Magic Academy, where officers and soldiers train side by side, monsters stalk the halls, and every fight is built for real battles. The girl tells him to do what he has to, no strings attached, and then just shows up to the special events to keep his status locked in, because that's how she gets him into the Magic Academy. Ethan 100, the Academy's director, stops him and says they've been waiting for him, and he quickly thanks him for the invite. Then they usher him in as an honorary Senior Master and practically promise, "Come on, we're showing you everything." The protagonist realizes the barrier won't let strangers inside solid as any fortress, of course, but he still has to break through, and with terrifying ease, he cleaves it open. Everyone's stunned. He shatters it in the blink of an eye. He panics, apologizes, and swears he'll rebuild it the right way, only this time stronger and way more reliable. By the time the dust settles, the Academy is swallowed in a giant dome. The protagonist coolly declares that this barrier shatters anyone with evil intent, and then the boy whips around to face director Ethan while everyone scrambles to explain how it happened in a flash. Some even swear he's only a Senior Master because he's got the right backing and a powerful name. They start dissecting the barrier's origins, how a crew of people built it to sniff out hidden motives, and Alex instantly clocks it, this is a test, and they're fishing for answers about what he's really made of. The director bowed and apologized to the Vice Emperor, and when everyone saw his raw power, they practically exploded with joy because he blew past every expectation. Then the boy snapped his gaze to Director Ethan, ready to hear him out. He claims the Empress named him Senior Master of the Imperial Detachment. Then he pulls out proof right on the spot. The Empress clocked the whole situation instantly and pinned him to the role without a second's delay, just like anyone would expect from her, so of course he should have backed it up immediately. The director leans in and asks the boy if he can pull the strings to set up hands on practical lessons at their academy. The guy blurts, "Is it really me?" And Ethan nods, saying the magic he used is the real deal, so their students are going to lose their minds once they're taught by someone this powerful. It's tough for him to even talk about it. His academy is tiny, packed with far fewer students than the others, and if he started teaching lessons in person, that would pull in a flood of new recruits. The protagonist tells him, maybe you're right, and agrees to take his offer because if the country gets more magic users, its power explodes, and that boost will hit Eliza right in the heart. Alex shot off a warning. There's one big problem: he lives way too far from the academy to teach on a regular schedule, but he's convinced he can make this magic work. The problem gets crushed, and he lands a document in his hands. Now it's all up to him. On the throne, the girl sinks into her thoughts about how Alex is doing at the academy, and then bam, someone calls her by name. Out of nowhere, the main character pops into the sky right in front of her, smiling, leaving her stunned and breathless. She demands to know where he even came from, then he finally touches down and confesses he's been messing around with teleportation. The girl blurted out in disbelief, asking again about teleportation, so the guy hesitated and warned her to forget the magic of flight, because he'd been worried at first, but when he saw how it was going, he knew she'd handle it, and he wasn't wrong. Eliza asks if he's talking about her, and he rushes to apologize for startling her because it actually works, and now he's got to head back. Everything went smooth, but the girl still has something she desperately wants to tell him. She tells him she's cool with it, so he can drop by anytime, then he thanks her, walks out, and leaves. Suddenly, he vanishes gone without a trace. The man stares at the mountain of letters and snaps to Alex that there's no finish line, then wave after wave keeps flooding in. Some people can't believe how totally different it feels out there, like living behind fortress walls, where you have to be ready for anything, and with a vice emperor like that watching over you, you're guaranteed to stay safe and sound. The main character corners the director, begging to know what magic he should train, and Ethan grins as he says, "Pick anything you want." Then Ethan's magic hits like pure brilliance. He tells them he wants his granddaughter by his side to study with him, then pauses, squints at the road ahead, and spots a mysterious girl asking straight up who she is. This girl leans over a bench and tries to pull off something magical with a simple glass of water. He asks her if it's not working, and she panics, then blurts out, "Who is it, Yum?" to the director. He smiles and tells her, "Have a good day, this is our senior vice emperor, Alexander." And the girl freezes, staring in shock as Alex greets her like she's launching a magic spell. The girl finally blurts out, she's been at it for a whole year, and yet the water never budges a single drop. The director calls it cursed bad luck, then flat out decides this proves she has no magic powers. She's only 10 years old, and with a heavy heart she admits she just can't do it. She feels completely hopeless, and it took a ton of work for her father to get her into this place. Everyone's trash talking her like, "We've never seen a bigger loser," and then boom, her ring suddenly glitches, and the director snaps, "What happened?" So while this crazy aura starts swirling around it. The main character blurts that he might have figured it out, then reaches for the girl. "Trust me, give me your hand," and she nods, sliding her hand into his. Then the boy plants a kiss on her hand. She jerks back and demands to know what he's doing because something wild is already starting to spark around her hands. Alex tells her, "This is your real magic right now." Something was choking her flow, so he yanked the blockage away. The ring on her finger was wired straight to her heart, and that's the wellspring of her power. Magic doesn't just exist, it travels that exact path. For some reason, it got shut down, stop her from using magic. It'll be fine if she tries that exercise again. The director says this stuff happens, but if that's the reason, why didn't they catch it earlier? He's convinced they'll figure it out now. He shoves a glass into Shame's hands and demands, "So what happened?" Shame's certain she'll mess up again, but Alex, the senior master, locks eyes with her and swears she'll pull it off this time. The girl nods, grips the glass, and commits. Then the girl goes rigid, and the water in her glass turns solid with a snap of ice. She confirms she did it. The director instantly realizes it's ice magic. The main character smirks, saying this isn't the finish line. "Let them watch," he urges. Turns out, even the river beside them froze solid. She's stunned, she pulled it off, because her magic is way stronger than she expected. To pull that off, you've got to match her power or outmuscle it. and the director finally understands why they couldn't. The Vice Emperor hears that it was wonderful, and she tells him to keep helping the students just like he is now. Promising she'll do her best, the boy pushes back and tells her, "You did it," and she chokes up with tears blazing in her eyes. The very next day, she shows up out of nowhere, blinks around like she can feel it, and snaps, "I have to be here because this is the temple of the guardian dragon." The boy spun toward Eliza and blurted out an apology for interrupting. He just wanted to talk about getting back home. But the second he arrived at the castle, they told him she was in the middle of a ritual and this was his first time seeing it. Eliza went on to explain that, when the empire was founded, they said the keeper of the empire passed his power to her. Turns out, that towering thing is their guardian dragon protector and awe-inspiring statue of a legendary dragon. They say that when the empire was brand new, the dragon protector handed its power to the emperor, and after that, the dragon vanished, turning the tale into legend. From then on, every emperor has to come to this temple and pray there each month. He blurts out that he's massive, that the wounds on his body are painfully clear, so tell me, did the first emperor forge him? This is the protector dragon. Something went down the moment the empire was born, and now he's been turned into a statue. The girl spots a weird glow on the guy, and the main character yanks out the stone only to realize it's freaking out because the statue is involved. Then someone begs the guy to free him, and the guy suddenly realizes something has already slipped inside his head. He's stuck wondering if he should have asked to get rid of the stone shell, so he tells Eliza to back off, then slams his hand onto the dragon statue as she demands to know what's going on and how he figured out how to awaken it, and now he's ready to try. The girl's stunned out of her mind. This can't be happening. Nobody's ever pulled it off. Then the guy snaps, "Wake up!" Suddenly, the dragon protector snaps awake, and the girl whips around, stunned, like her eyes can't possibly believe what she's seeing. The dragon snaps at the two of them, demanding if they're the ones who woke him from his nap, then they shoot him a good morning, and Eliza realizes it's true he really got free, and his power feels absolutely limitless. The dragon cracks that his name is Calamity, then bows like the heavenly king, making it a huge honor just to meet him. Elizabeth is the girl, Alexander is the guy, and this dragon clocks it instantly. Elizabeth is a direct descendant of Forsyth. Calamity leans in and asks the Chosen One if he can thank him, and Alex jumps in, saying it was totally no trouble, and wait, did he just say the Chosen One? Calamity swore he turned himself to stone just to face the Chosen One, certain one day that person would shatter the spell and set him free. The girl ponders it for a beat and finally blurts out, "I always wondered who it was." Then Alex pushes, "So come on, go all the way, turn yourselves into stone, and tell me why did you drag your feet for so long when the Chosen One was right there? Because I needed that Chosen One to patch up every single wound in me." The dragon admits he battled for Forsyth and took a brutal wound, then gets chased by 1,000 soldiers before finally dropping to a fatal blow, so the protagonist gasps, vows he'll heal him right now, and the dragon can only stare in stunned, grateful relief. Alex demands to get his hands on it because he's already mastered every healing spell with the Philosopher's Stone, and he swears this thing's so powerful it'll even work on a dragon. The main character can't stop thinking about just how much resistance he has because, he's sitting at Sss-Rank. The dragon blurts in shock that this is unbelievable. His body suddenly feels lighter, then the boy drops hard to the floor, and the Empress rushes in, terrified for him. Alex insists he's fine. Maybe he just burned through all his magic. Eliza snaps back that plain magic won't touch dragons, and the dragon even agrees. That's why Alex was waiting for someone stronger than him, even though he never expected to get healed all the way. The guy leans in and asks Calamity if he can't heal himself. Calamity shuts that down fast, saying it's straight up impossible, he's lost his healing magic, and even the simplest cure is gone. The moment the voice in his head roars back to life, the protagonist realizes it's happening again. Then the dragon leans in and asks the boy if he's a god, because healing him is anything but simple, and the boy can only admit he fully believed gods weren't real. Then it all comes down to a choice. The boy shrugs and says, "I'm just a simple man." The dragon snaps back that he's not simple at all, he's the Chosen One, and Eliza instantly cuts in, asking what on earth they're debating. Calamity fires off a question, "Will you be my master?" And the guy blurts back, asking the girl what he's supposed to do. The girl snaps that she doesn't want to be asked. He figures it might be kind if he helps them, but Eliza can't figure out whether any of this is even possible. Alex shot his hand out to the dragon, accepted his offer on the spot, and called him by name, and with a power-packed ally like that in his corner, Alex's next exploits were about to skyrocket. At Korshin's residence, the protagonist steps up to Angie and says something that leaves her staring at him in pure shock. The protagonist and the dragon stroll in and declare, "We're home." Angie blinks and asks what kind of dragon that is, while the man fires back, "What is it, and why did you drag it here with you?" Alex declares, "This is Calamity, the Imperial Dragon Protector." Then he brings in Angie, his bride and Horsein, the army general, and the dragon lights up the moment they're introduced. The boy gets grilled. Did you train the dragon? And he nods in full confidence while Horsein beams like he just won. Then the girl leans in, firing off the real questions. So how are you going to take care of him, and what about the house? The boy snaps back to one thing: he still needs his father's permission, so he rushes to the dragon and asks, "Can I fly to the residence?" The dragon says yes, and Horsein warns, "If you won't allow it, then the dragon stays here otherwise. We're taking off, oh." Alex's dad is hunched over his reading, then snaps, "This is a problem." And right as Alex steps in, his father drills him with, "So what are you doing here?" He whips his eyes to the window, and there it is, a massive dragon staring back, and pure shock hits him like a punch. The moment he tells his father he's become Vice Emperor, shock hits him like a punch because it turns out he didn't just tame that dragon, he somehow seized the Vice Emperor seat too. The father admits he always suspected the Empress would pull this, and the boy suddenly notices something's eating him alive and blurts out, "What's wrong?" He tells Alex the weather's been perfect this year, so the region's about to pull off a harvest bigger than ever, and Alex asks if that sounds like a win. Not even close. The surplus will slam the prices down so hard, farmers will be left with nothing, and he's at a total loss for what to do. If he gets them, the real headache kicks in where they'll even fit, who's going to manage storage, and who'll handle all the work because the boy already knows the space and labor problem has to be solved fast. He shoots back. So there's a solution, and the stone answers, yes. Then the boy turns to the dragon and asks for one of its claws, and the dragon nods, ready to help. Dragons are pure magic. At its peak, every single piece of them is packed with wild, rare power. He grins, says it's ready, and shoves the bag in front of everyone, then tells his father, "Just watch," and grabs his table for a second, only for it to vanish somewhere out of thin air. He forged a storage bag using his magic and a dragon claw unlimited space, and the food inside never rots, so why not scoop up all that extra, stash it in there, and pull it out whenever disaster strikes? Seriously, that idea is genius. Father demanded his table back and said he needed to send a letter one that announced he was buying the harvest, and that the main prize was Alex's brilliant solution, and then he leaned in and asked, "So, how are you doing?" The dragon will call it Alex's holiday, and it'll finally make sense his father is cheerful. And look, time has already dragged on, because 2 more of Alex's holidays have passed since then. He tells himself he'll pick this topic for his next lecture, but the girl cuts in, says the work is great, the weather's beautiful, and they should ditch the stress and go unwind in the garden, and yeah, right now they're both just 9 years old. Angie says everyone's buzzing student numbers at the academy have jumped, the teachers are thrilled, and the students are taking it seriously, and on top of that, she can't wait to sit in on his lectures. The girl tells Alex he looks ridiculously cool when he teaches, and Alex is like, "Wait, do you want to come to my academy for my next lecture?" She lights up and says yes without hesitation. One of the main characters tells her to keep it locked down and secret from his father. And she can't help asking why, because of course he'll be desperate to go with them. Lately, Alex has been out in Renetra, helping her father run the family lands in the Carlisle territory, and the boy's been busting his butt. He swears the soil's fantastic, people even say that. Because of him and the Count, folks have finally been able to save their coins, and now the whole place is exploding with weddings. Then boom shouts erupted like a swarm of locusts charging forward, and he remembered Silva had already been hit. The boy's stomach dropped when he realized Anzie's family was there, because she was creeping closer to them, and that was terrifying. They corner him and demand, "So this is the same locust that turns vegetables to rot, and it's a monster. When it finally strikes the village, it wrecks every forest and wipes out the crops with terrifying ease, and nobody can stop it." Alex stops and thinks hard about what he can do, tells them not to panic, and makes sure they know what he heard, that she isn't into human flesh, then pushes them to find shelter. Then he stumbles back because a monster rockets into view right in front of his face, and he finally understands this is the end. The stone practically laughs at both magic and force, but if you just leave it there, the locust will tear through the plant, so he grabs the magic bag from the Calamity Claw and makes his move. Then the main character makes his move, and the monster starts curling up right into the bag. He finally gets what he did, gripping the bag in his hands. Luckily, nothing spoiled, and he made it just in time with the bag sealed. She's not getting out of there. They grill him, asking what happened to the locusts, and the boy blurts out that he captured them, then the whole group is stunned. They're grinning like they always do under Lord Alex, and honestly, yeah, we should celebrate this big time, because he gets it, other places have been through hell. A month later, at the Kalate residence, the protagonist storms into the office and demands, "So was I invited?" He spots Angie's father there, and the man practically lights up because he's come to thank Alex for what he did. The locust wreaked havoc, and on behalf of everyone, he's throwing their heartfelt gratitude at Alex. The young man snaps that there's no need to thank him, food stacked up. That's just how it is, and the older man grins, praising him as a real gentleman, fully convinced that with a vice emperor like this, they'll live in peace for the next couple of decades. The father pitches the idea of naming the lands the Alexander Alliance, and the boy shoots it down as too big, but the catch is clear: it'll help Alex spread his influence and fame, and Horsesna has to be invited too. Angie also thinks this is a brilliant move. She's dying for more people to discover him, because he clearly understands she's just too kind. The boy tells Calamity they've decided to forge an alliance between Carlith and Silva, then shoots a question: can he run to the Empress and beg for permission? Here's the document, and before anyone can blink, he rockets off, then whips back in at lightning speed. Eliza tells them the alliance has zero problems, meaning his grip as Vice Emperor only gets stronger, and she signs off on everything. But she makes them agree to one condition first. He'll have to show up again and again, handing her a fresh report each time, and the main character doesn't resist because somehow his life keeps getting wilder by the day. The angel leans in and asks if her life was truly good. She grins and says she spoiled 100 grandchildren and passed away without a shred of pain. Then the angel declares her next life will be B rank and asks what she wants most: a merchant family life, or to be reborn with the gift to heal. Another angel leans in and says, you forgot, then relive every one of your 9 lives again, because in all of them, you never once sinned. They tallied how many lives she's racked up, and wow, looks like the next one lands her in the S rank. Even the soul's shocked. Will she get a life packed with people, and will they actually be good ones? Nice. She's told to drink water, then everyone wishes her a happy life, and that's Angelica Silva. The protagonist feels this weak magic isn't random at all. It's got a heartbeat, a cycle. Once they crack that rhythm, the full power of their magic will finally burst wide open. The Flame's power is different now, like a whole new way to control Muppapat with magic, so why aren't they trying it? They're already 18, already fully ready, and the mission feels like it has success written all over it, so they go for it and decide to try. They clap for his lecture, and then someone else jumps in to try the method right away. The boy leans on the director, asking what he wanted to talk about, and the director answers when it comes to careers. Most graduates dream of working in the palace or joining the army. So yeah, when you think about it, they've got territory, and he's basically asking would they be cool with him hiring their graduates. The main character thinks it through and declares he'll pick one student, and the director grins so hard he tells him the good news face to face. The very next day, Horson grins and announces his job offer is blowing up. 500 students have already thrown in applications. 200 of them are already itching to skip graduation and sit for the employment exam, while 500 applications flood in for admission, and honestly, it's totally awesome and wildly popular. He watches the girl drill the routine, flashes a grin and says it's perfect, tells her she's finally mastered the Muppapat method, then spots her doubt and goes, have I ever cheated on you? He met her 2 years ago, and now she's got huge hopes pinned on her skills because once she graduates, everyone's going to be lining up for her, and she makes sure to thank him. Someone spills that trouble just erupted in the dorm. Xiaomi rushes in and finds her room wrecked. Then the boy corners Patrick and demands to know what happened here. He blurts out that he was studying a magical device when it exploded and he couldn't stop it. Then Alex gets it. Normal magic can't undo what happened here. They press him for proof. Can his powers melt the ice? Good news, he already knows the answer and he's racing to solve it before the clock runs out. A magical device that spits out ice magic, use it wrong, and you're basically rolling the dice with disaster, and Alex is about to dodge all that elemental chaos by unleashing pure, non-elemental magic. Suddenly, the whole room snaps back to normal, and Patrick can't believe it. He didn't just freeze for a moment, he stayed trapped that way. The main character snaps into perfect clarity, then blurts out, so how are you even going to explain all of this? He wanted to put him in his place, sure. The eternal freeze won't thaw on its own or through anyone's power, but he was still hunting for a way to drag him through humiliation anyway. Xiao asks if she can use it too, but it isn't some run-of-the-mill spell you toss out with normal skills. He doubts anyone besides Alex can pull it off, but he's certain she can. The boy told her, repeat after me, and then hit her with the Mupapata method after she watched it once. She could do anything, and that alone proved just how wildly capable she was, so he gave her the push she needed to go further. She can't stop replaying it in her head. Did she actually pull it off? When she sees him still standing, shock hits her hard. He didn't melt at all. Then he smiles and tells her, you're amazing, and drops the truth that she's already the strongest magician in the school. The students rush to thank the protagonist for his lecture, promising they'll be back for the next one. Then he gives them a big wave and smiles. He realizes they're leveling up fast. If this keeps going, the job numbers are about to skyrocket. The boy notices Carla looking uneasy and asks if she's alright, and she admits she's a bit worried. Then she apologizes because she's actually a teacher at a magic academy. He hauls her quiver of arrows while she warns him not to overdo it, but he still shoves it inside only to find it battered, because they spent the whole lesson practicing, and now everything needs repairs. The protagonist decides to fix them, but she's heard a rumor he enchants whatever he repairs, and if he does, the students won't be able to use those items anymore. He tells her, "Don't worry, nothing's going to change." And then he pulls out the crossbow like it's brand new. Suddenly, Earth bursts up and he fires straight into the bullseye, then declares he forged an arrow straight from the soil, vowing he'll keep pumping out arrows endlessly from the Earth. After that, the student's skills shot up thanks to Alex, and the Empress confirms in her report that everything is exactly as stated, with not a single complaint. She beams and tells Alex she's thrilled, and Alex shoots back that she's the kindest because this time he's absolutely going to reward him. Eliza grills him for who his fiancée is, and he blurts out Angelica Silva. Eliza snaps back that she's not fit to be the Vice Emperor's woman, then pushes him to claim her as his younger sister. The protagonist presses her again about his little sister, and she reveals the shocking truth she'll be taken into the Imperial family. Alex throws his thanks her way, but before anything happens, they've got to ask her first, and Eliza can only hope she'll say yes. The protagonist can't stop imagining Angie as an Imperial princess because that crown would fit her perfectly. They hit her with a shock 1 inspection, done in a flash after her report, and the director's message was so perfect, she couldn't wait to see it all with her own eyes. And yeah, she totally didn't misjudge sending him here, because right then, she felt the urge to train even the adult soldiers again. After seeing the students train earlier, she decided they had to build their own school. Just like that magic academy somewhere on his territory, could he even handle a whole operation that big if she pitched her idea? The protagonist steps up with total confidence, "I'll handle it for you," and she turns and gratefully thanks him. Frozen roses burst into the air, and the girl's eyes widen as she finally understands its magic came walks up to Alexander, and she realizes he's already mastered the art of eternal freezing. She tells him it's all because of him, then begs him to wait because Eliza's staring at this girl like, "What are you doing here?" And the truth hits hard, she didn't even realize someone was freezing time with permanent ice right on campus. Eliza demands she rush to the Palace Ditch class if she has to, but all she wants is to keep studying with Alexander. Eliza goes quiet, stares at the protagonist, and blurts that this is the whole reason. So cool it's unreal, then asks him to forget everything she just said. The girl fumbles out a nervous apology, then insists big and shaky that she's fine, like some past life effort is carrying her through. The guy snapped around and demanded, "What happened?" And they admitted they'd been learning new magic and itching to test their skills, but they went lower than ever and a monster burst out of the wrong spot. Eliza realizes this is a total disaster. She's about to ring the Imperial Guard, but Alex grabs her and tells her she'd better get out right now. Then he spots something ripping up from the underground, and out steps a man with 6 black wings. He blurts, "Is he even alive? Because the thing looks straight up like a demon." The moment the main character blurts out, "I'm Alex Carlite," he goes even harder, then his eyes narrow, and he fires the real reason, "Azazel destruction is my life." He thanks everyone for freeing him, and then swears his gratitude will turn into total destruction. Next thing you know, he charges straight for Alex. He dodges the whole thing, snaps that it'd be smarter to end it, otherwise the court can deal with him after his lifetime, but he doesn't even flinch, because he's convinced he'll be reborn as a demon again and again. He claims the higher ones twisted him into this, and if he ever slips back into being a demon, he'll unleash his power again, almost enjoying it, yet right now, despair crushes him, because he has no clue what his past even looked like. The protagonist finally taps the Philosopher's Stone, and it rips away his suffering for good. He blasts the demon with burning spheres, jaw clenched, convinced that even if God is testing him, he refuses to watch God's plan bring him or anyone pain. Elisa lunges and catches the falling guy, yelling if he's alright, and he insists he's fine, then blurts that he can't possibly keep standing in a kid's body. Elisa asks whether he wiped out the demon, and he shakes his head, saying he didn't. The main character blurts that he's rewritten his essence, and the demon's jaw drops because the pain is gone from his body, like someone just ripped him out of death and hurled him back as something new, all thanks to his magic that transformed him into an angel. Now he had zero reason to keep fighting, and the demon was left staring in shock. Could a man really pull that off? Is he some kind of god? But Alex isn't divine at all. He's just a regular man, armed with overwhelming magic. He figures it doesn't matter anymore. He calls him his savior, then begs for permission to serve the very life he just saved. The demon just begs to be handed orders, like he's ready to follow every command, because even if he's not as strong as Alex, his magic still reeks of confidence. Alex steps up and claims he's a respected senior master of the academy, then admits this place turns into a fortress when trouble hits, because when enemies come from everywhere and lay siege, he orders Azazel to hold it down and protect it. Azazel asks Alex if he wants him to handle anything. Alex snaps back that he'll be more than grateful, because a fortress guarded by an angel won't crumble that easily. And he also tells Azazel to go negotiate with Eliza. Alex blurts that he'll protect her and she listens, so he agrees to take the deal, but then the real question hits. What does the contract even mean? Alex explains he'll bind them with a magical contract, so no matter how far apart they get, she can reach him instantly just like that. The girl thanks him and tells him she's counting on him, so Azazel leans in and says Alex can trust him even more than ever. On the Carlite family estate, a man stares in disbelief and swears he saw it with his own eyes in Angel, and Alex's father admits it never even crossed his mind that something like that could happen. The protagonist declares they're back to talking about him, and Angie blurts out that they genuinely like him because the praise is all true. Horsini tells her she's a real wife, understands the truth, and even explains that he not only forged a barrier stronger than the last one, but he's also placed an angel under his wing. Alex watches his father and Horsini down drink after drink, and right then he realizes, yeah, they're already hammered. Horsini leans in and asks if it's finally time. Alex's father just smirks and says, "We do this once every 4 years." Alex's championship is finally here, and the boy feels it hit. This is the moment he's been waiting for. The tournament. His father set up to launch Alex's name, hands out huge prizes to the winner. This year's about to blow up even bigger. Can Alex actually handle it? He'll be right there at the award ceremony, but has he already decided what to do with the prize? Last time they handed him money and land, and this time he's got to choose what's next. Hossein tells them not to be stingy, money is a fair prize, and they decide to hand the winner the power to pick Alex's reward. He blurts out the question, but they just stare blankly because they don't get a word he's saying. Angie then jokes that if the winner's a girl, she should get to marry Alex as the prize. The main character shrugs it off because the girl insists that ever since she became Alex's fiancé, his life has been nothing but pure happiness, and she just wants someone else to feel that magic too. If someone busted their butt for Alex like that, they're genuinely a good soul, and Angie's already starting to think about picking concubines for him. So it'd be amazing if someone stepped in and helped her bonus points if they do. She didn't even stop to wonder what would happen if that guy won. Then she blurts out an apology and begs him to wait. They'll throw Alex's seal on your crops, win the farmer's bet, and they slap the brand on everything, pushing sales hard until prices spike and demand surges. Alex leans in and asks, "Got a minute?" He's got a plan burning in his head. He's going to try it right now, but only if you'll use mana. The protagonist blurts out that this room is made of magic, so why are they still standing outside? The girl blurts out, "This place is huge," and the maid snaps, "Wait, what happened?" This is the kind of spatial magic that basically turns a whole place into his playground. No one can barge in, no one can interrupt, and he can do whatever he wants without a worry. Angie had never seen magic like that. This space could swallow a calamity whole, and once the prizes got announced, the number of participants shot up by hundreds compared to the last tournament. In Cassenza village, right on the edge of the Duchy of Carlite, he got word the tax payment got thrown off by the weather, so he rushed over to see for himself. And now, the guy's about to try something. He mutters a spell and suddenly sees it. The greenhouse is actually working, right on cue, and spatial magic proves its worth big time. Then he turns to Angie and asks if she's growing roses in there. People told Alex the winter was brutal this year, and they wanted to thank him still. They had no cash to build greenhouses. They asked what he needed, but Alex snapped at them to stop kneeling. The cold problem is finally handled. He demands they take him to the rest of the crops so he can cover them too, and they agree, dragging him straight there. More faces close in on him, men from Miller's territory. Right next door, it's Count Miller's land. And let me tell you, this guy's got the kind of temper you do not want to meet. They drop to their knees in a flash and beg to join Alexander's ranks. Just let them become his people. They'd heard every wild story about his miracles, the magic bag that filled with harvests, the greenhouses that kept growing, and then trouble slammed into their village like a storm. They rushed to beg the Count for help, but he just ignored them. The protagonist knows grabbing another territory will cause a huge mess, but after everything they've endured, they still turn to him. He marches straight to the Count to talk it out, and they thank him. He can't just march home and dump the extra harvest, so he goes straight to the farmer and asks, because yeah, they've always used spoiled veggies as fertilizer, but now there's no need anymore. Alex promises he can handle it. He can't just barge into the Empress's territory as her advisor, but he can set up a clean trade between the residences. The maid shoots him a heads up. He's got a guest waiting, and the moment he steps in, that person rushes in with an apology for keeping him waiting. Count Miller introduces himself, shouting that this child is the Empress's deputy, then grins, thrilled to finally meet her, saying it's a true honor to stand before her. Even with all that politeness, he still tried to grab his territory, so he snaps back that it's all just a misunderstanding. Miller is feared as a brutal warrior. He tears through enemies and even allies alike. Then this strange, wild aura curls around him as he lunges at the boy, cutting him off like a nightmare, refusing to let any child get in his way, his eyes turning pitch black. Suddenly, Alex feels something latch onto him, and he rips into action using his magic to tear it off. The protagonist makes his move, and the man crumples to the ground. Then Alex's eyes narrow, wondering if it's gone for good. The man snaps his eyes open and tells Alex he's finally not bad. His pounding headache is gone, the one that had plagued him for 50 years while even the doctor couldn't do a thing. Then Alex shoots back, asking if the thirst for blood has truly vanished too. Alex swore he was cursed. His aura felt wrong in a way no normal person could ever match, and that eerie presence was what hammered his head with nonstop pain. The man grins and tells the boy he's in, then pushes him to talk details across territories. Alex turns to Eliza and admits that's exactly why he wanted to join the Alliance. Alex stepped into Miller's territory and the place was wrecked to the bone, like nobody cared for ages. Miller's man snapped back that, yeah, things were that bad at this pace. They wouldn't even grow right. It looked less like an accident and more like Alex had stumbled onto the ruins of a long-forgotten disaster. The man then leaned in and said, "Wasn't it obvious?" before admitting he'd been starting fights and tearing up the loot. And as Alex asked if that even counted as theft, Miller burst out laughing. "Yeah, that's exactly what it is." Once Miller swallowed those territories, help requests started flooding in from everywhere, this village included. The man leaned in and warned, "Pay the tax, or we'll start using harsher tactics." He stared hard at Count Miller and snapped, "Even if you pull through a dry rag, if it won't work, it'll never work." Alex stared at him and thought, even if it looked like this, it still wasn't tyrannical management after all. Miller demanded what he was going to do with it later, and the other guy said it'd be simple if it was just cleaning until the guy beside him snapped, "Nah, it's not just dirt." Miller swung his gaze to the man and let out a curious chuckle, and the man just shrugged and said they didn't have enough water either. Because the storm wrecked it, the well is useless now, and Miller says there isn't a single good spot left anywhere in the city. Alex insisted that if that was really true, the Lord needed to step in like now, while Miller warned not to pile even more on the old man. Then the boy snapped that the first move was clear, lock down the water supply and fix the well. The protagonist unleashed magic, patched up the well, and the moment it finished, they heard a sudden noise. Water started churning and bubbling like something was alive down there. Miller crept closer to the well, but Alex exploded, yelling at him to back off because it could be packed with poison. Seconds later, a hand shot up from the water, and then a girl rose into view only for weird, unsettling sounds to spill out as she surfaced. The girl finally crawled all the way out, snapped her eyes open, and screamed at the top of her lungs, hands clamped tight to her head. Miller told Alex he'd seen it years ago, and Alex swore that if his memory didn't betray him, it was Astaroth. Then Alex caught the way Miller looked at it, like he'd seen it before too. Miller admitted that ever since he met her, his headaches had been getting worse, and Alex snapped that she was the one who cast the curse. Then the guy yanked out the Philosopher's Stone and demanded who it was. At that exact moment, the girl lunged to strike. Then the stone snapped to life, and the protagonist instantly knew what it was. Miller blurted a warning, but the boy shot back that he was good and to back off. Alex snapped a glowing sphere into existence in his hands, then drove it straight at the girl's body. She never saw it coming. Her mouth flew open in shock, and the next second, her legs buckled as the force crushed her down. First, the girl bent her knees, then crashed to the side. While she lay unconscious, the protagonist rushed up to her. Miller told me I'd watch him crush the reason that was tearing him up, and when I pressed him about it, he snapped back that he didn't kill her. A beat later, her vision snapped sharp and clear. She groaned right away. Alex dropped to his knees, hovering close, and asked if she was okay and hurting. She forced the truth out who she really was. Miller blinked in shock. She talked, and it wasn't even broken. Then the protagonist straightened everything out. She wasn't an enemy at all, but a fertility goddess with power over the world. The man snapped with shock and demanded, "Are they really goddesses?" And this news blew past every expectation. Meanwhile, Alex brushed him off and leaned in to ask the girl if she was in any pain. She flashed a grateful smile and told him, straight up, "You saved me." Then she thanked him with all her heart because she confessed she'd been trapped under an evil curse. She felt it in her bones. There was no way out, and her pain would never, ever end. Dennis's main characters latch onto her words, stunned and wondering if this was the same curse Azalel faced, those circles that grind them down again and again, even after rebirth. The girl demanded his name, and he leaned in and said it was Alexander. Then the moment she finally learned it, she questioned him, and just like that, he claimed her as his own master. Shock hit Miller when she spoke, because the goddess Sumbit had come straight to him and she told him she wanted to pay the child. The protagonist told her, "If this is what you want, then show me love." And when the girl grinned back, she agreed, calling him her master. Alex blurted it out starting today. Astaroth, the goddess of fertility, was moving in with them, and the girl immediately demanded everyone treat her right. Angie flashed a confident smile and called herself stunning. Then the protagonist leaned in and asked what the goddess couldn't do. She answered that she could pour her power into the earth and make it flourish. Alex leaned in and asked if there was a way to make sure the Alliance's lands brought in a bountiful harvest. Astaroth grinned and said it was easy, but first she had to be granted permission to build a temple in every village where people would worship her. Then the protagonist nodded along, agreed with her plan, and told her she could build them after that. He shot her an apology for forcing her to work again, especially since she'd only just started feeling better. The girl beamed at him, cheeks burning, and told him she truly appreciated his care. Then she added, softly but firmly, that if it meant helping the master, she wouldn't hesitate, even if it came down to her being the one to destroy this body. They clasped hands, and the protagonist beamed as he thanked her again, then told her she couldn't just fall apart. Alex spun to his father and asked, "Could we build temples?" And his father shot back, "No reason to say no." Then right away, he sent a messenger tearing off toward Hosen and Miller. So they raised shrines in every village around, and by the time Alex's tournament rolled around, word of that amazing harvest was already spreading fast. Later, at the tournament, a mystery voice crackled through the arena and declared that the finalists of the second tournament were Alexa, Hosun-sama, and Miller-sama. Hosen spun toward the ladder and admitted he never thought he'd survive to the finish. Then Miller shot back that he felt the exact same way, because he definitely didn't look like he was about to break either. Hosen warned that underestimating the guys still on active duty would be a real headache, and Miller snapped back that he sounded downright irritable. Then the girl just laughed and said they looked like friends. Just a moment later, Amelia declared, "I'm hosting." Duke Karl-sama kept his eyes locked on them, and then she leaned in, asking, "So who do you think wins?" Alex's father replayed her last words about who would win today, then told her, "Go on, let them witness it." Alex stared at the chaos and blurted out, "Wait, does the master even get to join in?" Angie grinned like crazy and said, "Oh yeah, both of us are amazing." Amelia marched up to Alex's father and demanded he announce what the latest event is all about. He turned to everyone there and demanded, "So what's this latest event, what's it called, and what's the main theme?" The man jabbed a finger at Alex and declared it was his quiz. Alex sat there stunned, totally caught off guard by all that attention. He went on to say that Alex had summoned a bunch of those numbers himself, bringing them back into the spotlight and praising them. No less so, the spectators swore he was just as hyped as the Duke, the perfect pick for Alex's tournament. Angie flashed a smile and told Alex she'd heard his story too, like it was straight up fascinating. Then Alex hesitated, just to confirm. "Yeah, that's right." Hosen bragged that it was nothing after all. Miller was his adopted brother. Then Miller shot back that he'd heard about the kid in his territory and wouldn't let him off the hook. The men snapped their heads toward each other, and the arguing flared up again like one wrong word was about to spark a full-on brawl. Amelia warned that the first person to slip up would lose. Then she fired off her first question, demanding to know what magic Alex used first. After that big win, word of the successful defeat kept exploding everywhere, and Astaroth kept hauling more and more documents to Alex, who thanked her with real gratitude every time. She just grinned and said she was only doing what her master ordered. While he was counting just one letter, surprise hit him like a punch so hard that the girl immediately demanded, "What happened?" A little later, he hurried to his father and told him about the harvest in Goral village, only for his father to shrug and say there was nothing strange about it. Alex insisted it's true for the harvest, but then he pointed out the wild part when you compare cultivated land sizes, that one village alone has 3 times the amount of other villages. Father shot back, asking if it was inflation, and if it was, the village elder would get nailed, so Alex's stomach dropped as he blurted, "What does that even mean?" The guy warned that fake messages with Alex's name have been popping up lately, and they've been using Alex's tournament as bait. This one might be the same trap. The father warned that this guy probably just wanted to smear grease on him. Then the stranger flipped out his palm there. A meteorite sat in plain view, and the main character's name was carved into it with painstaking care. Alex grabbed the item, and his father snapped, "It's a fake." The village had tried to pass off a look-alike charm, and since no one got truly hurt, Alex swung the hammer and fired the village elder on the spot. It was crystal clear Alex's reach was massive, and if they kept pushing it like the village chief wanted, they'd trigger a full-blown catastrophe sooner or later, so before that nightmare hit, they had to wipe out the threat once and for all. The protagonist whipped his head toward his dad, and his dad snapped back to face him. The boy told him he got what he meant, but it was way too soon to decide. Alex jabbed at the tarot and declared that this amazing harvest happened because of the girl's strength. He just knew it had to be true. When she caught his praise, her face lit up, and she turned toward him with a bright smile. The protagonist blurted that he'd handle it himself, and once a bit of time passed, they finally tore off toward the village of Sural. Alex spun around, eyes wide, and declared the harvest was unreal perfect, no complaints, and the numbers didn't seem fake for once. He spun toward Astaroth and demanded her thoughts, and she just nodded. Everything would be exactly as the master commanded, and it didn't feel wrong to her one bit. She lifted her hand to her chin, said she'd just figured something out, then Alex cut in, asking if she had any ideas. She nodded and pointed out that this shrine was the only one on the property, and she remembered it being built completely differently from the rest. As they pushed through the village streets, they spotted an article plastered with a photo of themselves, and Alex's stomach dropped like people were suddenly worshipping him too. Astaroth told her she was blown away by how vividly he pictured her bond with the master, and he went way too far, saying she'd get swept up and spin the harvest 3 times over. Then the call rang out. This man blurted that the rebellious emperor had arrived, and the kid beside him insisted the goddess was here too. They stepped forward and bowed. By the time the harvest ended, Alex blurted out that he'd been summoned, and before anyone could even blink, he was already there. Eliza snapped that she needed him to finish an assignment right away, shoved a slip of paper into his hands, and told him to read it. He grabbed the package, tore into it, and demanded to her face if this was truly an uprising, and she just smiled back, saying he was sharp enough to already get what she was trying to say. Then the protagonist leaned in and asked if she wanted to stop it, and she answered without hesitation, confidently saying yes. He insists the Hosen Empire's mightiest warrior fits the role better than him, and she snaps back it's true and not true at the same time because this is the biggest rebellion of her reign, and they've got to land a fatal blow and set everything right. Eliza told him he was their dark horse, then pushed him, "Are you actually going to do it?" He grinned and said, "Leave it to me, I'll do my best." A little while later, they climbed into the carriage and rode straight to the uprising, only to slam into the rebel HQ, where the girl whipped her arm and declared, "That's the 7th Fort Al-Qaeda." Right as the protagonist opened his mouth to speak, his eyes locked on Eliza. She was wearing a maid's uniform, and shock hit him so hard he blurted out, "Why are you dressed like this?" She shot back that rulers aren't allowed to step in until the fighting starts, but she has to see it all firsthand with her own eyes. Then Eliza's cheeks flared red as she confessed she wanted to spend time with Alex. He pressed her for details, but she waved it off fast, insisting it was nothing special. Alex blurted that he had to find a way to crush the uprising, but the girl shook her head. None of it mattered because a barrier sealed the property, and she showed him exactly how it worked. Eliza asked if he could see those numbers, then warned that they would film him in numerological order, while the protagonist realized just how dangerous that whole magic really was. The girl nodded along and told him, "They use it once every 100 years and we still can't crack what it really is." Alex kept staring at the Philosopher's Stone, wondering if the truth behind it was real, and the moment they hit, it didn't matter how hard they attacked from every direction, because nobody seemed to take a single hit. Eliza told him she'd asked him to check the area, but he snapped at her to wait, then bolted out of the carriage like his life depended on it, and she screamed his name after him. Alex snapped a spell into the air and drove it straight at the barrier boom. The whole place erupted in an explosion. Eliza shoved herself halfway out of the carriage and gasped before she could even ask what was happening. She spotted trouble erupting in the fort. The girl blurted, asking if it wasn't guarded by some barrier, and Alex only smiled and said it was made for humans because the fortress itself had no defense at all. Her jaw dropped. The protagonist said, dead serious, that the barrier didn't change anything else, so when she blew up the fortress, only the humans would be left standing. Eliza stared at him like he'd lost his mind, insisting it was all nonsense. Then the protagonist leaned in and asked, "So you're still not convinced?" She shot him a flat no, saying it all felt wildly wrong because even if the fortress was left open, magic still wouldn't be that simple without blowing everything up. And then Alex pointed her towards something over there as shouts suddenly tore through the air. Men stood there, stark naked, yelling nonstop about what happened and where their gear was, totally lost. Eliza caught his meaning, cheeks blazing, and threw her hands over her face. Then he asked, "So do you believe me now?" Then the protagonist insisted it worked on everyone else too, and Eliza totally believed him because that hit way harder than she ever expected, and she realized she'd been painfully naive. Amid all that shouting and chaos, they hauled the fortress into their grip without a hitch. When the messenger reported back, he said every fort was wrecked and the supreme commander was captured. Eliza just shrugged and said it took them half a day. Alex blurted out whether anyone had been hurt, and the man shot back that there weren't any casualties at all. Eliza went pale, asking again like she couldn't believe it, while Alex nodded and said he understood, and Eliza still couldn't wrap her head around why this didn't feel like a full-blown showdown with the rebels. Then Eliza plopped down, clapped both hands over her ears, and blurted that it was so mind-blowing her head was spinning right then. The protagonist shot back, asking how she was feeling. One of Eliza's soldiers warned, We've got to face the fallout now. And Eliza fired back. Then hand the enemy general to Alex. Alex froze. She was doing this because she trusted him, right? Then the protagonist tried to pitch his plan, but strangers suddenly cut him off, promising deadly revenge, and then ordered everyone to get ready. A brutal attack streaked toward Eliza, but Alex exploded into its path, intercepted it, and hurled it right back at the attackers. Every man crumpled to the ground, shouting curses, then immediately choking out apologies. Alex declared he wasn't their enemy anymore. The fight was finished. The man told him that 100 years ago, the emperor had forced them north, all the way to the border. He begged for the curse strangling their land to be lifted, because if it wasn't, nobody could ever come back to the sacred city of Zulan. Eliza leaned in and asked if he meant the natural tribe, then admitted she'd heard of a curse that kept people trapped up in the north, unable to leave. Alex jumped into the conversation and swore everything was fine, then told them they could head back there, and the men were left staring in shock. He declared the curse was gone and Zulan was officially in his territory. Everyone was stunned, and Alex shot back that he'd wiped it out with his own magic, while Eliza demanded to know if it was really true. The men stared at the protagonist and mocked him as stupid, so he rubbed his face and fired back with something they'd understand. Then he blasted one of them with fire. He screamed, then bam, the heat hit him and he realized the feeling was back, and everyone was shocked. Alex flashed a sweet smile and swore their problem was already handled. Then the men's faces erupted bright red. Then they dropped to their knees in front of him and poured out heartfelt thanks, insisting he was their god. The protagonist strode up to Eliza and asked if she'd travel to Zulan. She grinned and said yes, but only after she races back to the castle to grab her report. In the Zulani region of the Alexandrian Alliance, Alex leaned in and asked if he was right about it being around here, and the man nodded, saying he'd changed a whole lot. The old man pointed and said, "This is where we lived a full 100 years ago right here. There's an altar to our god." The other guys matched that breath and insisted they owned the land. Then one of them snapped that Alex and the others had wiped it out completely, with not a single trace left behind. Their ancestors' souls finally found peace in the altar, and then the protagonist clapped hard and beamed, swearing this mattered more than anything, so they had to bring it back where it belonged. Everyone at school kept firing the same question, was he really bringing it back? But Perestroika wouldn't resurrect history, and Alex just smirked, telling them, "Then watch." He clutched a stone in his palms and carved a pentagram into the ground, and then the protagonist stepped in, swearing he could fix it all back to the way it was. A buried altar suddenly surfaced from the ground, and one guy froze in shock, yelling that it was theirs, while the other snapped back that it was just a copy of his. Alex grinned and said it was real because he'd yanked it out with space-time magic, and the old man shot him the question again. The protagonist told them he didn't rebuild it, he carried it forward from that time, so the residents praised it, and he urged them to run a ritual to prove it was the real deal. Then the old man spilled his own blood on the altar. The blood started to surge, and the old man's eyes went wide as he blurted, "So you're really real." Then he leaned toward Mia Bella and asked if she was ready. She nodded back, snapped into focus, closed her eyes, and lifted her hands to face level. A storm of dark energy churned around her, and she couldn't stop picturing blood mixing then. A beat later, she snapped her eyes open. Alex stared at it and blurted out, "It's breathtaking." Then the crowd erupted in cheers, bragging about what they'd pulled off, calling her their light. But the old man leaned in and snapped the truth. This was a blood ritual, and it was being carried out on their most beautiful daughter. This is a charm of family prosperity, beauty handed down from one generation to the next. 100 years ago, the emperor couldn't have a girl like her, so he cursed their family. As he stared at Mia's smile, he couldn't help thinking she was the purest, most beautiful girl in the world. The old man snapped his gaze to him and ordered him to accept their gratitude, so Alex pressed again why in the world had he called him the vice-emperor. The man snapped back that Miabella was their treasure, and the protagonist just couldn't wrap his head around what that even meant. Later, the protagonist burst back home, and he wasn't alone because Miabella came with him. He grabbed his phone, called Angie, and told her, "I'm home." The girl slid up to them, cupped her face in her hands, and blushed so hard it was impossible to miss. Then Angie asked Alex if she was a princess, and she nodded, saying she was stunningly beautiful. Mia introduced herself and announced she'd be moving in with them starting today, then turned to Angie and told her it was great to finally meet her. This priceless treasure belongs to the natural tribe, and Alex tried to push it away, but refusing them would have crushed their pride. So the protagonist didn't hesitate, she took Mia in, and Mia whispered to God, begging him to spread the word that she was okay. Turns out, she was talking to Alex, and he told her to call him by his first name, only for her to shut that down and say she wasn't allowed. Then Alex leaned in and told her, flat out, she was older than him when she hesitated. The girl finally broke the silence and called him Alex. Angie gasped and demanded, "So the main guy is really Mia's god?" Mia nodded and admitted it. He'd saved her whole tribe. Then she whirled to Alex and said she knew he'd helped her too. The girl declared, "I swear it, Alex is a god reborn, here to save us all." Then Angie grinned so hard it lit up her face and said, "No wonder they call him that." And the protagonist couldn't help thinking she was starting to look more and more like her father. Alex thought, "I've heard the same stuff 100 times, but do I trust it?" Still, one thing felt real when people actually helped. It meant something. The protagonist stormed back to Mia and practically begged her to come with him, and soon they ended up in some cozy room, devouring cake and washing it down with tea. Angie casually dropped that Alex's parents were out, and he shot back that they just have to wait and see how they decided to roll out Mia to them. At that moment, he stared at Mia and thought she looked breathtaking, cup held so gracefully until, a split second later, he spotted the hand shaking. Amelia started plating the cake, while Alex kept his eyes on Mia, watching her rub her legs together, pure impatience bubbling over. Amelia shoved a slice of cake into her hands, told her to grip the plate, and Mia's mouth started watering the second she saw it. The protagonist leaned in and asked her if she really loved cake that much. She was still drooling, then she shook her head no, and the moment the guy smirked, he said he could tell she was lying. Her face instantly flared red. The girl snapped her hands over her face and tried to explain. Then she looked down and saw her dress was filthy, she told the others, asked what she should do, and buried her head in shame, saying she was such a slob. It hit Alex like a lightning bolt. This was how she truly looked, while Mia's embarrassment skyrocketed and she snapped that he was dead wrong. The girl sprang up, ready to bolt from the room, then her foot caught, she stumbled hard, and that cake she was holding dumped right onto herself. Mia burst into tears over the cake, and Amelia snapped back, "It's fine, we've got more," then pointed out the real problem: the dress needed cleaning, and she immediately stepped in to help. The girl broke into tears and kept apologizing, admitting she looked clumsy in front of them and swore the tribe's heir had to carry herself with grace. Then she insisted she needed to wash her dress. Mia said she'd been trained to keep it clean, but right then, she looked absolutely unhinged. Alex stared at her like his life depended on it. Angie came up, slid her hand into hers, and told her she got it because he looked straight up delicious. The girl nodded along. Mia asked what to do with the clothes since the dress was ridiculously expensive, and Alex told her, "Don't worry, I'll get you a brand new one." She tried to push on, but he shut her down, saying he'd already been handed the tribe's most priceless treasure, and he refused to take it without giving something back. He jumped up to keep his promise and swore he'd pick the most beautiful dress for her, only for it to instantly turn the girl beet red with embarrassment. Sometime later, Alex and Angie sank onto the living room couch, and right then, Mia finally came out, breathing out an apology for the wait, while Alex and Angie gawked at how she looked, straight up calling it delightful. The girl asked what they thought of her outfit, and they lit up and said it was wonderful. Alex nodded along and confirmed it right away. Mia promised she'd cherish it and swore nothing like that would ever happen again, while Alex flashed a smile and told her it was safe, truly safe. Right then, he snatched a mug of tea and poured it straight onto her dress. She froze in shock and demanded, "What are you doing, Gulp?" Mia stared at the dress, couldn't stop admiring it, and burst out that it looked clean again, like magic. Then Alex leaned in and grilled them about how it was so perfectly back. When the folks on Alex's land spotted him, they shouted his name, and right there the protagonist went, still choosing today to finally give Mia a tour of the place she'd been insisting on. I spotted a statue of the main character himself right there beside Astaroth, and the girl blurted out that their statues were popping up everywhere, while the boy froze for a second and said there were only going to be more and more of them. They say Astaroth, the goddess of fertility, favors him, so village after village raised statues of him in her honor. Mia tossed out the idea that, at this pace, something just like that might happen there, and she even pictured Alex stepping on a goddess's statue while Alex shot it down, saying he didn't think that would ever lead to a bountiful harvest. He silently braced for her anger, but out loud he shrugged and said, "We've already hit everything," then tossed out the idea of grabbing something sweet before they headed home. Boom. Her mood flipped instantly. Mia blurted out that she agreed right away and demanded they hurry, and he just laughed. Then he drew a magic circle on the ground and told her that once it started to move, she had to step straight in. They were hailed, and then the peasants stepped out with weapons in hand, swearing Alex wasn't getting away, and that's when he realized those shadows weren't harmless at all. They claimed they were the uprising survivors, then stared in disbelief. How could a kid like him slaughter their friends? Their plan was brutal: toss him to the pigs. They kept jabbering that he was unlucky, like he was the only one there. Then Naya snapped, saying, "I'm here too." The men turned to her and just called her pretty. Then the men lunged at the attack, bragging they'd deal with her later, only for the girl to sprint in front of Alex and shout, "Duck!" as she stepped up to shield him. Alex grabbed her hand to pull her focus, saying everything was fine and she shouldn't lift a finger. Then the men finally spotted the barrier right in front of them, and shock hit them all at once. Mia shot a surprised look when one of the men said he couldn't get any closer. She whipped around to the protagonist and demanded what he'd done, and he just said, "It's a barrier." He told me that barrier had to be smashed in order, so he built 2 barriers, then warned that if the first stone doesn't break through his traps, the percentage before them can't move at all. Then Mia blurted out, "Is it some kind of special power?" Alex nodded like, "Yeah, kinda," and one of the guys snapped back, "I'm way too smart for this." Then they came charging at him and shouted that they'd have to beat him first until the protagonist just stared them down. Right then, Alex unleashed his power, he snapped the handcuffs into place, and magical rings blazed around the men's wrists. The man erupted into screams and blurted out this terrifying excuse: "Those handcuffs only snap on when you do something criminal or reckless, and they come with a 3-year sentence. But if you stop pulling stupid stunts, they'll fade away on their own." Then the men screamed that he should just end them, and the protagonist shot back, ice cold and fearless, "You're going to live. Next." They hissed that he was talking nonsense because this was the only way they knew how to survive. One of the men tried to argue that they were aristocrats who didn't owe the crowd respect. Then Alex snapped his power back into action and launched them into motion, and the whole place erupted in screams. The men floated in the air for a heartbeat, then crashed to the ground right by Alex. If Mia hadn't yanked him out of the way, those men would have smashed into him. Mia shot him a question. What was this place? He told her it sat inside Carlisle's territory, but almost nobody lived here. Then he spun to the men and promised he'd lend them this sliver of family. The protagonist leaned in and told them they could tame this land and grow food for themselves. He'd hand them the tools and the money they'd need to survive the very first year. Then the men leaned in and swore they wouldn't kill them, they'd trap them instead, marching them straight into debt, because land wasn't enough. Alex finally saw what those people had endured, and the truth hit hard. The uprising happened because of him. Mia leaned in and demanded to know what he planned to do next. Then he snapped around to the men and declared, "You get 3 years if you don't put those handcuffs on. The land is yours to keep." If they so much as cracked one rule, he'd snatch every single thing from them, then lean in and demand, "So what do you think about the plan?" One of the men shot a suspicious look and demanded, "Is that really true?" Alex nodded, then declared he wanted all of them to live well. Then the same man asked the others if they were in, and every single one of them nodded, saying, "We'll do it. We won't get a chance like this again, not like this land." After a beat, Astaroth materialized right beside him the moment he called her name, and she immediately shot back, asking if he'd really called her. He asked if she'd caught every word, then told her he was aiming for a massive gap in the harvest between people who kept the law for 3 years and people who ignored it, and she said she understood. Then the girl scooted in close and whispered what he'd do once they finally got it, and he just told her to hold tight and wait because she'd see it soon enough. Mia watched it all and shot off the idea that if Alex ever became emperor, rebellions would be crushed for good. Then Alex whipped around and demanded, "What are you saying?" If Alex becomes emperor, rebellions will die off for good, at least that's what he claimed. But the other guy shot back, "It's not that easy. So many people are hungry for his power, and if he climbs to emperor, you can bet it'll spark the next brutal war." He wants Lisa to reach her dream of a peaceful country. Right then, and Hosen started attacking Mia. The shockwave slammed straight for the girl, and she just stood frozen praying, not fighting back. When she swept past the crowd, everyone froze in shock. Anji just stared and said it was wild how useless their attacks really were. The men closed in on the girl and told her she didn't look like she was struggling at all. Then Miller stepped in and said it was all because of Alex, and Eliza just stared like, "I never imagined I'd see the barrier used like that." The leader declared the purge went perfectly and the uprising was almost crushed, and she credits it all to Alex. Alex just grinned and said he was glad to serve. Eliza crowned Angie a princess, and now Angie will be Eliza's sister-in-law because they're half-sisters, and somehow they've clicked instantly. Hosen leaned in and asked Alex how many could cram into the barrier, him included. Alex answered, "Up to 7 people." The man nodded like he'd finally gotten the whole picture. Eliza shot the idea to name the barrier the 7-Star Pharmacy instead of a plow, but the man instantly shut it down. She snapped her head toward him and demanded to know why, and he told her it wasn't written in the title son-in-law. She nodded along, but Alex sat there quietly thinking. It didn't even matter right then. Someone shouted his name. A total stranger showed up at the fence outside their house and called out, asking if the main character was home. He lit up and said, "I'm here," and the guy went on to tell him she had to get something off her chest. He instantly felt this was serious, so he pushed for them to go inside, and Eliza went with them. After a while, they landed in the living room, and the guy blurted out an apology for showing up out of the blue, then warned that an uprising was about to erupt in the east, back in their homeland. Eliza tried to find the words, but he knew it would hit too hard, so he called her name, grabbed her hand, and steadied her. Then he snapped his gaze to the boy and demanded, "Are you telling the truth?" The boy nodded hard, and before he could even breathe, he blurted out that a man was rallying a rebellion and villages were flocking to him one after another. The kid dropped to his knees and blurted, "Please help us," over and over again, loud enough to shake the whole place. The protagonist asked if he truly meant for him to join their side, then he snapped back, saying he wanted him to stop the rebels, and he admitted he'd been hearing stories about Alex for a long time. Then he pushed the request again for help, and the boy stared back at him with a silent plea in his eyes while Alex leaned in, watching closely, and kept holding Eliza's hand. Right then, voices snapped in behind them. Hosen hissed that the Vice Emperor was being ordered to crush the rebellion, and Miller shot back that nobody had ever dared ask for that. Eliza yanked her hand back hard, and the men demanded, "So what's he planning to do?" Alex stared at the ceiling, thinking, "How do I stay out of this rebellion?" Then he grinned and told everyone, "Don't worry, I'll handle it." Later, at the uprising site, the men boomed that they'd rounded up a huge crowd, stocked up on everything they needed, and now it was time to strike. Then the main character burst up behind them and snapped, "It's over," and shut down their every move. He wasn't letting them run wild 1 second longer. The men started pressing them about the child, then swore he wouldn't slip through. "We'll deal with him right now." And the protagonist finally answered by unleashing his own strength. The shockwave slammed into them, blasting the men flying every which way, and all they could do was gasp in shock. Alex stepped up, introduced himself, and promised, "If you're angry at the government, tell me I'll listen," then leaned in and demanded to hear what happened. Turns out, living in reverence was the smarter move than clinging to a battle that was already lost, and the uprising got crushed before it could spread. Reincarnation here. Your past choices decide what you'll be doing next, because what you did before death shapes your future. The soul spun around, stunned, then blurted, "Wait, this is the afterlife for real." She reached out with trembling hands, pulled him close, and blurted that she'd been waiting for him all this time, then revealed her name, Sarah Borton. Right here, they're going to measure every single thing she did in her past life and decide what kind of life she gets next. And before she even died, she traded her own assets for medicine for the front, saving at least 10,000 lives. The soul nodded along, and when the girl heard it, she figured she didn't seem all that interested at all. Her soul screamed that it was over, and rage cracked through her as she blamed herself for accomplishing so little. If she still had the strength, she'd rip that tyrant's head off with her own hands. The girl leaned in and purred, "Darling, with a win like that, you're headed straight for S-Rank next life, but I've got a proposal." She demanded her soul answer one thing, "Am I ready to become Empress?" And her soul stared back, stunned, like, "Wait, are you really serious?" This outcome would be perfect for the Empress's life, and now the highest ranked officials are all locked in, hunting for that title. Then the girl leaned in and asked, "Are you sure you want to be the tyrant's kid?" And when the answer mattered, she said, "Your soul can change everything one choice at a time." The tyrant's reign only ends when his heir is born and raised, so it all falls on her shoulders to break him down. She even steps forward to become Empress, grabbing the power she's been craving her whole life. Then the soul snapped into control, and the girl blinked at its mood before it drove her to start the procedures, and she told it to just enjoy their new life, calling it Elizabeth Forsyth's son. Meanwhile, Mia went back for more sweets like she couldn't get enough, and Alex asked what happened. She just shrugged and apologized, admitting the flavor was way too delicious to resist. The protagonist flashed a grin and offered her a slice, but she shot him down fast, insisting it was Alex's cake. Then he caught her drooling again. The protagonist admitted he was still stunned, then blurted out, "Is this new magic?" The girl just shrugged and said she was still working on it. Alex was about to spill how he could take control of this thing, then his name suddenly got called. He whipped around and spotted Eliza right behind him. He shouted her name, she waved back, and asked how he was doing. Alex asked about the dress, and the girl's cheeks flared. She blurted that she had nothing else to wear. Then he raved that this dress fit her better than any other, and right after that, he leaned in and asked if she'd sit with him. She spun away to cover her face, let out a quiet chuckle, and nodded along. Then Alex shot up and yanked her chair back into place. She headed to the spot to thank him. Then her foot caught and she stumbled into a fall. He shouted her name on instinct, and when he looked over, he realized her dress had ridden up. She blurted out where he was staring, and her cheeks went scarlet with embarrassment, so he immediately spun away, stunned by how unexpected it all was. Eliza shrugged it off like it was nothing. She said her maid always swaps her clothes anyway, and that she never cared about seeing her underwear. Alex wasn't convinced, though, and just then, Mia ordered yet another slice of cake. Even after being reborn, he swore he was still the exact same person, so his heart hammered, like it knew something terrifying was coming. Eliza blurted out, "So what were you guys talking about?" And she swore it was all about control. Then Mia shot back that getting the power they needed is brutally hard. Alex just finished stacking a jaw-dropping 9-meter-tall rock garden in her backyard, so perfect it felt unreal. Then Eliza leaned in and asked, "How did you pull this off?" She swung back to the protagonist and told him, flat out, that he wasn't using any physical force. Then she challenged him, "So you don't train in martial arts?" He shrugged and said magic was usually the more useful weapon. Even so, he wanted something besides magic like fencing. Eliza just smiled and said, "That's adorable." The protagonist insisted he never meant to smash it, but the slide still had to be rebuilt and that was going to take time. Eliza burst into laughter and told Alex he could pull it off in no time. He's still a kid, sure, but he's growing fast, getting stronger every day, and soon he'll be able to protect her too. She froze at the sound of her own words, then quickly backpedaled, saying she meant his country, his empire, and when she finished, he just smiled like it was obvious, promising he'd protect it no matter what. Eliza sat there, reading like her life depended on it, and when she blurted out that she wanted to see the slide, Alex lit up, then instantly agreed and said, "Let's go." He spun back to the girls and told them, "We've got a long road ahead, stick right next to me." A moment later, they slid right up against him and asked if this was all right. He hesitated, then nodded. Yes, it felt fine, but honestly, he was secretly relieved he was still a kid. In Alexander's garden, there's this freaky mountain carved from stone, and he started training, then decided to swing his sword at it. But his sword snapped down almost to the very base like it had finally quit, and he couldn't help wondering if it had truly given up for good. Alex swore he'd followed the Philosopher's Stone exactly, but all he got was his energy drained for nothing. He stared at the metal and realized it wouldn't hold up for long, so he had to hunt down a real weapon worth the fight. And Ori Hulkan flashed through his mind right when his name got called. Turns out, it was Hosen. Right behind him stood a blonde young man he called Ruzin, and the protagonist couldn't help but wonder just who he was. The man bragged that this was his brand new partner, and the boy shot back, "I'm Coral Ruzan." Then he leaned in, like he'd been waiting to spill it. He'd heard everything about the main character. Alex sized him up from head to toe and caught it instantly. This guy was a swordsman, standing there with pure confidence on his face. And Hosen said, "Yeah, I'm new here, so I'm showing you around." Then the protagonist nodded like, "Got it, I understand." Hosen instantly clocked what Alex's sword had turned into, then pressed him. "Did you really choose to carry it?" Alex said he was just training, but Hosen wouldn't buy it and flat out denied ever realizing Alex wielded a blade. The boy said he'd heard the protagonist actually taught at a magic school, and he wanted Alex to show him a thing or two, only for Alex to agree and for Rosen to slam into them with an attack before he could even finish. The protagonist suddenly realized his sword was useless, and panic hit, so he unleashed his power and swung at Rosen with the hilt, leaving Rosen stunned. A heartbeat later, Rosen stared in shock. His hands were clutching the sword's hilt, and he couldn't even find words. Then the boy rushed to Alex, apologized, and swore he'd never be able to use the blade again. Then the protagonist brandished his sword and that chipped blade, claiming he'd faced this kind of mess before right then. He revealed he'd shattered it by accident with his magic. Alex leaned in and said the truth, and Hosen just burst out laughing, calling out, "What else should you expect from your son-in-law?" Rosmus got blindsided hard. The man told Alex to pick the right weapon, and Alex nodded, swearing he'd be furious if they kept smashing their gear. Then Hosen claimed that only some legendary beast, magical or even holy, would be the perfect match for the main character. Alex nodded along and agreed it'd be great, but admitted it wasn't easy to find, and Hosen shot back that he could easily talk his son-in-law into it while the protagonist still voiced his doubts. Right then, Alex's father stepped in, warned them this was coming, and revealed he'd been ready for it all along. The protagonist tried to pry meaning out of his father's words, but his father just smirked and said it was already waiting. Then a sword materialized on the table, and he admitted it was bought just for his son. Alex stared at the sword and felt it was holy, like something sacred was alive in the steel, with air whispering along its blade. Father said the holy sword won't just sit there, it picks its wielder, and not everyone's allowed to touch it, so Hosen stepped in and tried to force it to accept him. But he failed just like that. His father shook his head and told him it wasn't that simple, then urged Alex to give it another shot. He snapped his head toward the men and demanded why they were so sure he could pull it off, and they shot back. Unshaken that he absolutely could, Alex swung his hand for his sword. He snatched it up without a hitch, and then bam, light exploded around the sword, leaving the men staring in shock. They started talking about how they'd always known Alex was the only one who could use it, and Alex realized the stone really had reacted. Now he was fully certain this sword was sacred. The stone unfolded the holy sword's history right in front of him, filled with countless lives and legends. Then Alex gripped it tight and ready to swing. He unleashed his true form, slammed his sword downward, and boom, an unknown youth burst out of the blade, leaving everyone watching in stunned silence as they realized it was a holy sword. The young man spun to the protagonist and shot him a grateful smile, saying that because of him, he'd finally broken free and could go back to heaven again. Alex's father snapped his attention to him and demanded to know what happened. And Alex blurted that the boss was sealed inside the sword. Then the truth hit hard. God said he'd been condemned for sin and had been waiting for this release for ages. He spun back to Alex, thanked him again, then demanded, "So you're one of the gods?" Alex shook his head. "Nope, I'm human." Then the god thanked him one more time, slammed the words "human child" into the air, and vanished in a blink. And when he turned to his father, he apologized for the sword, but they couldn't even react because they were staring in stunned disbelief at how the god had freed himself. Alex stared at his shattered sword again, and the truth hit hard. He couldn't swing it anymore, so he knew he had to hunt down a new blade. The protagonist stared at his statue, and it looked like some mystery creature had chewed it to pieces. He grimaced. "This is horrible." And Mia snapped back. "Yeah, it looks like it's been eaten alive by worms." This is Shisk Village Laura. The leader yanked him aside and said something was seriously wrong, so he and Mia hurried over, and the woman warned them a terrifying monster had just shown up. The protagonist pressed her again about the monster, and she snapped back that it was a bug monster, then she peeled it onto her palms right in front of him. They stared at him like he was a mystery, and it finally hit them how tiny he really was. Seconds later, the beetle shot out of the woman's hands and started munching on Mia's dress, leaving everyone utterly stunned. Alex ripped off his coat and then shoved it straight into the army's hands, while he checked on the girl, asking if she was okay, and she shot back that everything was fine. The woman blurted, "I'm sorry, I didn't think he'd attack," then shot a question at Alex. "Is the dress magical?" Alex nodded and said it was built just for careless Mia, and it would heal itself. Moments later, the dress looked brand new again, and the woman snatched the beetle back up, explaining that it devours stuff laced with magical energy to recharge its strength. Alex finally got it. That's why it tore into the statue. Beetle couldn't care less about crops, buildings, or commoners if it ain't drenched in magic. It's useless to him. But Alex's stone statue, that one's different. The protagonist said he finally understood, and right then it hit him these statues had to be blessed by Astaroth, the goddess of fertility, so yeah, that's why he couldn't stop admiring them. She shoved a gnawed-up bag into his hands and snapped that he'd basically already eaten it, so it was trash now, but turns out it was forged from the claw of a calamity. Alex snapped that they had to get rid of them ASAP, and the woman shot back that you don't attack the beetle while it's shrinking. If the protagonist goes for it, it'll snap up Mia herself. Then the bug shot back and landed right on the girl's dress, and panic hit her like a lightning strike. Alex snatched it up and bragged that it wasn't some weak beetle. Then it buzzed and writhed in his hands like it wanted blood, and right there, he decided, I have to try this, so he unleashed a magic attack, tore it free from his grip, and struck. The woman demanded to know if it worked, then gushed that she was so happy she'd called the protagonist. He spun around and admitted he'd only killed one, then confessed he had a plan cooking. He unveiled his brand new statue, and it practically dazzled in the light until the woman was completely baffled by what she was seeing then. Right in that moment, one of the men shouted his name and called him over to show him something. Alex realized the snooze beetles had already swarmed up to the statue to feast, called it out, then waved it off. Don't worry, it's all good, just watch. Right after the beetle took a bite out of the statue, it got obliterated on the spot, and Mia couldn't believe it when it happened again. Alex swore he'd packed his magic right here one bite, and their bodies would instantly swell and burst open. The woman shot back. So what happens if we all team up and gobble everything at once? The protagonist swore he'd seen it all coming, and the bitten off part had already been restored. He made it regenerate like Mia's dress, so there was no way it was getting eaten again. The woman beamed and told him how thrilled she was that she'd asked for his help. Mia smiled right back. Then suddenly, she snapped her gaze to something else. The girl watched a beetle clutch a splinter in its paws, and she couldn't stop wondering what it planned to do with it until the protagonist guessed it was headed straight back to the nest. Mia pushed again for answers about the nest, and Alex snapped back that he was putting it there so his friends could eat, but that's just the tip of the iceberg. Because this new article leaves one terrifying question hanging: what's going to happen to them next? Then he grinned and promised, "You'll all explode right there so we can wipe them out completely." The woman thanked him, and Mia just nodded like, "Yup, that's exactly what Alex figured." Alex swore he'd craft her a brand new bag the moment he got his hands on a fresh claw, and then the reports rolled in. The beetle population was wiped out completely. Later, they swept back home as a brand new day broke open, and Angie dashed up to Alex to shout, "Good morning." He wished her the same back and shot. "Did you sleep well?" She grinned and said yes. Then Alex proposed they make out outside, and she eagerly agreed, telling him she'd learned a brand new spell the day before. Angie told him to look. Then she lifted a brand new wand right up to her face, and when he stared, he demanded to know what on earth was wrong with it. The girl stared at her hard and caught it. Her magic was failing. Just then, Amelia came sprinting over and shouted the protagonist's name, and when he asked what happened, she snapped that it was too hard to put into words. Her nerves were razor tight, and she blurted out that the magic had vanished from the entire house. Then Alex pushed her to explain it all over again. Mia's scream tore through the air, so he shoved Angie back to her room, bolted for Mia, flung open her door, and shouted her name. He tried to blurt out what happened, but the moment he saw she was in her underwear, everything hit too fast. She screamed. He shot out an apology, then bolted from her room, clutching his chest. He couldn't stop thinking about how wildly unexpected it all was. After a while, he finally marched back to his father and laid out the whole story. Then his father calmly summed it up. Not everyone could use magic at home, and Calamite was so sick he couldn't even move. Then the man said this could only mean one thing. Something had messed with the magic itself, and Alex nodded along, fully on board. He told them Mia's dress was forged by Magic 6, and that's why it vanished too. Just like the rest, father snapped, calling it absolutely terrible. Then he spun toward the protagonist and demanded, "Is it working?" The protagonist nodded and said he could manage with just a little under half of his powers. His father replayed his final words over and over, staring into the void, like he couldn't believe what had triggered all of this, while Alex admitted he had no clue yet. With the flame still blazing in his palm, the protagonist started pacing the room, and it hit him. Everything felt like it was shrinking toward one side, like the source of the trouble was hiding right there. His father nodded and declared they were hitting the search. No one in the house was staying behind. Everyone was coming. Amelia hurried up to the protagonist and told him about a weird, oddly shaped tree in the yard, and his father snapped that she should lead the way, so they followed her until they finally stepped into the garden and reached the tree. The protagonist was sure right here, at the bottom of the tree, something sinister squirmed a swarm of beetles. Alex nodded and said he'd figured it out. Those bugs feast on power, so they can't steal it and use it. His father snapped around and asked if he could exterminate them, and the protagonist nodded yes. Then, right then, a stranger started pushing back, doubting they even meant to finish the job. It turns out the Beetle Queen was behind it all, and she flat out told him he couldn't do it, then promised she'd settle the score and avenge her kin. The father started to explain who she was, but the protagonist already cracked the truth and vowed he'd take care of her. Then Queen Zukov cut in and snarled that he was useless. Alex surged toward her, thrust his hand forward, and unleashed his magic. Everyone froze, breath caught in their throats. But this time the attack hit a brick wall and he froze in shock, because last time it had worked perfectly. The queen burst into laughter and dared him to try it again, and that's when the truth hit. She and her people were sharper than he ever imagined. Because his attacks were done, they wouldn't land a second time. The queen declared that with the magic cut off, they were untouchable, then urged him to strike. Disappointment crushed the protagonist, and right then, he unleashed a massive surge of power. The queen blinked in shock and demanded how he could work magic when no one else could even touch it. He just smirked back that he could use it too, but only at half power, and he made it crystal clear they weren't getting to do whatever they wanted. The girl said it was wild she hadn't seen an S-rank show up here in forever, and she swore that everything would be perfect in his next life. The protagonist snapped his eyes open. There he was, on the cold ground with his back pinned to a tree, and the whole scene hit him like deja vu, unmistakable and unreal. Right then, something started buzzing in his hand. He yelped, snapped his grip around it, and realized it was a beetle egg. Carlisle's estate sits miles from these mountains, and he trekked all the way here to hunt beetle eggs because their queen just barely dodged extermination, and now they're starting to evolve. If this keeps going, everything's going to spin out of control fast, so he has to act now before it's too late. In the very far corner of the nest sat a colossal egg, and it looked exactly like what he'd been hunting for. He told himself the insect normally drops a bunch of eggs, but right here, just one. So that had to mean this egg was special. He clutched the Philosopher's Stone, stared down at his own hand, and declared he was right like the proof was written in his skin. The Philosopher's Stone claims every beetle's soul is tied to a magical network, so if one dies, the others won't get a replacement unless that death triggers it. And the moment one beetle crushes the queen, that beetle steps right into her throne. He dropped into a crouch, pressed his hand to the egg, and let evil thoughts spiral, then the shell split open right then. After a while, a fresh beetle finally hatched from the egg, and it was ridiculously cute, with two little horns sticking out from its head. Staring at him, Alex felt like he'd stumbled into a whole different world. This wasn't how he pictured things at all then. Right then and there, the beetle leaned in and demanded, "So who are you?" The protagonist caught that the beetle's voice was clearly feminine, meaning she was a girl, so he introduced himself, then leaned in and asked if she was hungry and whether she ate food like that. Sniffing the air, the queen caught the scent of something magical, a stone. Plain as day, Alex sat there, silently thinking, "You're fascinating." Then he nodded along, confirming it, and asked her straight up if she really didn't want it. She shot back, dead serious, and told him flat out she'd never touch it because it felt like poison. The protagonist leaned in and asked, "Do you remember anything from your past life?" But the queen just stared at the floor, and the silence swallowed her whole as her thoughts drifted away. He said it loud and crystal clear, then his mind clicked. If that beetle carried these memories, it had to be pushing evolution even further. The protagonist smiled and told her not to worry, this wasn't some curse, just a plain stone he'd forged that morning, and it came with 3 big effects. A taste of life, a whisper of death, and once she drinks it, hunger will never crawl back again because the queen insists it's only a dream and warns everyone not to chase that hunger feeling. Alex nodded along, then his mind raced because the Philosopher's Stone, the stone of the highest, wasn't just rare, it was the hardest power in all of his grasp. "So tell me," he pressed, "what would you do?" The protagonist declared that living without death is pure gold, then told her to go try it herself, because in his mind, only one queen can bring new offspring into the world, and if she doesn't die, there's no way a new one gets born. Right then, the queen snapped into action and demanded immortality. When she spoke, the room went dead silent, and the stone immediately started turning the beetle into something else. Alex shut his eyes, and instantly, the girl burst into view before the Soul Queen, asking straight up if she wanted to live forever, then flashing her status like a threat. She was an S-rank, and she could pull off all kinds of insane feats. The queen sat frozen in disbelief, hearing that heavenly voice and swearing it had to be a dream because deep down, she knew this child had been a good soul in her past lives too. After what felt like forever, the queen finally jolted awake right there in the protagonist's arms, and he swept her into his home, thinking, "I've got an immortal queen now." The beetles weren't getting paid and weren't changing anymore, right? Then the queen grilled him again about the house, and he snapped that he'd tell his parents she was only his pet. He swore he'd name her Pichon, betting her parents would finally smile. Then he declared they were going home, and deep down he couldn't believe how easy it felt. Suddenly, the beetle sprang out of his hands and bolted into the unknown, and Alex just stood there thinking, is she doing this again? She must have adored the garden, but he couldn't shake the fear she'd messed something up. Alex yelled it was training time, but he still hadn't found a weapon that could actually land a physical hit, because if he shook it, everyone nearby would just collapse into nothing. He's got power to spare with just bare hands, so when he realizes Ori Hulkin can't even crank out half of that, he's sure there are weapons far better than this, and right as that thought hits, something gently tugs at his leg. It turned out, a beetle was rubbing its legs against his skin. Alex dropped into a squat and demanded what was going on, then he noticed the beetle pushing him. Those little shards, he stared at her and asked if she'd really gathered them herself. Suddenly, Alex felt this wild, incredible energy surge through him, so the queen leaned in and asked if he wanted to know why. And Alex just shook his head, saying he couldn't even find words to describe it. The protagonist realized all that was left were stubborn habits, and that one metal object still pulsed with boosted magical power. Alex bragged that this metal was even better than Ori Halcon, then leaned in and demanded, "So is this really Kairokan?" "It's the strongest metal way beyond any noodle can." Then he stared at the beetle and thought, "Yeah, this is perfect." At that exact moment, the queen lunged for the stone and Alex's mind flashed, wait, is she seriously thinking it's edible? So he hurried in, correcting her before she could see it that way. The stone blazed like pure gold, sharper than Orihulkan, perfect for channeling energy. And he even wondered if it could be made stronger. Then he started picturing weapons carved from it, spun toward Pichon, and demanded she go hunt down more. When he asked, the queen snapped her gaze to him, then bolted, vanishing into some unknown direction, and the rock in front of him looked exactly like Mount Torreson. Yet, he felt not a single trace of energy in it. Moments later, the beetle zipped back with a scrap of metal, and the protagonist snatched it up, declaring it a hurricane. So did she really score it just for him? He urged her to not wear herself out. 3 days later, that massive mountain of stone sat piled on the house floor, and the protagonist gently brushed the beetle's back, praising her like, "Good work." The beetle snapped back that it wasn't even worth complimenting. Alex said the Philosopher's Stone could let a longsword be forged from that exact amount, but first, that metal had to be melted down. The protagonist hurled his fire at it, but it didn't budge nothing, not a flicker, so he clenched his jaw and refused to quit, scrambling for a whole new angle. He tried again and again, but nothing shifted, so he snapped and went straight for the Philosopher's Stone, tapping into its magic to try to force the power that originally created him to work. Right then, the protagonist realized he was unleashing twice the power of an SS rank, and the next second, he melted the mass for his sword like it was nothing. Right then, a mystery voice broke in and told him he could be even more useful than he ever thought, so he immediately wondered if the Philosopher's Stone was finally talking to him. After a while, a brand new sword snapped into his hands, and he gripped it like he was seconds from slashing the air, Alex's mind instantly racing back to what he'd just done, a blade forged from Heracon and the Philosopher's Stone, the kind of sword that simply wouldn't break. After a while, he started training hard with that sword, then he snatched a tiny leaf out of the air, grinned, and announced that his magical slashing attack finally worked. Eliza finally told him the sword was perfect, and Alex knew he could fight at full power. Then the moment he found the stone, pure joy exploded through the protagonist. The girl blurted that she was dying to know how he'd tracked down such a miraculous metal, then pressed him for answers only to get nothing but silence in return. So she shoved the question further and demanded how he still hadn't gotten used to the sword. Eliza snapped out that he couldn't cut a single leaf. He let out a heavy sigh and shook his head, then launched straight into showing off his sword skills. Alex didn't hesitate for a second. He sliced the leaves instantly, then admitted he could have cut her too if he'd wanted, but he chose to seize total control of his power instead. Eliza's mouth fell open at his words, and she snapped back. "That's what you're really like." He just stared at her, totally lost, and asked, "Wait, what do you mean?" The girl flashed a smile and told him she didn't mean anything by it, and he grinned back saying it was totally fine. Angie and Alex took off on a trip together, both only 12, then she grilled him. "Are you sure it's really a cave?" And he snapped, "Yeah, it is." Today, the locals begged them to come to Zahor's because things were vanishing, and with a magical trail lighting the way, they tracked it straight to the source. She shot him a smile as he reached over, pressed a hairbow into her hands, and told her he'd poured the queen beetle's magic into it, so if she ever dropped it, it would still shield her from magic's effects. She snatched the gift into her hands, beamed that Alex had given it to her to watch over, then thanked him like it meant the world. Then the protagonist snapped that they had to hit the cave and told her to cling to him, so she nodded and clutched on. They stepped inside, and Alex blinked in disbelief at how much roomier it felt than he'd imagined, while Angie immediately covered her nose, grimacing at that weird smell, like they'd walked straight into a hot springs. The protagonist hissed for her to be quiet, and right then, a basilisk and a minotaur burst into the cave. Angie said those vibes were totally creepy, then demanded, "So what are we doing?" Alex smirked and promised, "I'll slap a bow on him to blind him, then the basilisk will fire off its magic." The girl demanded, "Will it all definitely be okay?" And he shot back, "If anything goes wrong, I'll draw my sword and defend myself." Suddenly, the protagonist spotted the missing items, and his gut told him he had to stop the basilisk first, because if it struck Angie, she'd be immobilized. Alex demanded answers from the monsters, furious that they'd stolen people's crops and clothes, and the Minotaur finally admitted it was all a trap to lure more creatures like it into the cave. Then it even thanked Alex for taking care of the basilisk. The enemy snarled that he'd gnaw every last bone from him, and from every soul in this city too, but then time ran out before he could strike. The protagonist swung his sword one snap, and the Minotaur's head flew off the monster, hit the ground, lifeless. Alex spun around and warned them that if they planned to hurt people, they shouldn't count on mercy. Then he couldn't shake the question of why they even needed the residents' items. Moments later, he strode up to Angie and tapped her shoulder, and she breathed out, saying she was just relieved he was okay. He then told her he wanted to look around. And her surprise hit instantly. Right then, Angie's support gave out, and she went tumbling. Alex sprang up in a blur and caught her before she hit the ground. The protagonist snapped a curse and swore they'd already gone miles, then admitted they figured they were trapped inside some dungeon, because this place didn't feel natural at all. Then the wall suddenly warmed under Alex's hand while he was still buried in his thoughts. Angie yanked him back and told him to look where he'd pointed, and that's when he spotted a whole pack of monsters. Staring them down, the main character felt that sharp anger rise, and it was like the enemies were begging for a showdown. That whole vibe felt seriously weird. Right then, a stranger burst into view before them and said he'd been waiting for them all along. He clocked that it was a kid, but he still refused to just shoo him away. Some mystery voice dropped this hard truth. Time is a river, each wave crashes in and devours the last one as it goes. When the man brought up the last wave, Alex's stomach dropped. He thought the guy meant him. After all, this stranger was braced for a strike, because the unknown weren't supposed to do anything except crash through and tear into the city. The main character snapped that the guy's nothing but a lousy actor and that he's only stalling to buy time. The man pressed him again, and Alex shot back that he should follow the spiritual book's advice. Then Alex grinned and said, "I'm feeding them now because they're already in my stomach." Angie snapped that they had to get out or they'd all be digested, so he fired back that they had to get rid of everything first, and the second the girl caught on, she realized he was sealing the whole building. The protagonist said they'd have to break him loose, then whipped around to the girl and warned her to stay sharp. She nodded and agreed. After a while, they realized everything was vanished. No stone, no gear, nothing. Alex's gut told him this wasn't some normal cave. It felt like a giant beast waiting to swallow them, so he snapped to action and rushed to report it to the city. After a while, they finally rolled up to a hotel in Seahorse, took a seat with another man, and the stranger demanded they touch him. Angie didn't hesitate. The woman swore they were meant for each other, and Angie couldn't stop staring. It was the first time she'd ever seen something so clearly, and she told Alex she was just happy she and Alex were finally connected. 8X nodded, grinning like he'd cracked the perfect secret, and told her she was, at the end of the day, his wife Angie. Angie smiled back, warm and easy. The girl asked if it was time to head out and meet the girls, and he flashed a grin, "Yeah, let's go." Angie and Alex hit the city streets, and she kept pacing in circles, whipping her head left and right. Then the protagonist shouted her name, and Angie snapped back that they were all glowing. They figured it had to be some wild hot spring effect, and the protagonist couldn't stop raving about how insanely amazing it was. Alex couldn't shake the memory of that day they blew a chunk out of the mountain Angie had snapped that leaving her other job wasn't right, and Alex had brushed it off like, "Don't worry, everything's fine for now." After a while, something wild started transforming the mountain, and the protagonist clutched Angie close because he could finally feel it the mountain was healing. Alex shot back that it was all just a mirage. He'd forged a barrier that could briefly mimic the mountain itself. He rose up on his tiptoes and snapped out, like a vow, that this was what magic through weakness really looked like. When the Hierophant locks in with the Philosopher's Stone, the energy surges like crazy. Alex swore it turns that single lump of magic into a whole mountain. Angie let out a shaky sigh and said it all began to burn once upon a time. There was a mountain sage called the Guardian of the Mountains, a man who could raise the dead and use magic to create matter itself. He spun around and swore that the weight in his gut would blend into everything around him. Then, after just one day, he'd pull himself back into perfect shape. Angie grinned and said Alex had used the great sage's magic, and Alex shot back that the sword made everything move way faster than the boy quietly thought about snagging a pebble from the place as a souvenir. After a while, Eliza and the other girls shouted at them, and Alex and Angie whipped around to face the sound. Eliza was with Mia and Shalmei too. Alex cheered them on, and the girl practically bounced with excitement. "Let's hit the hot springs," because she swore the water would make them even more beautiful, while the boy leaned in and said the magic in the spring water turned it into a magical soak with special effects. Xiaomei tiptoed up to the protagonist, slipped her hands together, and when she looked him in the eye, that sweet smile lit up her face as she poured out her thanks for the invitation. He leaned in and told her she looked fresh in her clothes, and the color rushed into her cheeks. She blushed hard. She blurted out thanks again, then he grinned and told her to soak up the visit while she still had the chance. After a while, they all burst into the hot springs, and Angie's eyes lit up at the insanely amazing smell. Then Eliza swung around and told her she didn't need to wrap herself in a towel. His Imperial Majesty started needling her, pushing her to toss the towel fast, and Angie freaked out, squealing at him not to push her so hard. Mia couldn't stop smiling. She told Xiaomei that the glow was real and that the water felt unbelievably good. One of the girls leaned in and said the main character would hand out yukatas a little later, and then one of them blurted, "Wait, is that really what Angie's wearing?" Right then, Alex was stuck all alone in the source steam choking the air, so he clamped down on his instincts, because even if he couldn't see much, he still had to hold himself back. Xiaomi caught Alexander's eye and asked what those glasses were all about. Then he flipped it right back, asking if she'd ever heard of the reincarnation court. And Xiaomi shot back, "Yeah, I have." She told him that every choice from her past life slams its way into her current rank, and when he snaps on those glasses, he can instantly see what rank everyone's stuck with. She said it was cool, then leaned in and asked if he'd show her his rank too, so he asked, "Do you really want to know?" And she shot back that she was genuinely dying to find out. Chalmei admitted she was scared the outcome would shatter her hopes, and he shot back that he was sure she'd land a bright future. He swore it. Then he kept his thoughts to himself. That's exactly why she was sitting at rank A. The girl thanked him, then leaned in and said, "If that mean character says it, you know it's the truth." Cham said the man who once saved humanity from the Silver Plague had to be one of Alex's reincarnations, yet he shot it down hard, insisting the plague had already crushed humanity by 10%. The hero who stopped this disaster would have been worshipped like a god, so instead of dwelling on it, he cut it off and told them, "We've made it to the Biomagic Academy." Director Ethan warned him that something was seriously off at the academy. He said they'd been teaching summoning techniques, but they'd gone dark and lost contact just a few days ago. The protagonist snapped that something here was totally off because this academy is crucial in emergencies and they have to stay in constant contact. The director admitted he feared it had gone way too serious and asked Alex to take a look. Alex just grinned and said he'd be there. When he and his girlfriend started scanning the place, he swore it was empty, no people, no scuffles, no signs of a fight, so he pushed to look somewhere else, and she nodded right away. Right then, they spun around and froze because two gigantic creatures stood right in front of them, and Xiaomi blurted, "So you're the monsters, huh?" Since they'd just attacked the people. While the main character was grilling the situation in his head, the girl promised she'd help, then exploded into an attack, and he snapped into action, trying to stop her. Alex squinted through the glasses and swore he could feel a C-rank soul trapped inside. No way that kind of soul ends up as a monster. Sure, there are plenty of body swap spells out there, but before any of that, one critical thing has to happen. The hero shot up to the creatures and slashed them down with his sword. Then, just a few heartbeats later, the monsters crumpled back into humans. The boy rushed up, grabbed their attention, and blurted, "Thank God you're breathing." Right then, a dark sludge swallowed the girl whole, and he shot out her name without hesitation. Alex started yelling at her to freeze he'd help her, while Xiaomei screamed back that she'd been swapped too, and Alex kept insisting she wouldn't move a single step. At that exact moment, the hero slashed his sword straight through the creature. And just a few heartbeats later, Shame's body showed up and he rushed over, asking if she was okay, only for her to fire back. "How did you know it was me?" The protagonist insisted he'd never confuse her with anyone else, and when the girl blushed, she caught herself thinking, "Wow, he's seriously cool." Alex asked if she felt sick, and she snapped back that it was just shock, everything was fine now. He told her, "Come on, walk with me," and as they moved, it felt like her magic was crawling straight into him. Everybody knows it, the court of reincarnation ranks souls in this world. S is reserved for angels or gods. A to C belong to humans, and D is where animals and monsters get tossed. The creature's power lives and dies by its rank. Then the protagonist leaned in and asked Xiaomei if she got what he meant, and she nodded right away, saying yes. A sorcerer once cooked up the Herschel spell, one that can rip two objects' bodies apart and swap them, and the very moment it was born, he started swapping bodies of people and monsters like it was a game. At first, he only wondered if a soul would keep its rank after a body swap, but then, somehow, the replacements didn't just survive, they climbed and boosted their original rank. After about a month, their self-worth crumbled, and they got yanked around like puppets by the one who cast the spell. The sorcerer was so drunk on that power that he marched straight into building a massive army. And yeah, he wasn't just evil, he was planning to take over the world. The very same disaster that wiped out 10 of everyone. The second Xiaomei heard that, her mind snapped to one terrifying thought. The magic used at the academy might be the same kind. He cut her off mid-sentence, flashed a confident smile, and said it was probably Herschel, because at this academy, some people are actively trying to bring back the Silver Plague. Every student here can use magic. Most are practically top tier, so they're the perfect picks for the army. If they weren't yanked to safety in time, those students would have been in real trouble. Then he snapped his head toward the girl and asked if she had any ideas, and she nodded yes, right, as a massive shadow loomed behind her. A hooded stranger lunged at her, but the protagonist slammed the attack down only to leave the man reeling when he suddenly found himself bound by restraint magic. The protagonist blurted that he finally got it, and the stranger snapped, "How would you even know?" Alex just smirked and said he'd felt it earlier that day. The boy grinned and said he'd rigged it so the moment the man tried to use magic, guards would snap the cuffs on him. No escape, no chance his grandpa was the one in charge, and the stranger just scoffed back. "Don't kid yourself, you haven't won yet." The man shot back that this place was his shadow world. Then he praised Marcosius to the skies and called him a truly good man. As soon as the protagonist blurted out the name, he whipped his head around and spotted a boy with wings jutting from his back. Xiaomei pointed them out too. And Alex snapped back that, in his mind, he'd stopped being human. The stranger said that was the whole truth of Herschel's perfect form. Then he yanked the angel's place and filled it with his own dead student. The protagonist mimicked the last word right back at him, then demanded, "So you're that teacher, how's that even possible?" The man only grinned and said the academy was the perfect place for experiments and they had plenty of them. The man shot back that even the angels couldn't compare to this guy, so if the opponent wasn't a god, there was no way he'd ever beat him. The protagonist was convinced the glasses really meant he had an angel soul, and he couldn't stop asking who saw it, how long ago, and where on earth his human soul had gone. Xiaomei called him by name, and he reassured her, told her everything would be fine, and begged her not to worry until the man snapped back that it was already too late. Then he turned and called the angel by name. The stranger ordered him to spill the protagonist's blood and the girl's right there on the spot. And as soon as that command hit the air, Marcosius tore into them. The man declared there'd be no escape until one of them finally dropped, and these angels, they're perfect for crushing low-ranking foes, just as long as they make sure nothing bad hits them, because once it starts, it'll all be over in the blink of an eye. He couldn't believe it, this power hit harder than anything he'd ever felt from Azazel or the goddess Astaroth. The boy barely hesitated, he yanked out his sword and lunged at Marcosius, and just like that, Marcosius got knocked down. The stranger reeled when his greatest creation got crushed, then demanded whether the protagonist really beat an angel. The angel shot back that he was gutted, he truly believed the protagonist was the superior one. He said he definitely heard the whispers about the Vice Emperor, but this was way beyond what he expected, and Alex pressed him about when he removed the limiter. The guy just stared and admitted he didn't even know. Right then, the stranger snapped a spell on the fallen angel, yanking him back into his true form. Alex whispered that he'd undone Herschel's curse, and he couldn't stop wondering what this mysterious guy would do next. The man barked at him to stare where he pointed, while clutching an angel in one hand and a beetle in the other. Alex instantly knew what was coming. Then the stranger hurled the Herschel spell again. The protagonist stared as the angel's body started to twist and change then. Boom! Wings sprouted on the beetle's back. Alex watched it and snapped. They switched places. Right then, the angel's body crashed to the ground and the beetle immediately surged into the attack. The protagonist felt this attack was even nastier than the last one. Then the man leaned in and said he'd tell them something important, because the spell's power spikes based on how far apart the two ranks are. Shami snapped to it and started picturing the formulas like they were right in front of him, and just then, the stranger declared his rank had jumped to SSS power on the level of God. His words scared the girl out of her wits, but the man just smirked. Isn't that amazing? And Alex wasn't fazed at all, so he pulled out his magic. Then, out of nowhere, his adult self showed up right in front of him. Xiaomei snapped into action and demanded answers, and the stranger shot back. Whether it was truly a homunculus, Alex raised his wand and cast a Herschel spell. Once the power had been used, the protagonist declared that his rank had now reached SSS. Then the stranger burst into laughter and mocked him, saying no human could ever pull that off. The man claimed he had to take his body, then snapped his attention to Marcosius, and the battle erupted. After a few tense moments, the protagonist finally struck the beetle wham, and it crumpled to the ground. Beaten Alex even blurted out that it wasn't half bad for someone of such low rank. The hero leaned in and demanded to know how he'd awakened. He told them the man had been controlling him, then he tore off the spell himself, and the danger was gone. They told him they could recall how they used to control him, but they had no clue who that mysterious person even was. The boy got showered with thanks for saving the day, and the hero promised, "Just say the word, I'll always be there," then burst with pure relief that the angel was finally safe. The girl snapped that they had to track down the remaining teachers and students, and the boy grinned back he'd already beaten the leader, so they'd be fine from here. The angel snapped to it. There was no wound on them at all. He told everyone he'd shipped the replaced monsters back to where they belonged. And that was the whole story. He let out a huge breath. Everything was finally okay. Alright, he got thanked. It was the director of the Magic Academy. He sees it all. So when he finally tried to thank them, the words just wouldn't come. Thanks to that guy, everyone stayed safe, but the man couldn't shake one burning problem that kept gnawing at him. He told everyone she was there, lying awake then, like a mystery wrapped in silence. Nobody has a clue what happened to her. A man made of crystal stood there, shining like a living gem. He blurted, "I've never seen anything like this." And even with all that creepy energy, he still couldn't bring himself to call her a monster. The hero figured she'd slipped in with them from that shadow dimension. He couldn't figure out what rank she carried, and it felt like more than one soul was trapped inside her. The boy's eyes snapped onto the Philosopher's Stone. Everyone was left in the dark, completely stunned by what was happening. The guy threw out the release. These were the souls that got torn away and sacrificed in the Silver Plague. Suddenly, they were all trapped with no way out, and then, out of nowhere, a crystal lit up and appeared. The girl bowed to the souls and told them, straight to the point, to start planning their next life. They've endured pain for centuries, and now finally their reward is coming. Most of them will score an A or B, and boom, they get to savor their next life. And finally, these souls burst through to their destination safe, sound, and right on time. People nearby started buzzing about what just went down, like the whole crowd couldn't keep it to themselves. It felt like the entire country leaned in to watch the liberated souls face their trial. The woman swore she'd heard of the boy, how he forged the empire, terrified the whole world, and served as their patron. Then the hero shot back a grateful thank you. She swore she saw him, and now everyone's treating it like a sign, like having a child right now will magically make their lives feel complete. Hope doesn't just brighten the sky, it powers an entire country, and the protagonist gives it strength that hits harder than steel. So from this day forward, everyone will call him the father of the nation. The boy thanked her for her kindness, and after that incident, kids started showing up with all kinds of wild talents. And the father of the nation's name is etched in the history books. Now the whole world is about to light up with good guys ranked SSS. The hero stared at the star ahead, and it burned so bright it felt unreal. The man finally tracked down the boyfriend he'd been chasing. He told me that everything was suddenly getting wild in the best way. The girls were buzzing with pure anticipation, waiting for something big to finally happen. It felt like they'd just uncovered pregnant girls for the very first time. The boy swore he was over the moon, but he had no clue why he'd dragged 3 pregnant women to the place, so the man shot back that he'd built this chance for him, and he absolutely couldn't let it slip. Who was he? After the souls were freed, Birth rates in the world exploded, so he seized the moment. The main character grinned and told them he couldn't wait for them to be born. Hosen looked up and said the night sky was blazing brighter than ever. He prayed this wasn't some grim omen, then the star started to fall. She shot straight toward them, blazing through the air with no hesitation. A girl dropped right beside them, blurted out that she'd finally meet the main character's dad, and announced, "We're face to face at last." She wasn't just alive, she was a soul reborn, trapped in a brand new human body. A rumor hit her, she was the only soul out of 10 million to reach Ss-Rank. Now she craved one thing: to be ordinary again, and to get reborn into that rank, she'd have to crawl into someone's life as their child. So now she's their kid. Turns out the new kid wasn't new at all, he was a reincarnated child. The girl blurted out questions about her mother, and the hero shot back that it was messy and they'd talk about it inside the room. She pressed him and asked when he planned to have a child, and he shot back that he wasn't ready to bring one into the world, not now. The girl insisted this was a totally normal age for nobles, and the protagonist snapped back that he already had a fiancée he'd planned to make his first child with her, but since she was still too young, he'd have to wait a full 10 years. She shot him a question: what was she supposed to do next? The girl snapped that she felt completely left out. That kid is one of the souls who got caught in the silver catastrophe, and honestly, she must have been a saint in her past life, because her rank is SS. This rank hands you a life of luxury. He knows exactly how badly she's itching for it. He basically told us there was nothing left to do and that we'd just have to sit tight and wait. The girl insisted the letters look totally different now. The main character warned that the population's going to keep exploding for years and everyone knows it's true, but if it doesn't stop, there won't be enough land, food, education, or really anything left to go around. She said it was wild that he was actually stepping up to back all of this. "It's tough to do that kind of work at your age," he said, then leaned in and asked if the angels had ever told her about him. She snapped back that she wouldn't listen to them, then launched into action the second they blurted that she was his child. But she can feel it, he's a genuinely great guy. The girl gushed that his handwriting was absolutely gorgeous. She couldn't stop wondering if she could level up her handwriting in this brand new life. He was absolutely crushingly terrible in that life. The hero was desperate to help her level it up and get better. He grabbed the courage to ask her to come over. The guy leaned in and urged her to try. The boy leaned in and said progress was clear and that she seemed born to write. He's going to choose a name for her, one that'll be hers after rebirth, and it'll carry the meaning wise and precious. The hero leaned in and said, "We have to figure it out. This is a huge moment, and it matters right now." The guy swore he'd wrap it up right there. He decided to craft her body. The hero can't even imagine having a child right now, but he's found a way to give her a brand new body. Inside the bag, you'll find a whole stash of materials packed to handle any emergency that hits. With a spark of magic, he can link them together. This is her homunculus, and if she wants, she can take over that body for as long as she likes. He'll stand guard over her until the moment she's reborn. He blurted, "Can you do it?" because she hadn't had a real body in ages. The girl promised she'd give it everything she had. She finally dropped back onto the ground after centuries of waiting. He leaned in and asked, "Does it hurt?" He couldn't even wrap his head around where she was pulling that kind of strength from. The girl leaned in and demanded to know what it was. The hero shot back, saying he figured that stuffing a soul with that kind of rank into a homunculus would turn the power straight up feral, and that she'd probably been losing control of it for hundreds of years. So yeah, once it's in that body, you don't even get to move without getting wrecked. This power is absolutely unreal. The girl started blurting out apologies to the guy. She tried to bolt for freedom, but the hero slammed the brakes and stopped her. The girl straight up begged them, "Don't hold me back." The hero told her, "Don't worry, I won't hurt you," then promised, "And I'll figure out how to help you control your power." Fine, she can stay right there with him. The girl shot him a grateful smile and thanked him. The man blurted that a brutal loud crash was coming from over there, and fear slammed into him, yet he said he somehow expected it, because it was his son-in-law's daughter. The girl blurted out an apology, and the boy waved it off like it wasn't a big deal. She couldn't sit still, she had to help him, no matter what. He told her to roam the mansion grounds with the bag, then once she hit the shattered section, the supplies would refill themselves. She's still getting used to her new body, so don't push it, no rushing. He asked if everything would really be okay, because she might smash something again, and the hero grinned and said, "Even if she does, I'll fix it." Looks like he's got no choice in the matter, so the man doesn't dare object. She's got real backbone and zero blame for what went down. Then the man drops the bomb, the hero looks just like his father. The kid shot back, "I don't buy it." And the man admitted it was wild he ran into his own child way earlier than he ever planned. He figured Angie hadn't even clocked this yet. The hero prays that his daughter's life stays carefree and bright, always smiling, always healthy, never worrying a day in her life. The girl demanded to know why a dragon was sitting there, then they admitted they had to test their medical techniques on it. She has to crank her magic up, no excuses, she needs it stronger than ever. The girl swears her mom works her tail off, and Angie just blurts out what's really driving her, she wants to be worthy of Alex. The girl shot back that you work your tail off. Lisa, come with us. She just showed up, fresh and new. The hero snapped back and said it was the Empress. The girl had no idea he even knew the Empress, then the boy shrugged and said she was still overseas. The Empress shot back that she didn't just know him, she knew him way more personally than that. She shot back that she'd been reborn in his very home. Everyone watched that moment unfold, and it felt like the protagonist had the purest luck on his side. Then the boy said she was perfect to become the Empress's daughter. Eliza snapped that these aren't the same thing at all, there's a difference, and she made it crystal clear. The Empress leaned in, grinning. She said she was thrilled to finally meet you, then told you the name you thought you already knew. She'd never once shared it. The girl shot back that she'd totally blanked on the name. She thought her memory had been wiped clean, but nope, she'd just blanked out and forgotten her own name. She shrugged and told him that after reincarnation, she'd forget him anyway, so to her, it didn't even matter that much. He leaned in and reminded her, "You told me you couldn't stand this." She told him, "I get it, I was wrong." Then she calmly waited, sure as anything that she'd be reborn. The Empress leaned in and demanded, "So did you figure out a way to recognize me yet?" Alex shot back that he might be able to peer straight into her soul, and if he did it right, he could spark her long-buried memories awake. He threw out an apology and admitted this was the only way to stop Herschel, because if they didn't, she'd be trapped in eternal torment forever. The girl claimed she was calm as stone and that she could wait as long as it took. They started grilling the main character about his health, like every breath mattered. He shot back, saying he was just stunned. Alex blurted out that he knew her name instantly. It was the name whispered when sand sacrifices were about to begin. This is her name, the saint who yanked the world back from the brink of the silver catastrophe. He could barely process it. He couldn't believe they were handing him the land. The hero declared, "This is my land now. If I plant beans here, I'll claim the borders and nobody's stealing it from me." Angie said he always acted that way with everyone, but today he'd pulled off something so normal for him it barely even counted. She told him the guy might be even cooler, and then my son said he wanted to see it. She shrugged and said it didn't matter that she wasn't a kid yet. Angie watches her enjoying herself, then leans in and tells her to hang on just a little longer. Sam shot her a grateful smile and thanked her. She worried that if she said no, she'd sound rude. She totally forgot how powerful she really was. She's going to be okay. Her body is artificial, and it's built to take every brutal hit without breaking. The main character leaned in and asked her if everything was really okay. He told her, "If you're ever in danger, just call me, don't deal with it on your own." San told him she was totally fine. She begged him to slow down their talk and give her a moment. She wants to keep things just like this a little longer, so she refuses to rush. The girl practically lit up when she finally heard her own name. While he was grinding through spells, the hero stumbled on a simple formula, "Use it now, or you'll regret it later because this spell only works with her blood," and he's praying she won't mind. Because of her DNA, her real name is about to be uncovered for everyone to see. And on top of that, he used magic to build her body from nothing. He shot back, "Everything's fine," saying sun magic carved her body from scratch and even pulled her original look straight from the DNA it decoded in her blood, so she still looks just like she did in her past life. So you can breathe easy, nothing to worry about. San said she was ready to go, and Hiro told her to hold up and wait. He told her he had to warn her about something big, her real name. A name carved into her very soul. Once she knows it, everything inside her steadies and slips into calm submission. And that's the reason it's not just important. It's a real blessing that shapes who she becomes. He's convinced that once she finally gets her real name, her world will flip, she'll find real happiness, and her life will get even better than before. The girl cringed at the thought that she'd be pushed to obey even more. Alex said, "You don't have to force it, so stop trying to win his approval and just be yourself." The girl shot back that she'd never, ever cross him. The main character leaned in and thanked her with all her heart. He leaned in and asked if she felt anything, and she said yes. Then he told her to remember him, and to never say her real name out loud in public or around anyone else. She swore she'd never spill her real name to a single soul. She could only hope everything would turn out okay. A few days later, he kept pacing and worrying, making sure he could write and publish that report before Astaroth came back. Angel said a ton of time had gone by and that she was slammed with things she had to do. He told her, "We haven't seen each other in ages," and then leaned in to ask how she'd been. She shot back that she barely had any free time because she'd been glued to them, watching their every move. She's standing there talking about what happened the other day. Angels and humans have been crossing paths for ages, helping each other through every reincarnation, guiding the way at just the right moment, because only God knows a person's true name, and angels can't ever reveal the soul behind it. The hero cast magic, and the girl swore that day by day he packed away the energy of virtues, climbing his rank fast until his body started humming with power on a god level. This power is the kind that can shatter an ordinary person, and if nobody stops it, it might finally catch God's eye, then he'll decide the gift is yours. The hero shot back, "So what happens to me if I do this?" And the answer landed like a final verdict: it was the only way. The angel leaned in and demanded to know if any deity was watching over him. She said his body was packed with too much divine energy, and that made things messy because if he truly bonded with a deity, she could spot him using its power, then even teach him how to mask his real abilities from the god and shove that strength into the deity instead. The girl said it all made perfect sense to her, and then told him that if he swapped names with the deity, the whole problem would vanish on its own. The protagonist said, "Just wipe my memory, no more worries." But Angel shot that down fast. He was out there doing good, and people still needed him. Maybe God will overlook all his good deeds and wipe the slate clean, but if there's a deity involved, the odds shoot up, so the boy nodded and said he got it, then promised he'd fix the mess. The girl snapped that she had no choice, she had to help him. She told him she was about to hand him a divine gift. The girl begged him to remember one thing: God could show up for him any second. The protagonist felt nothing at all until the angel leaned in and swore he'd stay the exact age he was right now, which meant one thing: immortality. He won't tap into a god's power on day one, but bit by bit, it'll become something he can finally use. That rank was basically god level. He probably figured it was a total waste of time, but this way, he could keep himself safe. She shot an apology first, saying she couldn't stick around because her workload was piling up, and just as she turned away, another girl burst in saying the harvest was already underway and they had to sprint. Angel lit up and said, "This is seriously fascinating. Let's drop everything and fly in for a visit ASAP." Astaroth commands the clan of lords like a true ruler. The girl shot back, "Don't stress, I've got divine power too." She had to take off right now. If she didn't, she'd never make it in time. At first, the hero will struggle to shake off his old rank and finally learn how to wield the divine power the angel has handed him. He said he didn't feel a thing had changed, and yet somehow it looked like he'd become immortal. And somehow he could still pull off anything he wanted, gift or no gift. She told him that only the mightiest gods could wield that kind of power and live forever, so he had to be insanely careful. They told the protagonist he'd been waiting for, everyone had been craving his arrival, and then they motioned him to step in exactly the way the villagers wanted to greet him. Right then, this guy had someone tailing him, step for step. Then just like that, he saw a magical spark flash across everything. The man told him they were throwing a full-on feast today to celebrate his arrival, and if he needed anything, food or supplies, he shouldn't hold back for a second. In the northern village of Twilight, the greenhouses and Astaroth's watch turned every harvest into a miracle, so when this year's crop exploded even bigger than ever, the whole town hurriedly called for him. The guys promised they'd escort him to his room, and the hero cracked the nerves, telling them to relax and go grab something to eat. He told them he could skip food for over a week because his body feeds on divine magic, so there was nothing to worry about. Alex might go a whole week or even longer without taking a single bite. Just like the angel promised, divine power surged through him and his body started transforming, but he never got a second to adjust because there was never any safe time or place to settle into it. He was convinced he wasn't getting a single wink of sleep. Angie was deep in sleep, and he craved that same warm oblivion. Sure, he still had work to finish, but he told himself it could wait until tomorrow. A mercenary slammed into their bedroom like a storm. The girl snapped that he should die. The main character leaned in and demanded, "Who hired me?" She snapped back that if he didn't break, their crops would rot and their food would vanish, so the boy had to fold. Then the girl struck him down on the spot, right then and there. The guy grabbed Angie's attention and told her to stand right beside him. The stranger looked them in the eye and swore his final moment had arrived. She warned him that this time, death wasn't coming. Death was already guaranteed. But her magic fizzled out completely, she couldn't make a dent, and the hero just said his power neutralized the energy in her eye and killed the charge in her because his body was packed with inhuman strength. A stranger pleaded for her freedom, and Alex snapped that the magic blazing in her eyes was fading fast, she'd be drained of energy any second. The hero admitted she'd had her priorities completely backwards. She couldn't wrap her head around it. Why in the world did the master force her to do all this? She was born for this, her whole reason to exist, but the stranger panicked as soon as her power drained away, because now he had no clue what to do next. The hero already knew exactly what the girl was talking about because he'd lived through it all in his past life. He said he understood it was her destiny, but that magic was brutally powerful. If she kept using it, she'd end up perishing. Just like that, yet her master had ordered her to do it anyway. A total stranger bolted out of there like they had something to hide. He told her she'd failed her duty, so he'd be back for sure, and Angie snapped back that he was praying she'd finally choose the right thing. The protagonist told her, "Sure, I'm your target, but I don't think you'd ever hand that power to anyone else." He told her he'd been waiting for her and urged her to come inside. The stranger claimed he looked like an aristocrat, greedy, lustful, the whole stereotype, and the hero shot back that those were just labels, because she was sure the master had warned her the exact same thing. She told him, straight up, that he'd ordered her to stay careful and to never trust a word he said. The girl insisted he was dragging another woman along against her will, and the guy shot back that he didn't believe she was with him unwillingly. The hero swore that the tiniest smile always bloomed on her face. Alex told him, it'll work, and the stranger just had to go for it. He told her he'd die just to hear her laugh because he was convinced it was the most beautiful sound in the world. She looked in the mirror and thought, yeah, I'm totally cute. The girl shot up and said she had to leave, and Alex begged her to come back again. He warned her to treat that eye with care, even after he'd shut it down because it could still hurt her. He told her, don't forget to smile, keep doing it, and he's sure your inner energy will flare up even stronger than any magic. The villagers threw their thanks at the protagonist, and he grinned that they'd see each other again every single year. Everything finally went right, but now it was time to head home, and Angie didn't know if she could really walk away with things like this left behind. The moment he uncovered the master's location, he knew exactly where to go next. He sealed a spell on that kid, and now he can track her location anytime. He told her to hold on tight because they were heading home. The stranger showed up again, and she admitted, with no room left to bargain, that she had no other choice. The girl leaned in and told her name Dorothy. Ever since she can remember, she's always gone by this one name. The guy couldn't stop himself. He said it was ridiculously cute. Dorothy warned, I have to get back to where the master's going to explode with anger. The stone matched the wild color of her eyes because the master handed it to her with one brutal purpose to kill him. Her body was remade into something else entirely. The hero finally figured it out. The stone doesn't just sit there, it reshapes the body itself, and the philosopher's stone carries the same wild power too. He has to smash that spell right now, or it'll take her life. These cursed stones twist people into monsters, and he's got to race against time to find a way to save her. He couldn't wrap his head around it. Why would the master turn her into a beast? Death isn't his only escape. He's going to drive her toward asphyxiation, like he's determined to choke the life right out of her. He'll sink into her soul and refuse to let her die. She's getting a fresh start, a brand new life. The main character slammed on the outer shell. The guy leaned in and asked the girl how she was feeling. She figured the situation was doomed since she didn't make it back to the master on time. Alex admitted it was just his guess, but something felt off, like her master was using her for pure selfish ends, planning to have her end him even if it meant sacrificing her life. The girl admitted it was painfully obvious, but she insisted it was her duty. She had to finish what she started. And the hero shot back that she was completely wrong. He told her straight up that she'd die before she ever got to live her life, so he swore he'd never let her throw herself into danger. He told her, I just want you to be happy. So he'll do everything in his power to keep her smiling as much as he can on one deal she has to help too, and actually put in the effort. The man said he had it all figured out every single bit. She busted her tail every single day, and now finally she gets to be free. He begged to be left alone, and the hero promised right there that he'd handle it himself. They were standing in the afterlife, right on the edge of forever. The angel leaned in and told me to stare at her closely and catch every word she spoke. This guy's low rank basically screamed one thing: he wasn't just weak, he was a rotten human being. Because of what he's done in this life, the next life will slam him into the form of a pig or a cow. She told him to live the next life right, or else. Her work was done, and the protagonist thanked her, saying that without her help, he never would have managed to guide and reshape his soul, then apologized for dragging her there so suddenly. The girl waved it off, telling him he could ask her anytime, day or night. Then the guy admitted the document had already been signed by her master. And just like that, it quits right from this moment because now she's finally free. Dorothy admitted she really did get beaten by a guy who summoned an angel just by touching his chin, and then he snapped back, I didn't touch my chin. Alex leaned in and grilled her about how she slept at her new place, and she smiled, saying she'd slept great. She crashed in the attic because it was pitch black, thick with dust, and barely any room to breathe. The girl finally stopped fighting the idea and learned to live in that tiny room like it was home. He couldn't stop thinking how long would she keep fighting the truth and refusing to accept it. He'd assumed she'd practically leap into freedom from the master. But nope, it was harder than he imagined, or maybe she was terrified of what waited in the future. Even though she once swung into battle as a mercenary, he's got to put her through a magical exam. So he can check the current rank and figure out the exact level of magic. The guy decided to put the girl through a quick training session today and test her magic, so he dragged Dorothy in, then she snapped back that she couldn't leave into the world. The girl promised she'd be thrilled to train with them, but the master shut her down. She wasn't allowed to show up in the daytime. She'd obeyed his rules for so long that, suddenly, breaking this one felt like trying to reset her whole life in an instant. The main character told them, hold on just a second, and promised he'd be back in a flash. He handed her a sword forged from the monster of disaster's scales and claws and then swore by its power by pouring in some of its blood to supercharge the magic. He told her she could have him, and he practically convinced himself he was exactly what she needed. He told her to hit the practice and use it for real. She slashed through the shadow. The hero swore Tan was a dark void of space, and that's why he figured she could train there. He asked her what she thought about training in a shadowy space with no daylight, and she grinned, "Yeah, that's a great idea." The main character said, "All right, time to step outside," because Angie was already done with waiting. Alex said her magic wasn't strong yet, and the power was still growing inside her. He keeps staring as she grows day by day, but her magic won't budget as beyond repair, and now he's got to hunt down why it's failing and why her color is sunk so dark. Dorothy told them she slipped out of the ground because it was warm and comfy down there. She told her, "If you want, you can go check it yourself." The hero snapped that he had to confirm whether Herschel was still inside her body because only then could he pinpoint the real problem, and that was the whole magic of the exchange. A deadly mix of magic and a transparent illusion pulled straight from the shadow can twist magic's rules and bend the shadow under control, and that's probably why magic feels so unstable. The girl said it might all be happening because of this. If it turns out to be Herschel for real, we might lose magic forever. Anji told him, "Don't worry, Alex is crazy strong. He'll track down the cause fast, and he won't even need restoration magic." She declared her magic was so powerful that there was barely any chance she'd lose it. He told her, "Don't worry, trust me." The dragon leaned in and demanded, "So are you ready to go?" He shot back that he was ready to go. He leaned in and told Dorothy to take whatever it was. She told him, point blank, that his power was surging even stronger every day. They keep switching up the magic power surges, strength fades, and then the attack hits and somehow the whole order of those abilities just flips around. The power's trapped right behind the eyes, just waiting to snap loose. Her power is locked in her pupil once it's activated. She can command shadow itself, but her magic runs low, so she has to push harder just to keep everything balanced. She told everyone this would help because with this power, they'd finally soak up everything she knew. He shot her a grateful smile and thanked her. Alex summoned an angel and demanded it peer straight into the girl's soul. But she told him, "Go ahead, look at me with your own eyes." But he pushed anyway, terrified that once her doubts hit, she'd back out, then he'd be left with nothing, unable to help in time. One slip of his, and trust goes up in flames. The girl didn't mince words. She warned it was a massive risk. Back when she still visited, she'd pull this off constantly laughing, hanging with her friends, and soaking up every bit of the fun. She told him, right up front, that she was sorry before anything even happened. The girl raved that it was absolutely mind-blowing, and that there was tons of room to breathe. Angel finally stepped up and begged forgiveness for barging in without asking first. Dorothy was born with a D rank, and when she was just a kid, a man scooped her up and raised her to become a mercenary. She ripped out every bitter memory and purified herself to the bone. She has to fuse with the shadow, track down the exact magic Alex swears by, and once she gets it, she'll reign in her power, stay in control, and level up to a whole new rank. This came out of nowhere because she's got a truly kind heart, and no bad energy clings to her. She's just cleansing herself, plain and simple. The hero swore he finally got it all, then she proved her magic wasn't just for healing, because she could save lives too. The girl snapped that purifying a soul and saving it are two totally different beasts, and she warned she'd never break the law. God, the creator himself, set in stone. She made it clear you can't measure the difference between those acts, and she figured they'd only understand once they saw her magic at work, or maybe it was better they didn't. She just prayed nothing would go wrong later. The hero looked you dead in the eyes and said, "I get it, every single thing." Right here, the angel's mission finally wrapped up. But no matter what, she couldn't get through. Earlier, she slid through that door with ease, but now it suddenly refused to let her pass, and the change was downright terrifying. She didn't want to pin it on anyone, but it's hard not to notice that everything spiraled right after their meeting. The girl made a bold choice. She refused to go the usual way and tried a totally different route to get there. She couldn't shake the feeling that this time, it would finally work. He told her her rank had inched up, and the hero snapped back. "That last door you made cost me your rank was too low, and my power was weaker, so you couldn't push through." Then he grinned. "But now your rank's higher, so you don't have to worry anymore." Maybe it's because she'd been bailing them out left and right, and even in their last meeting, she said it herself, helping others is a truly good deed. She never imagined it could reach even angels, but the moment she felt it, joy hit her like a tidal wave. Now her rank's been bumped up, and she's finally free from years of trudging around like some ordinary angel for the rest of her life. He told them that once they slipped into the shadows, they'd finally test the ability and actually witness just how terrifyingly strong it was. He has to spell out how Amelia can control her power because he's convinced this thing only hits people Herschel has been using, which means Amelia might have snagged the ability herself, and somehow this knife can slice shadows with zero fancy magic. In the shadows, people can trade abilities with each other. Only the Shadow Lords can do it. But this shadow takes control of everyone nearby, and that's how they win. The crazy part, he's the one person who can't be hit by the magic at all. He shuts every ability down and hurls their power right back at anyone trying to use it on him. Amelia couldn't stop raving. She said it was absolutely amazing. But she can't shake the feeling that she's too weak to help the way he does. Then the hero snaps, "No, that's not true. A maid's job isn't just memorizing basics. She whips out magic to make furniture gleam and brew tea so good it knocks you out. And that power comes in clutch every single day. Her skills are exactly what he'll need, so she steps in to go with him, and when it's over, they'll be nothing but thankful." The girl told him, "You can use me anytime you want." The girl revealed that he'd promised he'd take her and her mother straight into the city. San leaned in and asked Amelia what she was up to. The hero shot back that she was helping him with something important. The girl blurted out that she wanted to help her father too. She launched forward too. San is a soul who, after being reborn, came back as his own daughter, and people swear her past life was as a saint who rescued countless souls who'd lost their way. He has zero clue what her power can really do. The hero couldn't stop wondering if she could really help Amelia and whether Amelia would even fight back, so he decided to take the shot. The guy leaned in, curious about every skill the girl could learn. It hit exactly like he hoped. He could feel her siphoning his energy right off the source. She could barely breathe. She couldn't wrap her head around the fact that her power was really holy. He told Amelia she was free to go out. Alec told her her powers were insanely effective, then thanked her for stepping in and saving the day. The main character started checking on her, and the girl flashed a calm smile and said she was completely fine. She said it was warm inside his shadow, and when she felt it, pure joy just flooded her whole heart. Dorothy told him the whole thing too, but when it hit her, her reaction went in a totally different direction. He didn't think it was a big deal, but at least everyone was safe and accounted for. He snapped the recovery skill into action. The girl smiled and said it felt like a breath of fresh air. He tapped into the power of the sun packed with numerology and pure life, giving energy that heals and restores, the very force people call holy. The girl could barely wrap her head around it. She had magic like that in her, and it felt unreal. She really believed her smile could heal people on its own like a gentle magic trick without admitting it was power. Now she's about to uncover the secrets of her magic for real. The maid leaned in and said his shadow felt warm and she'd never, ever felt this good. Somehow, she's fallen headfirst in love. Even other girls tried to climb into the main character's spotlight, craving the same shadow they could hide in. They pleaded with him nonstop, like their lives depended on it. After that day, Amelia totally shifted. She started smiling way more, and every time she saw him, her cheeks would burn red. This practice is harmless, sure, but the way they act has to mean something, right? The protagonist gave a snap yes. Ever since that day, the maids started slipping into Alex's shadow one after another, drinking his energy, glowing with sudden inspiration, while whispers spread that the house's own maids were scrubbing rooms with way too much joy, like cleaning was finally the best thing in the world. The man admitted they hadn't laid eyes on each other in ages. He blurted out that he had a couple of questions to hit me with. The man bowed and thanked the maid for escorting him out, then told her she was free to go now. He claimed it was the maid, and when she showed up, she was all kinds of sweet. He just had to know, were those rumors actually real? Lately, the housemates have been clinging to the owner like crazy, and everyone swears it's not just his looks. He's convinced it's his attitude toward people that's winning them over. The hero snapped back that, nope, he didn't do any of that. This win was all Amelia's fire, her strength, and pure merit. The man said the maid who bumped into him today wasn't just polite, she was an absolute sweetheart. He gushed that his tea was absolutely amazing, then brushed it off with that smug, humble act like everyone else couldn't see it. He said humility isn't just nice, it's the exact virtue that matters. The man basically told him, don't you dare ignore your own strengths. It's pointless to pretend you can't do what you're capable of. The protagonist was sure he was right, even if it stung a little with hypocrisy. And then the man snapped that he was done beating around the bush. He wanted the protagonist to lend him his maids for a while. Even after building mansions, he didn't stop. He decided to go after a few more. He insisted there was nothing wrong with it, then pushed the protagonist to really sit with his demand. He's convinced nobody's going to want to leave that estate. Ever since he noticed his shadow, the maids at home have been grinning like never before. Maybe his theory about that girl is finally paying off, because if his power keeps growing day by day, then he doesn't even know where magic ends yet. So if his soul rank climbs, the power should surge too, and that's why the maid's magic can get stronger. He's praying that their lives finally flip for the better and don't go back. The girl blurted that he was right. After she got promoted and her rank shot up, her whole appearance changed in a way she couldn't ignore. The angel stepped up to whisper something to him because the world is seconds away from getting perfectly balanced. She pressed him for answers. Had he ever felt a weird pressure or an unexpected tug in his energy? And in this mansion, there were plenty of top-tier souls running around with power that could shake the air. When the energy levels spike too hard, the whole world scrambles to restore balance in every way it can. So the goal is to wipe out whoever might end up fueling countless wars, but heaven's a whole different realm, cut off from our world like it never existed. If they don't do it, the Earth is in serious trouble, so they have to wipe out a certain number of people, no questions. The hero snapped that there were already enough problems. He never guessed that a sudden surge of maid energy could tip the whole world into chaos. Dorothy begged for it, but the guy shut her down, straight up refused. He told them to make it so irresistible that they'd crave it. The hero straight up revealed the truth. The heavens are wrapped in a barrier that shields their world. Then they'll forge their own barrier too. He got reborn with every memory from his past life, so he'd still know the truth about this barrier, and that awareness is exactly what he'll use to try. He leaned in and asked her to take a look at something. That metal is pure strength, and Pai forged his sword from it, so now he can slam up a brutal barrier whenever he needs. He has to stand in just the right spot so he can cover every inch of that mansion. The whole plan was set, every last piece was locked and loaded. The hero leaned in and told them, "I'm starting right now." He's got to forge a barrier right now. He slammed his magic down and forged a barrier in an instant. The energy needed would be multiple times more than it took to forge the sword, and then boom, the magic power would surge upward. The air felt like heaven itself, so good it nearly broke him, because if his body hadn't been soaked in divine power, he'd have thrown in the towel and died. His energy hit zero, but the wild part is every corner of the mansion is finally safe. A girl was handed a steaming cup of tea. She blurted out that they'd never stayed like this before, and they kept talking for ages. Lisa told Angie her neighbor looked amazing, and Angie fired back that she and Alex practically flooded her with compliments. The maid snapped, "We're out of here," and started heading away. He told her he'd invited her to talk about the maids because their behavior had finally crossed the line. He said Amelia had already spotted Eliza before all the chaos with the shadow and that burst of energy ever started. Eliza, the country's ruler, barely even remembers a girl like Amelia. The girl said that once she's with Alex, her memories start fading fast, like they can't quite stay sharp. She snapped, "It doesn't matter." Speaking of today, she pressed him, "Why did he call them?" He just smirked and said that was the whole point, and then admitted he didn't even know himself. It's all about his shadow. He's climbing ranks by powering it up. Dorothy leaned in and asked Eliza straight up if she was Carlisle's secret lover. Alex told her, "You matter to me," and that's why he pulled her into his world with an invitation. The girl got pushed to spill everything she knew about the shadow. Ever since that dagger, the maids had been forced to hover in his shadow day after day, right where he wanted them. It happened again and again every single day. And Lisa even dared to ask him to let her slip into his shadow. The other girls wanted it too, so they had to slice through the shadow, but one wrong move and it would all go terribly wrong. She expected this shadowy place to feel cold and gloomy, but when she stepped inside, it opened up wide and bright. Nothing about it felt dark. The air was sweltering, and the girls started feeling seriously weird. The main character had no clue what was happening. Everything hit like a mystery he couldn't breathe through. Eliza couldn't believe it. This came out of nowhere. The guy straight up confirmed that every single maid in the estate had been lurking in his shadow. The girl made it crystal clear this wasn't just about climbing ranks. His praise lit a fire in them, and they pushed themselves to the limit. And Lisa told him she wanted to hide in his shadow all day. The girl asked him for permission, and the hero nodded, letting her have her way. The man said this was their first time meeting, apologized for the sudden demand, then begged the hero to take his daughter as his maid. It was the Duke. He thought he had some serious business to handle. Then he got hit with this twist he never saw coming, and the man even insisted it might look disrespectful to him. He thought the girl was his adopted daughter until it hit him hard. She was actually his real biological daughter. Alex couldn't believe it. If he handed his daughter over to a maid, her status would crash instantly, and everyone would feel it. The Duke swallowed his pride and admitted he was embarrassed because his daughter couldn't do a single thing, so he'd been wrestling with how to raise her for ages. Then he heard His Majesty sing praises to his maids, and those maids trained like they were forged for the highest standard. Any girl who steps into his service will transform into an amazing, thrifty person, and the training fires up so fast it feels unreal. So he begged him to step in and take his daughter under his wing. The protagonist nodded and promised he got the request and would gladly help the man, shot him a quick thank you, and walked on. The young man begged for the rest, saying she'd be treated just like everyone else. Alex snapped back, asking if he really agreed to have her handled like the other maids, and the Duke thanked him with all his heart. The hero couldn't stop wondering if this would all end the way he hoped, or if it all would crash down. The man bragged that, among his maids, more and more noblemen's daughters kept showing up. He figured, "I'll hand my granddaughter over too, let's raise him," and the guy just shrugged, saying there was nothing special about it. He admitted he'd expected this, and sure enough, the other aristocrats backed them up. Even though he'd refused to marry their daughter still, he promised he'd help them for real. That's why he hired them as his maids so he could drill them in everything they'd need to know. A lot of nobles turn rotten after growing up in silken power, so when they're reborn, fate drops them down as low-ranking scum. If he takes them in as his maids, he might just be able to tear them out of this horrible fate. He bragged that the more girls he snagged as his maids, the braver he'd become. He claimed that one day the emperor's daughter would end up working as his maid. But the boy fired back, saying it would never happen because Eliza was the kind of hard worker who doesn't quit. The girl snapped into an apology and admitted she'd come back with even more for them. The choices you make in a past life don't just vanish, they hunt you down in your next one. And once you die, people finally learn that brutal truth. The angel leaned in and said she'd been waiting for a soul with a long number. Then the soul pleaded, "Don't tell anyone who I am." The girl flat out said she didn't want her to use the name from her past life. This was the afterlife. Now they're about to judge his reincarnation rank, and his soul pleaded to become anything at all, just not a servant. She leaned in and told me, "Don't worry," then admitted she'd thrown herself into a partisan group, fought in an uprising, and paid the ultimate price, so her sacrifice ended up saving around 3,000 lives. With that move, she shot up to rank C, and after taking down merchants and nobles, she's practically guaranteed to snatch rank A next. The girl swore she'd come back reborn as the oldest daughter of one of the noble families. If she pulls off rank A next time, she might end up ruling a tiny kingdom, but right now, her soul is getting shoved into a noble's daughter's body, and she's actually on board with it. Angel warned that it looked like she was heading straight toward becoming a full-on narcissist and selfish brat. She got the sweetest news everyone told her: she crushed it today. Lately, they've been dropping people like that onto Earth non-stop right down there, like the daughters of noble houses. So she'll put them to work as maids. Recently, the goddess dropped a bombshell within 15 years. Countless noble girls would end up as maids, yet somehow it wouldn't ruin their happy lives at all. Everyone treated it like an announcement you couldn't ignore. The girl couldn't stop talking about how excited she was to see these girls start working as maids. Then it hit. They're drowning in vacation requests, and once it's all sorted, they're going to get absolutely buried in work. Looks like she's stuck with no vacation on the horizon, at least for now. Every era has its own magic, but this one feels different. Like something's off, and the angel leans in to whisper a soul one thing, a happy rebirth. Angie snapped, "All right, time to go." The protagonist leaned in and swore he understood her. The maid flashed him a bright good morning and asked if he'd actually slept well. The girl told me she'd just come back, and right then I revealed I'd brought souvenirs for her. She begged him to stay and take care of her a little while longer. He declared it was time to move, no more waiting. Ever since the Duke made his request, a whole line of noble ladies has been dumped into his care right now, they re-serving as his maids. Even Eliza eventually caught the bug to become a maid, saying everything was going great, and then she demanded a break so she could live it up as one of her own subjects for a while. That spring, Amelia snapped into the role of head maid, and together they moved step by step, quietly lining everything up to seize his father's reign. The second Eliza pulls on the maid's uniform, she fits it so perfectly that it's impossible to spot where she truly came from. The original maids already know where Eliza came from, but there's zero reason to blab to the other ladies still. You can never predict when rumors will ignite and spread like wildfire. Amelia stepped up and offered to take over, watching her work for her. The protagonist blurted out that he wanted to do it, yet he refused to stop her. He tossed out a wild idea. She was warned to never touch it with her bare hands because the moment she did, it would leave ugly stains when they used it. That magic eye glided around with zero trouble, like it owned the whole room. Eliza was coaching another maid, and she stayed so calm and patient that the girl could talk freely because she was the empress, and somehow her work never once drew a complaint. Amelia admitted she even regretted being an empress, and the boy shot back that answering that was a whole different kind of hard. A brand new partner just showed up. Rage sparked in the girl as she realized nobody even had a clue who she was. This is the girl her father begged him to take in as a maid. She admitted she had no idea where her family came from, but somehow she still knew how to work. They were shocked she didn't have a clue about it. She grabbed my attention and told me to join her group. The girl snapped, "I heard it all," and admitted she was brand new, but if this place weren't so locked down, she'd never have found out about her. She even offered to let her join her group, so she'd better be generous and obey her orders. That's why she's trying to forge a whole faction, and the moment newcomers step in, they all scramble to flex their family status. If she understood what he meant, she'd have dropped like a stone right there in front of the Empress. Eliza flat out said she had zero interest. She said she couldn't believe she was finally there, after everything she'd fought through, just to become Alex's maid, and he snapped back that she needed to stop stressing over giving orders and start training her mind on one thing, becoming the queen of the mountain. Eliza snapped that it was time to get back to work. The protagonist told everyone he believed Eliza could handle it on her own, but then warned that if she kept acting like that with the other girls, trouble would come crashing in. He wanted to ask her to keep watch over herself, but he couldn't shake the feeling he'd just dragged her into unnecessary trouble. Amelia insisted everything was fine and promised she'd let him know if anything changed. Angie made it clear no matter what happened to her sister, she still had one truth: she never stopped saying she loved Alex. The main character got told, straight up, that it was absolutely terrible. Everyone was packed in there, and he just stood frozen, no clue what the heck was happening. The girl swore the seal had vanished without a trace. This is the seal that controls the locust. The locust monster breathes out a vile miasma that withers every plant in its wake, and the worst part, any village that even steps into its path starts rotting and then dies. So his magic fell flat, and he trapped her in a bag stitched from the claws of disaster, yet she vanished anyway. The girl demanded she spill the whole story right now. The maid snapped, taking the blame on herself like it was her entire fault. She snapped that the bag was filthy and that it was her own fault for not warning her how crucial it was. Then Eliza shot back that no maid could do whatever she wanted with something like that, even if nobody had bothered to explain just how important it was. She told her to drop the stubborn act and finally let it go. The protagonist snapped and demanded both of them stop right now. Now, the mission isn't to hunt the culprits anymore, it's all about tracking down those locusts first. Usually they haul the discarded trash straight to the incinerator, but they haven't tracked it down yet, so the guy snaps. That's when we find it. She had no business going that far. Last time, neither magic nor brute force could touch her, but now he'd climbed all the way to divinity. And the protagonist swore he'd end her rampage right there. He whipped around to the girl, blurted that he was right there when she showed up, and immediately started panicking over how badly she'd been hurt. Chosen felt fine again, and the hero finally let out a breath of pure relief. He begged her to never pull something like that again, because if anything happened to anyone, even her, it would be absolutely devastating. She admitted she knew she'd messed up, but he's still stuck on one thing: he can't stop worrying about her. The girl blurted that Chosen was stuck thinking about herself and now she's paying for it with punishment. The hero told her, "If you obey, it's all settled," and Amelia quietly kept glancing around, looking more and more annoyed every now and then. But if she just explained everything the right way, none of this nightmare would have happened. She dragged Eliza through absolute chaos and now she's crushed, genuinely apologizing. The main character waved him off and said, "Don't stress, I get it. People act like that sometimes." The girl burst out thanking him, like she couldn't wait for him to know how grateful she was. A locust egg sat right there in front of them, like trouble waiting to hatch. She told me she believed he was finally done with her. He swore he defeated her, but right after, the locust somehow turned into an egg when it went down. He never could have guessed that, in the end, the only thing left of her was an egg. He just shrugged it off, said this was exactly what he was supposed to do, and a smile lit up his face. The hero is sure the locust is about to rise again, and because he has no clue what's coming next, he can't convince himself he'll be able to just beat it outright. The creature bragged that it could just chow down on him, and Alex shot back, grinning, "I'm thrilled you want to help." A baby locust burst into the world, squeaking its first little breath. He's acting just like a puppy, pure, excited energy. The locust started blurting out apologies like it couldn't hold the guilt back anymore. She thanked them for pulling her out of that nightmare, and she could remember every single thing that had happened so far down to the exact moment she got sealed. After a while, he'll snap back into who he used to be, no way to stop it, no way to fight it. The baby broke loose and sprinted away. Everyone started closing in on him, fast. The maids didn't have time to waste, they had to catch him before he slipped away. They rounded up the locusts. He heard the protagonist promised he'd never hurt him, so he froze in place and did nothing. He stormed in and started grilling the maids about what was going on with their condition. He said the locusts don't even have to run. The hero said he could feel they were in danger, and that kind, caring side of him was right there in the way he spoke. Alex thanked the maids, and they brushed it off fast, telling him they were just glad to help, like it meant nothing at all. He told them, "Both of you can finally rest." The protagonist told him, "Since I've been left in the dust, I'm handing you a new name, do it, and maybe the curse from my past life will finally lift." It's just a hunch though, it worked the last time he signed that contract with the sand. If he's been blessed again, then whatever name he uses now will finally raise and break the curse. The locust shot back that he didn't want to burn it. The guy declared that from this day on, his new name was Lotus. This is the name of the lotus because it refuses to bloom in clean water and instead rises from muddy depths no matter what. But when a flower finally blooms, it's pure and radiant, never tainted the way he is. From this moment on, he becomes a lotus. The miasma finally vanished into thin air. He finally didn't have to worry about her anymore, because the creature thanked him. Lotus leaned in and asked, "Is there anything I can do for you?" He couldn't hold it in, he had to thank the protagonist right then. He claimed he didn't need it, but it sure looked like he was about to get steamrolled by refusal. Locusts unleashed countless disasters, but in the beginning, they were gentle, calm little creatures. He told the hero, "I just need something from you. and the hero snapped back, "Here, take this knife and see if you can cut into my shadow." He told him to step inside the exact way the maids had shown him before. He only had to slip into the shadows because if he did that, the guy would finally be able to borrow his powers. Lotus told him, "Use as much as you want." That miasma wasn't just around him, it was fused to his very being, while the real powers, those were a whole different monster. He couldn't wait to put his magical power to work in a brand new way. His magic power snapped back like it never left, and Lotus told him the terrifying truth. This is what strong really means. Every time he casts a spell, he gets a tenth of his total magic power back. That's why he couldn't stop running no matter how bad he wanted to. When you tap magic the right way, it never runs dry. It's the single most powerful gift he's ever come across. The dragon leaned in and demanded what he wanted to ask him. The hero leaned in and asked the dragon for another piece of him, no problem, right? And the dragon grinned, saying he'd be glad to help, so the boy pointed and asked for just one single scale. He swore it was gorgeous, with a rainbow shimmer that made it sparkle like magic, and Alex admitted he'd been cooking up the idea of turning it into an accessory. The guy leaned in and asked, "Would this actually suit me?" The dragon smirked and said he looks best every time he swings his sword. The hero clocked away to upgrade the sword, and Calamity practically buzzed with joy. "I've got you. I'm happy to help." If he imagines crushing those scales down into something that turns into a slick little coating. The weapon shimmered with a gorgeous glow, and a surge of magic roared out of it like it had instantly turned into a magical sword. The spell he cast on it basically made it drink in the owner's magic on its own, like it was absorbing their power automatically. Just holding it drains 10 of his magic power every single second. It felt like a curse had him in its grip. The hero leaned in and swore the lotus wasn't just a weapon, it was his new best friend. Once the sword absorbs magical power, it gets restored right away like muscles flexing again, and the more he uses that magic, the stronger it grows, so he's convinced he can trigger automatic magic learning. Calamity demanded he keep pushing, still helping the protagonist, no excuses. Eliza blurted out that she had to tell him. She didn't know why, but the hero practically radiated light. Maybe it was those dragon scales again, because he'd pulled off something just like this before. If you make something out of its scales, it'll hypnotize the opposite sex like they can't look away. The girl insisted she figured it wouldn't be a problem if it was Alex. Then the hero snapped back that he'd do everything he could to rein it in. He leaned in and demanded to know why she showed up here. The girl thrust a letter into his hands. She revealed that this letter came straight from the Empress. The protagonist claimed, "I'm the Empress," and her reply hit like a slap, "No, you're my master, and I'm your maid." So she refuses to step into anything tied to the disaster. This is a heads up about falconry. In the Far East, there's a fierce bird called a falcon, and people there have turned hunting with a trained falcon, aka falconry, into a real favorite pastime. As it spread across the country, it barely changed just enough to let people hunt, by pairing their sword swings with their magic. The man said this would be the current Empress's first time back when they'd been doing it about once a month before, and then he dropped the bomb he'd invited you to. Almost every other noble got the same invitation too. The hero leaned into his father and promised he'd show up in every shape and guise, but his father coldly said he wouldn't join the hunt, because to him, nothing mattered more than getting his son in there. He said the hero could wipe out way more monsters than ever before, and the Empress and all those nobles were watching, so he had to prove his mettle. The man told him straight up, "I'm expecting big things from you." The boy shot back that he'd give it everything, every last ounce of effort, because this was the moment for everyone to show the Empress what they're made of, even if his heart wasn't exactly thrilled about it. The girl blurted out that the hunt was starting right now and the long-awaited falconry finally kicked off, all geared toward the best possible results. Then she told the heroes to show off their power as hard as they wanted. The man yawned, and right behind him, someone yelled that the Choki family should step up and fight next. Alex blurted out that Hosen was in on it too, but his heart didn't seem in the game. He'd heard Hosen wouldn't ever brag to Her Majesty. Yet the chance to punch his way into becoming the strongest martial artist was too tempting to ignore, and it turned out his whole family were martial artists too. The hero realized he'd never once seen Hosen throw a punch, then the battle erupted. He grinned as a monstrous wild dog charged in to tear him apart, and he called out that there was no reason for all that rage. The heroes charged in and tore into the beast. They swung hard and sent the dog flying back with a brutal strike. Alex realized the trick since Hosen didn't even throw down. He just pressed his advantage and let his own men take the win. You could pull the same move too. She boldly told him she expected the Empire's strongest to deliver the same kind of power and teased that she'd reward him later. Too, Hosen just smirked back, saying he'd already handed the title of strongest to someone else. Her Majesty declared the Carlyle family as the next pick. Then the rumor mill went wild, because people started saying Alex was the vice emperor and that he'd somehow grown up overnight. She shot him a question, "You ready?" And when he nodded, the girl snapped her hand forward and declared, "Fight me." The hero spotted Chosen nearby and couldn't help wondering what she was doing in a place like that. Right then, a colossal demon monster erupted out of nowhere and blocked his path. He finally clocked it, this monster wasn't even on the list. He snapped at Chosen, demanding why she dragged something like that into the place, and she shot back that it was a soul eater she'd cooked up. Because a normal monster would never let everyone see just how strong the hero really was. She pushed the guy to prove himself to everyone and show them just how awesome he really was. People scattered and bolted as the monster surged in, and someone yelled if Alec could actually handle it, or if he'd crumble on the spot. The hero sprang into the air to crash down on the soul leader. With one swing of his blade, he obliterated the enemy. Everyone around Alexis stared in awe, totally blown away by his power. The hero was furious that he'd blindly signed on to Chosen's scheme. Then, Her Majesty suddenly let out a terrifying scream. Something had gone wrong. That monster screamed in agony, and the twist hit hard kids tainted by the miasma. Don't stay kids, they turn into soul eaters. A soul eater is a monster that breeds by devouring the souls of kids, so those children were already gone. And Alex had wiped the monster out, yet the woman still fell to her knees, begging the hero to save what was left of her children. He told her to trust him, swearing the very treatment he used to halt Dorothy's transformation into a beast would work again, and he was ready to try it. He was determined to forge a homunculus and pour their souls into it, killing their bodies just long enough for the transfer. The hero kicked things into gear and started unleashing his magic. The soul eaters were wiped out, but now it wasn't enough to just put the souls back in their bodies, we had to go even further. The kids were rushed back to their parents, the women hugged their way through thankful tears for the hero, and the little boy beamed like, "I'm just so relieved everything's okay now." Her Majesty called it magnificent, but right after that, she couldn't imagine going on, so she thanked the hero for shielding everyone and admitted that he was seriously cool back then. The danger to humanity is finally gone, so Her Majesty has slammed an immediate investigation into that incident into motion. The hero hurried to the girl, blurted that he already had it figured out, and begged her to hand this whole mess to him. He told her straight up that Chosen was the culprit, and he spoke to her mind through magic, so she couldn't believe it when his voice landed inside her head. The young man pleaded with the girl to let him handle it alone, begging her to keep everyone else out of it because he couldn't have a soul finding out. Her Majesty swallowed her doubts and trusted his word, then gave him full freedom to settle it his way. Back in the office, the hero was already face to face with Chosen, telling her he knew she only did it for his sake, but then he warned her, point blank, that her choice had still thrown everyone into danger. The girl nodded like she believed every word, and then he snapped into the next part her punishment. For a while, she'd be barred from serving as his maid, and his father, he'd agreed to let her stay with him for now. She shot it down because she wanted to stay with Alex Sam and said it was too much, but he's totally fine with it because if she didn't treat him like that, there's no way he could focus and do his job. Part of him quietly felt sorry for her, but he knew it could throw her off. Amelia's plan was her domain, and she'd studied it, so he told Chosen to set those feelings aside for now and lock in on her job as a maid. A few days later, a girl named Xiaomei called out to Alexander, and he rushed over, greeted her, and said her magic had exploded stronger. She grinned and told him it was all because of his lessons. Alex shot back that his lessons only worked because she had real talent of her own. Then he leaned in and demanded to know why she showed up. She finally admitted she had a question burning in her chest, and once she said the word, the hero was ready to jump in and help with whatever she needed. Xiaomi begged the gentleman for an internship, then panic hit him like a wave, because at first it felt like something awful had happened. But the offer didn't sound too bad anymore, like the moment he'd been waiting for was finally here. People whisper that their village has spoiled beyond saving, so everyone bolts jumping into the army, the guild, or even the nobles' houses, chasing whatever spot lets them build real experience for what comes next. Magic schools act like the Empire's mentor web, pumping out trained students to boost its war power. Then when some of those trainees vanish from the forts, he steps in and swaps them out with several angels. So yeah, May had already graduated, and it hit him hard. He couldn't stop replaying their first meeting, because that train wreck was still living rent-free in his head. He nodded and promised he'd take her in anytime she needed. A stranger tried to barge into Alexama's office, but the girl exploded through the door, screaming that soul eaters had shown up in the villages of Saike and Ritonera. Then the hero snapped back that he'd be there right away. These were the very same monsters that showed up during the falconry. Then after that chaos, they started popping up everywhere, and only Alex could stop them, so from far away their numbers could get scary fast. The girl leaned in and told him, if there's more than one, then hit them all, deal with them in different places at the same time. He lit up and told me it was a brilliant idea, then thanked me with real enthusiasm. In Ritunera village, Alex Sama blurted out an apology for the late arrival, then demanded where the kids were, only to learn the soul eater had already devoured them all. He could tell they were still breathing, so he unleashed magic to pull them back to their real, original selves. Alex handed the crowd a ball and dared them to hurl it straight at the monsters. The moment that magic ball left the kids' hands, it snapped them back to exactly how they looked before. People all around were stunned by the magic, and they begged him to explain what it was, but he shot back. "We don't have time for that right now. This ball is a magical weapon hiding in plain sight." Alex could lock his magic inside it, so he stuffed it with demon-slaying power and told everyone, "Use this orb to take down monsters yourselves." Then he warned them not to overthink it, just treat it like medicine. Alex admitted that in that conversation, it all hit him how that magic ball instantly froze the entire room, and May realized she could finally use the tool. If that dragon ever came back, the people could snatch up the magic ball again and fight it off, and they could even share the same easy-to-make balls with other villages. Sure, it wouldn't wipe out the soul leaders for good, but it would definitely cut their numbers down. Every single person's safety is locked in right now. Alex wrestled with a smarter way to use the magical tool, while Agnes fretted over whatever her master was cooking up, yet the boy just grinned and said everything was fine, because they'd already made so many that he started wondering if there was any other way to use them at all. The girl asked if he meant magical tools, and he snapped back, "Yeah." He started wondering if there was some practical magic that could be shared like that, so people could handle almost everything on their own instead of waiting on Alex. The hero couldn't help but wonder if this would actually make life easier for regular folks. Agnes nodded right along with him, and just like that, they heard a nasty squabble erupting at the gate. The girl threw herself at the gate, begging to meet Alexander face to face, swearing she had something urgent to say, but the guard slammed her down with one cold demand: "Make an appointment first." Chosen snapped that the master didn't have a second to spare for this stranger, and the maid admitted she wanted to meet him too, but it sure wouldn't be that simple. Alex just smirked, finding it hilarious how she kept trying to dodge her duties. The hero told Agnes to bring the girl to him, then lit up with recognition. He figured she had ties to Rittner right as she turned to him and asked what he wanted done with the Chosen. He told her, "Now that you're under your father's guard, you can bring this to me." Then Agnes marched up to the maid and laid out every detail. The hero stared at the mess and realized the soul leader's problem still wasn't fixed, so Chosen's punishment was clearly about to drag on. She shot an apologetic smile for the surprise visit, then swept in and introduced herself, Lily Kanata. She thanked him, tearful, because thanks to him, her village could finally get back to work in the fields, and Alex waved it off, telling her not to worry, because the moment she showed up, he figured trouble must have already struck again. Lily shrugged and said it wasn't a big deal, she just wanted to offer him her help. Alex leaned in and asked if Lily wanted to be his maid, but she snapped back with an apology for her rudeness, then admitted she only needed the salary, even if she wouldn't mind serving him anyway. He couldn't quite figure out why she wanted this. She said serving him was her lifelong dream, even though fate never gave her the chance before. He weighed her offer, clocking that the maids were slammed right now and realizing she was the type to say things straight, no sugarcoating. Alex couldn't think of a single solid excuse, so he gave her 2 conditions and let that be his only no. Stop calling him my lord. That title belongs to his father now, and if she's working here, then her salary better be paid right. No shortcuts. The hero leaned in and asked the girl if he could take her measurements for the uniform. The girl nodded and accepted every single condition. Then later, they finally handed her the chance to slip into the new suit. Alex grinned and said the outfit fit her like it was made for her. Then she laughed and admitted it felt perfect next. He shoved the contract into her hands and told her to run around and talk to the others. She stared at the seal stamped on that document, like it was telling her everything she needed to know. A couple days later, the other maids hauled Lily in and taught her the ropes, and they warned her, loud and clear, that those windows had to be spotless. Alex needs his face crystal clear when he steps up to that window, so the glass has to be spotless by the end of the shift, because this isn't about racing, it's about quality. After Lily wrapped up work, the girls pushed for tea. Alex brushed past and figured the new maid was holding up for now, then one of the girls burst in and said she was planning to head back to the palace. The hero shot her a heartfelt thank you for everything she'd done, then right then, she worked up the courage to ask him about Lily. Eliza clocked the sweet vibe in him and went, "So, have you seen my soul?" Alex admitted he already had, told her about his soul sight, and confessed he couldn't believe Lily got reincarnated as a commoner even though she was B rank. Then Eliza smirked and said interesting girls kept flocking to him. She watched girls flock to the master again and again like they were desperate to win his favor. Alex shot back that he was thrilled, but Eliza leaned in and started laying down some advice. She blurted out that it was Owen and told him to send her back. The hero had no clue what to do with Chosen after the Empress's advice, and Chosen exploded with fury. She couldn't stand that Lily had become the master's maid, calling it plain wrong. The heroes burst into the village of Sonnet, just in time to see the village kids leaping off a tall building like it was nothing. Alex and a bunch of others erupted in applause as the boys launched their jump. It's called a coming-of-age ceremony. An old man told him it's a village tradition, and the moment you turn 10, you're forced to hurl yourself off a cliff with zero safety net, all to prove you're ready to become an adult. Alex's father decided it all came down to courage, and he couldn't stop thinking about that, so he thanked the old man for the invitation, only for Viscount Memba to snap back that Alex should be the one thanking them for caring so much about Agnes. Even the girls wore grim faces, because the ones who made it through didn't just move on. They became adults, eligible for marriage, and some were hunting for a partner. Nobody wanted to be the last left without a house or a field, so they treated every moment like it mattered, because this was no joke. Kokufa-sama, yes, even Sama was invited to the occasion. Alex's father was all in on letting his son join, and the hero himself was itching to step in and help. The boy asked how Chosen was holding up, and his father said, "Since she's grabbing every chance to get closer to the Lord, I decided to keep her right here at the estate." Her father snapped, "Why are you asking?" She figured the punishment was finally done, but Alex was still locked on it because Eliza only told him to bring her back to her parents, and that's when the man shut it down and said he couldn't. Because if he really did that, everyone would start questioning Alex's generosity, and Alex couldn't stop wondering if the Empress really gave him this advice. Were there hidden twists and deeper nuances he wasn't seeing? He'd have to choose fast because his father promised he'd stand by him no matter what, and right then, the boy who'd just finished the test slipped past. The hero instantly guessed the boy was trying to propose, and he couldn't help thinking they looked perfect side by side. Suddenly, the girl transformed into a full-on soul leader. People around him scattered and screamed in pure terror, and Alex just stared caught off guard, tense and serious until a hand shot up in front of him, shielding him from the monster. She got Chosen, burst out in front of the master, and took the blow herself, stopping that monster from landing a hit on him. Seizing the opening, Alex unleashed his soul transmigration magic right then and there. People surged in to thank the Vice Emperor, the girl was restored back to human, and just like that, the monster vanished. Chosen told everyone this was totally natural, like her master's will was always meant to unfold this way. The boy heaved out a shaky breath and dropped his head. Then boom, the heroes suddenly found themselves at the estate. Alex was already yelling at the maid, demanding to know what she was doing in Sonnet Village. The girl shot back that he'd ordered her to serve his lord, but that didn't change who owned her, she was still his, so she couldn't stay too far away. Alex then pressed the point that handing her to his father meant she'd obey him just as faithfully as she obeyed her master. So she disobeyed him and suddenly panic slammed into Chosen's chest because she'd never prepared for something like this. The hero figured that if he pushed her away right now, she'd risk doing all kinds of dangerous stuff just to stay close to him, so this wasn't something he could play around with. Her respect for her master was real, and he wanted to match that feeling back. Chosen's got impeccable manners, but if she'd learn how to be a real proper maid, she could finally change everything. Alex kicked off his speech by confessing he'd started thinking about firing her as a maid, but then he promised he wasn't done with her yet, and he was giving her one more shot. The hero jumped in, determined to teach her how to be a maid despite her insisting she already had it down. Then the boy snapped back that approach was far too gentle for her, and now he and Amelia planned to drill her hard and train her in every single maid skill from here on out. She leaned in and cheered her on, promising she'd become a proper, decent maid, no doubt about it. Alex's father clocked how useless he was in that place, and when Alex apologized for not bringing it up, his father waved it off, saying she was Alex's maid anyway, so it didn't matter. Suddenly, the guests burst through the door. Two brand new girls slipped into the estate, and boom, it hits. They're the younger Chosen sisters. Alex and his father were utterly stunned when they suddenly found it all coming to them. Chosen blurted out that her sisters had thrown their hats in too, and they all wanted to be his maids. The girl said she'd gotten her father's permission, adding that staying close to him was the happiest thing in her life, and Alex's father confirmed every word. Xiaomei's internship kicked off, and then Alex stepped in like, "From this moment on, you're in my care." The old man told Alex to watch over her during her internship, and Alex swore he could count on him. Then people started whispering that the girl was under the vice president's own care, because it turns out he's insanely popular, and the hero even said she was the only one he'd personally take for an internship. He scooped her up, barked for her to hold on tight, and blasted into the sky. Then the guy's eyes snapped like something was seriously off. Someone just attacked the ordinary people below, and now we have to jump in and save them fast. The hooligan screamed that those girls were messing with them, then demanded the girls throw in the towel and surrender. Suddenly, Alex snapped and got brutally honest about the girls. The hero told them to cool off, he was just passing through, and he even offered to knock the bandits out with a tranquilizer. The girls refused to believe he was Alexander Carlyle until he pulled out the document and proved it. They locked it down right on him. One of the girls stepped up and introduced herself, Zara Bereo, and it clicked instantly. They were rushing over because she desperately wanted to help with the escape of Her Majesty Princess Lycia Silvermoon. She admitted the Kingdom of Silvermoon had served the Empire ever since they swore allegiance 100 years ago, but the king didn't care about any of that and went straight for independence. The princess refuses to snap the ties with the empire. She's chasing one goal, only shield her kingdom and keep the sacred land safe. This sacred land is where the Silver Moon royal family lives, and if you belong there, you don't just age, you live in eternal youth. The old emperor couldn't stand the thought and marched to their home, craving that immortality for himself, but the truth hit hard, only the royal family could claim it. Now they see their shot. Half the world is already rising against the empire, but their army can't actually stand a fight, and if war ignites, countless lives will get crushed. They were running out of time because the last emperor had crushed neighboring countries with sheer force. And when Eliza finally took the throne, she eased her grip, likely because Silver Moon had started to rebel. Alex decided it was the perfect moment to ask what she really thought, so he went straight to Eliza and pressed for her opinion. The girls went pale when the maid suddenly rose from the ground, and Eliza snapped into the moment. She was sure the emperor would grant them refuge, but if Silver Moon ignited a war, then they'd be fighting side by side on the battlefield. Meanwhile, Alex stepped up and promised to protect them at his place. The princess fretted that he might blurt it out, like they'd both witnessed it themselves back nearly 100 years ago. Then, the hero snapped back. I'm Leech Silvermoon, and I'm turning 256 this year. The boy yelled for Agnes and shouted that he was back, and the maid instantly clocked the extra guests trailing behind him. The hero then declared they'd be staying at the estate for a bit right away. He demanded to know if anything happened while he was gone. Agnes shot them a warning that the plumbing had been acting up, so everyone was knee-deep in repairs right now. Then the hero hurried to apologize for barging in, and the guest immediately chimed in that maybe Alex's magic could fix it. The princess leaned in and asked if this maid was one of Agnes's people. She got a clear yes, then pressed. Do you know her? Lyce answered. I visited Viscount's residence sometimes, though the last time I saw her, she was still very young. In her eyes, everything had shifted so fast the princess suddenly felt sick. Alex burst up to her side, demanding to know what happened, and then she snapped at her assistant for a bottle. That spring water from the earth is the princess's lifeline when she leaves the land. It doesn't fuel her anymore, and she starts to fall ill, like a curse triggered by eternal youth. If the water dries up completely, her escape could spiral into disaster. Alex's mind kicked into gear. He was going to report this to the emperor, but he couldn't wait days for a reply, so he raced to get water supplies delivered fast. Alex pulled them into the rooms they could use, and the girls just nodded, saying they didn't need a thing, and thanked him with bright, grateful smiles. He leaned in and demanded, pour me some of that water. That water packed a real punch, and he hunted for something just like it near the capital. Silver Moon then, he finally struck gold, and seconds later, he was ready to hook the pipe up to the spring, and shove that energy right through. He tapped into this power by drawing it straight from sacred land. He snapped up a protective barrier right there, carving out sacred ground so it would actually work, and the girls stared, stunned that he could pull off something that bold. Alex burst into the kingdom of Silver Moon. They had to move fast to stop a war with Silver Moon. Then the kingdom's king, Aurora Silver Moon, welcomed Alex with open arms, and he realized they weren't here to wander around, they had come for a reason. Yesterday, a maid slid in with a message from the Empress. She said she'd leave the whole decision in his hands. Alex was relieved they'd sent it by word of mouth, because if the Empress had gone written, it would have forced a full official mess, maybe even pulling in the Imperial army. The maids were terrified the war was coming, but the master shot back with total confidence because the Empress told him to take this on personally, so he'd handle it himself. Then he hit them with the real fear. The Empire wouldn't just ignore their independence, it wouldn't recognize it at all. And if that line snapped, other vassals would start clamoring for independence too. He realized this was way too much to ignore, so he told them to sit tight and figure out their next move, because he had to get the girls calm before everything spiraled. At first, he was itching to spark a rebellion inside the Silver Moon Kingdom because Eliza said their army hadn't moved on them yet, so he could light a civil war and knock out their chance to deploy against the Empire. Alex knew everyone would freak out at the thought of their own people clashing, so he promised Princess Silver Moon he'd move in silence and do everything he could to keep casualties as low as humanly possible. Because he's the king, Alex told the princess to stop and think for herself what she wanted to do with him right then. The princess told him, "I'll leave it to you." And right then, the hero started panicking. Did he really need some excuse to race back to the kingdom? He turned to the girl and blurted out, "So it's true your kingdom is famous for golden apples." She nodded and confirmed it. Those apples sprout on sacred ground, and as long as they keep growing and never slip from the path, they only get sweeter with time, even after years and years. So, yeah, that's exactly why they're worth everything. The hero made up his mind he'd bring them straight to Her Majesty, and the only way was to ride to the kingdom himself. Armed with that excuse, they burst into motion and headed straight for Silver Moon. They got hauled straight to that tree loaded with golden apples. Alex said he'd never laid eyes on anything so beautiful or so powerful it made him feel ashamed to even choose one. Then the king shrugged and said it was fine, because the gift was meant for the empress herself. The hero leaned in and asked the king for permission to try, and once the king gave the go-ahead, he thrust the apple straight into Eliza's hands. Then the king pressed the hero for answers while hand the apple to the maid. The boy shot back that out of every maid, she was the one closest to the empress, so he wanted her to taste it, and he insisted Eliza knew every flavor the empress loved. After he spoke, the king didn't object for a second. Eliza grabbed the apple and bit down. Eliza shot back that the empress would absolutely love this apple because it tasted insanely good. Right then, the hero grabbed a bag, pressed it against the apple, and aimed it like a shield only for the king to shrug and say bugs wouldn't come for them. Alex snapped back that he wasn't doing it for himself, then told Eliza to test another apple. She took one bite, then crumpled to the ground, insisting the flavor was so wild she'd melt right where she stood. The king had no clue what just happened, and the hero snapped it into focus inside that bag. Time goes wild, and in the sacred lands, apples never rot, so they keep ripening as the seconds pass. He unlocked this gift the moment his divinity arrived, and the king nearly lost his mind because that apple suddenly tasted better than any 300-year-old one. Alex could have imagined. Alex finally confessed to himself that this was exactly why the empress sent him here. Now he had to stay hidden and make sure nobody in the kingdom got suspicious, even if he planned to linger for a while. On sacred ground, whispers flew. Alexander's face had them sure their secret was already blown. So now they had to move like every step could be the last. Even while the apples he'd handed over were so delicious still, they pushed themselves to make sure he left smiling. Everyone got orders to keep prepping like nothing mattered, not even the fact that nobody was there. Alex shot Eliza a grateful nod, then called out 2 more girls who'd been hiding and begged them to finally step into the open. The princess confessed she never pictured herself living under someone else's shadow, and the hero shot back that it was safer that way because nobody would spot her. Then he headed straight for Dorothy to size up what was happening. She said they were loading up on supplies and weapons and promised they'd leave the second they found the princess. Lecce demanded to know who it was, and he fired back it was his spy. Then the pressure hit because it looked like everyone was itching to rebel. So that's what they do. They deliberately let themselves get caught for a while. Alex jetted home mid-operation, thanking the king for handing him the golden apples and the security that kept him protected. The king brushed it off as pure safety and ordered Alex to deliver his heartfelt wishes to the highness. The hero bowed and said his goodbyes to the king. Then, right on cue, a servant burst in at full speed, yelling at the king. They told him they'd finally caught Lise. The girl stood shoulder to shoulder with the guard, close enough to feel the tension in the air. The king leaned forward and demanded to know what had taken hold of her. 2 days later, Dorothy sprinted back to Alex with explosive news. This kingdom had already built an army of 3,000. And just like Alex predicted, they were marching right past the area. But Alex knew the refuge they made here was the exact right move. She shrugged it off like it meant nothing to her. Then someone from the side yelled for the master, and the girl's stomach sank, wondering if the princess was truly safe right now. Worry gnawed at her as she watched him hand the girl to them until Panic screamed that he'd betrayed them. But the hero broke the fear fast. There was nothing to worry about. Because the girl held the soul of a real leash, not a real body. If danger ever hit, he'd rip her back instantly. He pushed the girl for the real numbers, how much a 3,000-man army mattered to the kingdom, and what share it was of the whole force. She shot back that it was a huge chunk, but most likely only about 1,000 stayed behind to guard the lands. Then he spun toward Eliza, and she fired back that the Empire's army was far bigger. He couldn't shake the feeling Lacey was right to be terrified, because at this pace the kingdom's army was about to get crushed, and they had to be stopped. Eliza pressed Alex on what he planned to do, asking if it wouldn't be smarter to just neutralize them, but Alex snapped that he couldn't handle something that serious, while his maid insisted it was worth the risk. He tried to dodge getting involved because his interference would have blown up a whole bunch of problems for Her Majesty. But Eliza just shrugged and said she didn't mind, like she already knew the Empress would react the same way. He caught himself thinking, I'm still kicking things off with a civil war. The Lord set out to twist the warriors' hearts, and with dark magic, he planted doubt in every soldier's mind until war started to feel pointless. Every single soldier had doubts chewing at them. Then Alex snapped into action with magic, ordering 3,000 warriors to march back to the sacred ground. The warriors snapped around in a panic, sure the ones still standing on the sacred land were part of the Leash faction and that now they had to charge back and take their lands. The girl demanded to know what he did to make them turn back, but he only pointed at the thought in his head because the few warriors left were Leash faction men, and they were ready to snatch power while he was gone, so the whole army had to fall back fast. No way they could afford to lose even more influence. She understood that a brutal civil war was about to erupt, and the hero warned them this fight would leave so many wounded, they'd never rebuild a strong army again, and he begged their compatriots not to slaughter each other to the very last breath. Eliza figured he'd read every move before it happened, but he confessed that hurting all those people drained him and he needed to grind on his magic. He told himself the stage was finally set and he wanted it all to end right there, but it was way too soon, because Li Shay was still trapped in captivity and the hero was just about to kick off the next move. Mount Ichichi sat on the Empire's far side, and out in front of that beast, a lone figure stepped forward announcing they had finally tracked it down. It was Alex. Then the snake struck, and he was shoved into using his weapon to survive. He had to smash that massive snake skin and finish the job before they could move on to the next step of the plan. Inside a tavern on sacred ground, the heroes pressed deeper into the city, then screams and fistfights erupted across the kingdom's streets. That girl overheard a harsh conversation. Someone had been writhing in unbearable pain after using an ointment. Then she learned the truth. A fresh ointment just hit town. It makes people scream like crazy, but it's secretly insanely effective. That ointment could regrow lost limbs and even snuff out blindness, and the girl couldn't wrap her head around why anyone would smear it on while they were in agony. Then they told her the Civil War had left tons of people wrecked, and suddenly it all made sense. Everyone clung to that miracle like it was survival itself. Alex confessed he'd ripped the skin off a monstrous snake and forged it into a salve, pure agony, that made people drop like they'd been hit. Yet it healed every last wound, and once they charged into battle right after, he'd cranked the pain level as high as it could go. He hurled that medicine to every side, and suddenly they couldn't fight back. Now the next move hinges on Li Shay. The hero races to use magic and shove her soul right back into her body. The princess didn't even clock where she was yet. Alex snapped that she was in the kingdom's shopping district and asked if she recognized him, and she breathed out a simple, yes. Eliza still fretted that Zara would freak out once she noticed the body was gone, but Alex had already warned her. Li Shay snapped to it since he'd summoned her. Everything was already set, and they were about to roll forward exactly as planned. The princess said she finally understood, and the whole kingdom started whispering like crazy about that magic ointment in the hospital. The moment everyone saw the princess walk into the hospital, shock hit the room like lightning. Li Shay sharply sliced her own finger, dead serious about it. Right after that, every warrior's agony vanished and an instant panic hit them hard as they swore it had to be the royal family's magic, or maybe the princess's blood burning through and healing them. The soldiers couldn't even figure out if she'd unraveled the ointment herself until she snapped, I get your contempt. She'd just come out of captivity, and she wouldn't sit on the sidelines while her people tore each other apart, so she bided her time until the opening to break free finally arrived. It hurt her to deceive her own people, but she had to because it was for their safety, but the warriors wouldn't hear it. They called her a coward who panicked and ran. Then she shot them a question. So, if that's how it is, will you show up in the city? Still, the moment she hit the city streets, she saw people writhing in the agony of the ointment. How could they be suffering from something she made years ago? Someone must have slipped into her room and unleashed it, but one thing was clear, the ointment wasn't finished. How could they ever spot the trick if the ointment only worked once it was mixed with her blood? That meant she couldn't finish it, and that crushed her hope to spread it. But one thing never changed, this ointment was made for her. So she sucked up her fear, took responsibility, and donated her blood. Then they exiled her from the country for daring to speak out against the war. Because she can't stand by while people suffer, now she has to corner her father's logic and make him stop it. She figured none of them ever wanted to throw down in the first place, and they must have realized there wasn't a single good reason to. If every citizen in this country actually believes in her, she'll prove she can twist her father's heart and make him change his mind. One of the soldiers blurted out that he was sure of her. Everyone soaked in her speech, thanking her with shining eyes, and they were ready to trust every word she said. The warriors erupted in cheers, and Eliza, staring out the window alongside Alex, smirked that she'd finally talked them into it. Alex chimed in that the nasty ointment probably had them hurting and doubting, so their will to fight was starting to crumble. Now it's all on Lich, but the hero's locked in, certain she'll pull it off, and no outside meddling should get in the way anymore. Eliza even saw that with the ointment, the casualties were nearly zero. The hero said the Empire's running on peace right now, and he's praying they don't make some reckless move, but outside that calm, other kingdoms are already clutching old grudges like loaded weapons. When he clocked Eliza's weird behavior, he leaned in and told her if she needed help, he'd gladly step in. But she's the Empire's ruler, so he warned her, don't ever lose sight of that. The girl thanked him, and just like that, the chaos faded, everything snapped back to normal, all because of Licha. A few days later, she pulled the hero onto the sacred grounds to thank him because they finally uncovered Eliza's real identity, and now she's hanging right at his side like his shadow. He can feel it, this world is finally sprinting towards something better. A voice told him he'd just saved tens of thousands of lives, then immediately warned him that this was exactly what made everything go wrong. The angel told him, you can drop dead right now or choose to live, then teased his secret desires like they were the only things that mattered. The angel came back and told him, "You can die right now or live," daring him to finally surrender to his secret desires. From the shadows, Eliza leaned in and told them, "You've got to hear this too." She had to know every last detail, and Angel snapped into agreement because the Empire was tied into the whole mess too. Owitz demanded, "Why do I have to die?" And the angel shot back, "Because your soul got upgraded. Right after he was reborn, they started prodding it like it was a D rank, then his rank would jump and drop depending on how he lived, and even someone like him wasn't getting special treatment." And yeah, he's only 13, yet he's already pulled off the SSSS rank because Alex did it with scary ease, and even worse, he did it way too fast. The angels don't have a clue what'll happen if it keeps growing, and now they're scrambling, arguing about their next move. They've got zero clue how bad this could get. Eliza just figured it out. Angle is gunning for him, wants those ranks wiped out, or wants Alex to keep living while his power is starved and twisted into nothing, all to satisfy some dark secret craving. Angel shot back that it was the fastest way out, but Alex snapped that he couldn't stomach committing those atrocities. Angle was furious, convinced the hero's presence was piling up nothing but trouble for her until she snapped back that it didn't even have to be evil, because he could have just gone down a road of debauchery with alcohol and women instead. If he built a harem where all he did was hug girls and nothing else, his rank would drop to C then. If angels joined the lineup too, it would be even wilder. The hero realized that if they'd ended up in a desperate mess like this, then things were about to get seriously bad, and he swore he'd do everything in his power to fix it. He apologized, saying he couldn't just die or live selfishly because he still had too much left to do, so he planned to keep living like normal. Angle panicked and demanded he stop talking like that. Something downright unbelievable just happened. The whole world plunged into darkness, then Angle shouted at the heroes to bolt right now. The heroes got ripped apart, like fate yanked them in opposite directions. Eliza shrieked, demanding to know what that was, then the angel calmly said it was divine punishment. Alex's skin felt like it was melting while his insides turned to ice. This force was way too brutal, and it nearly snapped him in half. Eliza pressed the angel for answers about divine punishment, but all he would say was that it was her deity's judgment, and he shut her down fast, since he outranked her. Divine punishment is coming. Alex is getting dragged into a forced reincarnation. Remembering every wild adventure, the hero fought back against the god's punishment, because there was no way he was dying like that. With his sword in hand, he cut through the darkness and drove it away. The angel sensed the hero had finally crushed the divine punishment. Alex couldn't wrap his head around it why they were dead set on killing him for real. Angel rushed up and demanded to know if Alex was okay, still unable to believe he was alive at all. Then the hero snapped back, asking about Eliza because her safety mattered most. The force hit her hard. She collapsed and fainted. Angel begged him to stay put, but Alex refused to waste time. He had to heal Eliza. The hero ignored the angel's plea. He craved to heal the girl, but his mana tank was bone dry and healing magic wouldn't fire. The angel warned him once his mana hit zero, his mind and soul would get devoured, and a soul that's been consumed can't be brought back if it went that far. It would be erased for good, with zero chance of reincarnation. Alex felt the danger creeping up on him in his exhausted state, yet he still vowed to save Eliza. He scratched his hand and swore it was medicine that turns blood straight into mana, and the stuff he'd brewed in Silver Moon could do the exact same thing. His head throbbed and spun from the blood loss, but he clenched his teeth, rallied his strength, and blasted magic at Eliza. Without the Lotus Mana restoration, things would have spiraled into something way worse. Eliza jolted awake, and even her clothes were magically restored. After that, Alex leaned in and begged Angle to spill the truth about the divine punishment, but he didn't push her, because she still had her own duties to handle. Angels tore through the clouds and descended from the sky like a storm of light. The heroes shook with pure terror, like their courage just got yanked out from under them. A squad of angels brandished their weapons and charged straight at the hero. It felt like gravity yanked him straight down, and he was relieved he hadn't taken the full hit. Alex slammed into the angels and launched an all-out attack on them. For some reason, he just couldn't slip out of it in time. He slashed an angel down with his sword, then his eyes burned with the realization they were nothing but worthless. Eliza screamed that they had to fall back, that he couldn't take it much longer, so he steeled himself and thought, these angels aren't stronger than divine punishment, and if they meant to erase him, they would have done it already since they weren't. He knew he couldn't rely on it again. Even if the hero slips away, he'll never outrun the god himself. He has to fight off his wrath first. So he calls on his sword of wisdom and demands answers about the 4 winged angels. 4 winged angels are soulless warriors, and each wing plays a different part. One claws memory from commands, one drives the attacks, one hardens the defense, and the last drinks in souls. So when Alex faced them, he realized they weren't just dangerous, they had no souls to work with, which made everything feel impossible. He swung hard at the soulless puppet's wings, and they crashed to the ground. Then, every single angel snapped back to their feet. Eliza figured they were just waiting on orders. Once Alex sliced off the wing that commanded the angels, they stopped moving. The girl said, "That's why we're following him now." And Alex snapped back her majesty. Like always, absolutely blows every expectation out of the water. Angel couldn't even guess what was coming next, and deep down, she knew she didn't like the way things were spiraling. At the strategy meeting to take down the god, the men stared at those angelic puppets and froze when they realized they'd started obeying Alex instead. So they ditched the idea of turning them into regular fighters and decided the real play was to have them follow Astaroth. The man told Alex he'd need to wipe out some gods, not just angels, or his whole life story would be painfully dull, and that was the final straw, because the hero snapped, kicked them out of the office, and wouldn't take it anymore. Then he yanked Angel from the shadows and shot, "You cramped up in there." She shot back that it was brutally warm there, and the hero fell silent because who knew when the next attack would hit. So he told Laika they had to push the meeting back, and by then, they'd already made it home. Alex figures his next punishment won't hit for 7 days because the legend of creation says God forged the waters and the earth by blasting lightning that struck 7 times every 7 days, stacking up to 49 days. Turns out, the lightning of creation and the lightning of punishment are basically the same thing, so they won't get hit again for 7 days, and Eliza tells everyone to use that time to think about Alex and even plan to kill God. But the hero snaps back that it's pointless and they just need to figure out how to protect themselves from the punishment before the countdown runs out. He couldn't stop wondering why God would reset his rank, but Alex refused to lay a hand on God. Because he loves the world right now, a place where good people get rewarded, bad people get punished, everyone gives it their all to make life better than yesterday, and people genuinely help each other. He's totally into these people, and he's locked in on this whole idea. If he took down God, the whole system could crumble, and Eliza said that was exactly the kind of move he'd make, so he had to rethink things, find a safer way to protect himself, and keep it from blowing up on them. Eliza was about to head for the palace when she finally snapped and asked what on earth they knew about why he was trying to strip his own rank. God probably panicked that Alex would outshine him and rip away his crown as the world's highest being, and Eliza thought that was downright vulgar. She's convinced Alex is way more made for the role of God, and even Alex trying to act calm in front of Eliza realized he can't hold back anymore, he's got to get stronger, because he doesn't even know if mana training by itself will be enough. And if he blocks again, everything around them is one bad hit away from getting wrecked. Bad. So the girl blurts out, "Are you worried about something, Alex-sama?" He said it was nothing big, but it still hit the girl hard. She couldn't believe she was seeing him like this. She worried something awful had gone down, yet she knew she probably couldn't fix it. Then Alex pushed the only move he had. "Just watch Angie practice magic." Angie couldn't stop herself from asking what was wrong with him, but he snapped that he'd be calmer if she just acted normal. Then Angie grinned and said she was busy converting everyone else's mana into her own. Then the gentleman barked at the girl to use healing magic on him right now, so she explained that his magic was way stronger, but the boy refused to back off. She followed his command boom, a deadly wall of poisonous magic slammed into place between them, and Alex grabbed the moment to thank the girl. 7 days later, the world rang with the next bolt of divine punishment. Alex demanded why Angie was there, but Empress Eliza snapped back that he should have told her everything, and the hero just swallowed it all because he didn't want to drag more worry onto her. Eliza admitted it could be true, but that only made her worry harder, and right after that, Alex shot an apology straight to Angie. Right then, divine punishment slams back into place. Alex braced himself in front of the incoming hit, forcing his body to take the impact. Flowers sprang up from the ground as if the world couldn't hold them back, and Eliza figured it was the blocked energy of divine punishment finally breaking loose. Alex leaned in and asked Astaroth what she thought, and she fired back, saying it was absolutely magnificent. Then he handed it to her, and the hero even confessed the thought that hit him hard: if a force is too wild to stop, you can twist it into something useful. At first, he shoved that power into the land and tried to force it to prosper, then flowers burst into bloom, all because Angie gave him the idea. The girl lit up because she finally mattered to him. 10 days later, the third divine punishment finally struck, and they must have tweaked the timeline just to ambush the hero when he'd least expect it. Eliza couldn't believe the irony. Alex turned the very thing that should have ended him into fertilizer for the soil, and she figured they'd be burning with rage right now, because that only added fuel to his never-ending good deeds. Alex didn't stress it years down the road. He just grabbed the wheel and did what he wanted, and Eliza just knew he'd somehow figure it out. Afterward, there wasn't a single trace left of the fourth punishment because the hero had already seen this blowback coming, and once it hit, they knew it would never work again. Eliza snapped that, yeah, in the end, they're just vulgar creatures, people who crave honey but won't lift a finger for it. And it's only a matter of time before a brutal fate catches them. She's certain they'll have to figure it out on their own. Alex asked if it was really true, and Eliza said tons of people around her swore it was, so the hero almost buys it, until she slips and calls God vulgar. The girl figures that if the punishment comes back, it'll just stack on his good deeds so they won't bother flinging more lightning. The boy decides then and there that's the whole thing. Then he has to stop and figure out his next move, weighing every option like the fate of the moment depends on it. Angie shot them an apology for the wait, then slid Alexander a bag of food while Eliza immediately pressed Tim. Why do you need it? He got a brilliant plan. He packed that bag like a lifesaver, praying there'd be enough food inside to keep every person in Alexander's alliance territory fed for years. Then he splashed in some dirty water. The girls erupted in screams, shouting that this was a total waste of food. He nodded along, admitting he'd just cursed hundreds of thousands of people with ruined food. Eliza told him he'd done something so horrifying that even as Empress, she'd never ever dreamed of touching something like that. He raised his hand and unleashed his divine magic right in front of the mirror, testing every last ounce of power. With that move, they instantly smashed his rank down. If he keeps doing this, his rank will tank and he'll have to start thinking about what to do when a real food shortage hits. The angel lit up with pure joy over everything the hero did. Eliza snapped that he never should have chased a vulgar god that far, even though she still believes he's not wrong, while Alex insisted that if he can drop his rank without hurting anyone, then that alone is the whole point. And even if they come for his life, he won't turn his back on anyone who's in trouble. Alex hitting SSSS rank wasn't luck, it was the direct fallout of everything he chose to do. Because at his core, he only moved that way to help people. The Empress scoffed, convinced the higher powers weren't judging anything at all, they were just clutching their own illusions. The longer they waited, the bigger the gap grew until at last, Angel could finally run back home. The girl leaned in and asked, "Got anything else in mind?" He gritted his teeth, doing good deeds wouldn't cut it at this pace, and right then, he still had nothing. She urged him to blow his cash on a wild, extravagant binge and live like royalty in pure luxury. And you shot back that Alex always does everything all on his own. And the hero doesn't believe blowing his money is some kind of sin. The girl said they weren't just talking about buying here. She told him, show up alone at the place we picked tomorrow, and promised she'd explain everything then. Eliza tore off her old clothes and slipped into something new. Alex blurted, "Why are you dressed like that?" And she begged him, "Don't give me away just by how I look." He grinned anyway and swore, "I'd recognize you no matter what mask you wear." The girl shrugged it off, then snapped at him to climb into the carriage. Then the guy leaned in and demanded, "So where are we headed?" Eliza said they were storming straight to the girl's estate. She told him, loud and clear, that buying himself a woman would be a sin, and Alex shot back that he'd never even imagined something like that before. The hero didn't flinch at crossing that line, he just asked her to come with him too. Eliza said she was his companion, but if she wasn't there, they could still try to escape with him, and in the end, she wasn't really against staying with him at all. They're rolling out tonight to cause some serious trouble. The heroes were told to take a seat, and the voice came right at them. Arisama and Arisama. The girl leaned in and thanked them for coming to see her. Alex froze when they called him by some fake name, but Eliza brushed it off and said it wouldn't sting. Then the woman leaned in and said they could pick any girl they wanted. The hero felt like her voice was way too calm for what was really going on. Elia snapped back that they picked every one of them because they decided to drown in decadence for as long as it took. Alex shot a glance at everyone, feeling that hungry, expectant stare, and then he leaned toward Ara and said, "Yeah, I came for the same reason as you. But he'll have the guts to pick someone." He invited the girls to tea together, then brought out the finest tea leaves and the fanciest utensils, pure luxury, like a treat made just for them. Eliza told him to wait a moment, but then the hero snapped, "Are you really not doing something wrong?" And before he even chose anything, he took her offer and her money. He doesn't know if it'll pull off, but so far, he's never let a single person down. Alex fired up the girls and told them to stop holding back, grab whatever they wanted, and eat it. The girl hiccuped mid-breath and accidentally dumped scalding hot tea onto the hero's shirt. She bowed hard and begged his forgiveness, and Alex snapped that everything was totally fine. She begged him for a shot, just one chance to prove what she could really do. As an apology, she swore she'd do anything, but Alex had already calmed down, and now uneasiness started creeping in. He leaned in and asked if she really wanted to be liked, and she shot back that she could make money off it, but she didn't want it for the cash. She chases her dream of having enough money to finally go to school, because all she wants is to learn how to read. Her biggest dream is to devour every book on earth. She's determined to study it all, learn it all, and know everything. Alex told himself she only wanted to study, while San pushed herself to learn how to write her name beautifully, and yeah, going to school here cost a fortune. She looked dead set on working anywhere just to chase that goal, and he could tell she had a real hunger for knowledge. The hero thrust an apple into her hands and told her to take a bite. "This is the fruit of knowledge," he said, and if she ate it, she'd unlock the power to read and write, then start collecting brand new words. Fear gripped the girl so hard she couldn't bring herself to just accept the gift from him. But Alex swore he was her client and said he liked her, and in his mind, that was all that mattered. The girl snatched the apple and lit up with pure delight. He shoved a paper into her hands, his name stamped across it, she actually got to read it, and joy lit up her face like fireworks, so now books wouldn't be a problem for her anymore. Someone snapped their hands together in a sharp clap. Irritation flared in Eliza as she snapped at the hero for jumping back in to help people again. At first, Alex was completely blindsided, like he couldn't even process what just hit him. After a while, they finally realized messing people over isn't as easy as it sounds. Eliza even pitched a brand new plan skip work instead. She pitched the idea of going on dates and burning a ton of cash on gifts, so she figured he'd rack up points for lust and greed. Even if that's just her take, Alex finally admitted it didn't feel like a real sin. But Eliza snapped back that he was way too laid back, so everything would be just fine. Alex leaned in and said, "Yeah, we've still got time." Then she leaned in and told him, "Let's figure out what you should do once you've stacked up enough good deeds." The hero leaned in and confessed, "I'm so glad you're right beside me." Right when the heroes were about to leave, a girl burst up to them, sprinting like her life depended on it. Even after they fired her, she still wanted to thank them because now she'd finally be able to read and write. The girl blurted that it was all thanks to Alexander Sama. Then the hero and Liza went bright red with embarrassment when they realized she'd already been fired. He leaned in and asked what she'd do next, and she said she'd head home right away. Someone had to watch over her, but somehow her options felt way bigger than before. That gentleman saw real fire in her, so now that she was finally headed home, he couldn't wait to sit her down and talk about what he needed to say. Eliza couldn't process it. Alex proposed, and then he asked if it was okay to stop by on the way. Eliza nodded and said yes. She paused for a breath, then nodded like it all finally clicked in her head. He told her to try writing her name down, and she nodded, then agreed. Turns out, her name was Marie Curie. The heroes crashed into the village, and Marie screamed to her sister that she'd finally made it home. The girl in front of them spun around, and a massive smear of dirt exploded across her face. She bolted the second it happened. Screaming at the top of her lungs, she demanded to know who he was and why Marie had dragged him here. She grabbed her sister's shoulders and tried to soothe her, insisting that Alex was genuinely kind. Alex couldn't shake the feeling it had to be a curse from some past life sins because that same doomed look had haunted her face since the day she was born. But the hero couldn't stop staring at the insane high rank of her soul, something you'd never see around there. He figured her sister had been stacking good deeds nonstop, and that meant her next life was about to be absolutely legendary. Eliza couldn't shake the feeling that something bigger was going on, because this girl always jumped in to help people, never once thinking about herself. But she can't stop spiraling. She wonders if it's all hypocrisy to do good deeds now, just to secure peace in the next life. Her sister begged her to keep quiet and never tell a soul about it. The hero swore the next life's wealth wasn't some empty lie, then he offered to heal her himself, believing her soul's lofty rank proved she'd paid for every sin she'd ever committed. Now she finally needs to be okay and actually feel happy. Alex actually swung his sword and healed the girl right on the spot. The girls stared in disbelief, like their eyes couldn't process what was happening to them. Marie sprinted over to her sister and crushed her in a tight, fierce hug. When her sister demanded answers, Marie lifted the mirror up and let her see the terrifying new reflection for herself. She stared in disbelief at her real face for the first time right in front of Alex and blurted, "Who are you?" The dirt smeared across her face once more, then vanished just as fast. Eliza demanded to know what he meant, and Alex snapped back that he'd purposely left her only partly healed, then urged her to stare closer at her face. The Empress declared it was spotless now, and he hurriedly copied the results. The curse shows up now and then, but every time it comes back, it fades a little more until it finally disappears for good. He figured this she'd already poured out so much good for everyone else, so she deserved one huge moment of good coming back to her. She thanked him with a full-on, heartfelt sincerity that sounded like it came straight from her soul. Marie leaned in and reassured her sister with a calm, steady voice. The hero stared in shock. She was still crying her eyes out, and Alex muttered that she'd been through way too much. And now it clicked. He finally understood why Marie chased money, because staring at that house, he could practically feel how cruelly people had been hurting them. Sister Marie leaned in, asking the hero, "How can I ever repay you?" He pressed again, and then she finally started telling him how she'd been trapped in hell until this moment, how in his eyes, he was her god, the one who pulled her out, and how she'd do absolutely anything he asked to repay him. He nodded and said he'd keep a close eye on how her curse evolved. First thing he did was hand Marie the job as his secretary. And he broke it down like this: a secretary steps in for a scribe for the nobles, because she's already memorized the letters so she can study and practice all at once. The girl snapped her answer in fast, happy like a yes right on the spot. First, he wants to meet Lily with someone, then lay out the whole story after that. He's got both of them packing their things and moving straight into his mansion. When the girls heard about the mansion, they instantly blushed with pure embarrassment. They clocked that Alex was straight up aristocracy, and right then, he decided it was time to come clean with his real name. The second Alex said his name, the girls snapped to attention because they instantly recognized him as none other than Mr. Carlyle. The girls stared in shock at the sheer size of Mr. Carlyle's mansion. Alex shouted, "Hey, Agnes," and called the maid by name. He pleaded with her to take the two girls together into a spare room. Agnes got the master's command loud and clear, then she marched Marie right into the room. For now, Lily's stuck by Alex because he's about to whisk her in and introduce her to someone big. He promised he'd call soon, so the gentleman could just wait in his office for now. The girl sprinted up to Eliza and demanded to know if she was Mr. Carlyle's guest, only for Eliza to dodge the question with a fake name. She slipped into a gentle smile, grabbed the kid's hand, and introduced herself like they'd always known each other. Lika couldn't shake the feeling that she'd met him somewhere before. She jabbed her finger at her birthmark, and Lika instantly clocked exactly who stood before her. Like nearly froze at the Empress's disguise, then Eliza told her Alex was already in his office, and that news made the girl light up because he'd finally come back. As soon as the girl stepped into the office, Alex lit up and greeted her. Laika turned to him and demanded who that girl was standing by his side. Then he smiled and said she'd be moving in with them starting today. Then the girl dropped a deep bow to the guest and introduced herself with a warm smile, naming her full name Angelica Silva. Right then, the curse snapped back onto Lily's face like it never left. Laika leaned in to help the guest and begged her not to move. The girl's worry spiked because the treatment didn't seem to be working then. Out of nowhere, the curse snapped back and Lily's face looked perfectly normal again. Alex promised she'd watch the current, knowing it could strike again, but for now, there was no danger, and Lika finally let out a huge wave of relief. Lily stared at the girl in front of her, shocked because when that curse twisted her face, she didn't even flinch. The girl finally snapped into calm and introduced herself by shaking her hand. She swore that Alex-sama knows exactly what he's doing, so there's zero reason to doubt him. After that, Lika stormed out of the office, saying she was headed to see Karamiti-san, and Alex revealed she was his fiancée, no ring yet. But she'd be his wife someday. Lily leaned in and asked if he'd planned to introduce her. And Alex shot back, "No, I didn't." A maid barged into Alex's office and introduced herself, Mia Bell. Alex spills all the details about her, and Mia tags along with him to hit the social scene. The hero suddenly snapped back to Eliza's earlier warning. This world treats bringing a beautiful woman along as a badge of nobility, so to dodge trouble, she told him to take Mia with him to receptions as his companion. Lily's got that flawless look, and Alex wants her to match it, no excuses. Alex told Mia to spill everything and help her out, and Mia nodded like, "Got it." But Lily was still totally thrown. She couldn't figure out if she could ever truly thank him for this. He confirmed it, and rage at that curse lit up his heart if she'd been crushed by it. Then from this day on, she'd get everything she wanted. Before long, the curse would finally break, and as herself again, she'd be able to thank him with a smile. Mia started fixing her guest up like a dream, but before that, she had to ask for one thing from Mia first. Lily can't stop dreaming about chopping her hair off, so she can stop hiding and finally wipe the slate clean starting fresh from the very beginning. Alex leaned in and asked Mia if he could ask her something. Then Mia nodded so easily it felt like she'd been waiting for it. After that, Eliza snapped that Alex had to leave the office. She said it was indecent for him to stand there watching the girls clean up. Marie burst into the office clutching a book like it was treasure. Practically glowing, she couldn't wait to tell them how thrilled she was to finally have a library in their mansion. In the office, Marie spotted Lily already dressed to impress, full makeup, perfectly groomed. Her sister couldn't stop beaming, saying she was so gorgeous, and now Lily could finally see Marie's face crystal clear. Alex agreed it fit her perfectly, and Eliza, standing right there, praised Lily as a truly capable young lady, even as Lily herself completely missed who she was talking to. Then Alex pointed at Her Majesty the Empress hiding right here, and the girls just stared, totally lost on what he was even saying. Marie stepped into the library for the very first time, and her jaw dropped at the sea of books staring back at her. She asked if it was really true she could read every single book, and Alex cracked up, because getting through all the books around here is brutally hard. The hero shoved a table into her hands and demanded she start working immediately, and the girl nodded and agreed. He demanded she copy the imperial text on the department's orders, and she fired back his instructions word for word, then swore she understood every single detail. Alex's father finally showed up, and the moment he entered, he demanded was this girl his new secretary. Marie bowed and introduced herself, all polite and proper. Then he waved it off and told her to ditch the formalities and throw all her focus into her work, since she served Alex. The hero pressed him for an answer, and then he revealed it. "My lord wants to talk to you about the territories." Meanwhile, a wildly curious girl couldn't take her eyes off them. The girl showed up with a notepad and said her dad had told her there was someone here who could read letters. Like a pro, Marie froze when the girl started calling him daddy. She told me she was slowly learning to write modern letters, and Marie apparently already knew the ancient ones that existed at her birth, so she'd be begged to be taught how to write them too. Alex warned Marie that San had a weirdly strong drive to write, so he pushed her to get lessons, but Marie doubted herself and figured she barely had any real skill. San bristled at Mari's words at first, but the second Mari's excitement hit, she understood the vibe and urged them to learn side by side because writing was her true obsession. The girls piled into a hug, and Marie warned them, "I've got work, so I'll only study during breaks." Alex felt like the sparks flew instantly, and right then, he was ready to slip out with his dad. Milord hauled up that old village incident, and Chosan, already simmering, peered at them from behind the corner. The moment Agnes tried to ask her something, Chosen bolted out of there, claiming she had business and sprinting away. Mia trained Lily to stand tall and walk with a graceful, perfectly straight posture. A maid burst into their office like a storm, shouting that Lily felt brand new here. Chosen clocked the girl's plan to slip past her and worm her way to the master without a word, so she stepped in and challenged her on the spot. Lily couldn't figure out what they wanted from her, and Mia snapped at Chosen to calm down. The maid stood ready to do anything for her master, and she drew a hard line. If someone didn't have that kind of grit, they weren't stepping into those receptions with him. Lily blurted out that she just wanted to thank Alex, nothing more, no complications, and when Alex Sama heard her, he accepted her feelings and graciously offered her the job. Chosen insists the master truly believes she can grow, and he pushes her with relentless, no-excuses strictness. The girls started praising Alex. He's unbelievably kind, strong enough to drop a monster with one hit, and even when he's swamped, he never once complains then. Chosen chimed in that she gets scolded nonstop, and Mia instantly figured it was because the maid wasn't doing her job. Lily blurted out that he'd saved her. He's always on standby, ready to drop everything and help. Lily snatched Chosen's hand into hers and held on tight. She pitched a partnership with Mr. Alex. Chosen nodded and agreed. Mia stood there, frozen in stunned silence. When Agnes burst into the office, Chosen didn't hesitate, he bolted out of there. Later, Agnes tracked Alex down and handed him the letter, filling him in on everything. The hero couldn't believe she could handle the Chosen even with her sister still in the mix. Maid Lily beamed like crazy over the way her namesake looked. That letter laid out what's happening in the Silvermoon Kingdom, and it looks like Rish is stuck dealing with the soldiers. The old king and his crew are moments away from stepping down, so Laish is rushing to get ready to become queen, then she'll swing by to thank Alex, because their earlier plans collapsed under some shaky, unpredictable circumstances. Even though he swore he hadn't done a thing like that, a bad feeling hit him. What if she was planning to show up today? Li Shay hurried up to Carlisle-sama and blurted out her thanks for all the times he'd been saving her these days. Alex felt totally awkward, thinking she was overselling it, so he demanded she lift her head. She shot back. "I can thank you 1,000,000 times, and it still won't be enough," because the sheer number of lives he'd saved was so massive, she didn't even know where to start. Alex couldn't believe it. The princess was ready to do anything just to thank him. The hero had no clue what to do with that, so the girl swallowed her pride and admitted she didn't even know how to thank him anymore, then apologized for not understanding the customs around here. He stepped in and begged her to calm down. She figured if he was taking on maids, then she could slip in too, but with her homeland in chaos, she couldn't just abandon the crown. She can't shake the fear that there's no way to repay him that'll ever be enough. Alex told her she wasn't just attractive, then swore that if he could help the kingdom, he'd do it, because only that way could she truly thank him. If she could show him this reborn country, that'd be all she needed, so she nodded and agreed. Angelica suddenly blurted out that it had been way too long since they had walked side by side. Alex shot her a nod of agreement apparently. He's gone half the time. Today, he finally decided to take Ange out on a date like it was the moment he'd been waiting for. After that curse incident, he's been spiraling hard, running wild with bad decisions like dating multiple girls at the same time. At first, dating his own wife didn't feel like a crime, so he skipped work, praying people would see it as a scandal. He told himself, "All I've got to do today is sign a couple of papers," so he decided he'd handle it tomorrow. Alex admitted that when it's just the two of them, his nerves hit hard, but the moment everyone's around, he feels everything come alive. But now, the crowd had swallowed the place, and he fretted that this was crushing for Anjae until she snapped back, insisting that as his wife, she still had plenty to learn and needed to push even harder. Alex snapped back that she'd already saved his life the other day, so that should have been more than enough, and she added that the best thing that happened to her today was Alex finally asking her out on a date. She leaned in and begged him to squeeze in dates way more often. He vowed straight to your face that it would happen just like that. An old man from the mansion showed up at Alex's door, begging the gentleman to meet someone important, yet his story didn't sit right with Alex. So the old man kept talking and even called out the name of the man he meant. The man snapped an apology for bothering them, but Alex shot back that it wasn't necessary because right now they weren't in public. The old man barked that he had to introduce himself to his master, so the man stepped forward and claimed he was Cloud White, an actual wizard, and that's when Alex's curiosity snapped to full focus. The hero leaned in and asked what the wizard needed, and the wizard admitted he was here to request help. Alex pressed for the details of the research, and the old man barked at the wizard to spill everything he knew for the master. Cloud leaned in and asked Alex, "Have you heard of magic guardians?" And Alex nodded. He'd heard the idea every day people can literally take magic, stash it safely, and pull it out later when it's needed most. Magic schools love magic storage. When disaster hits, it becomes a lifeline, and he started believing life force, basically your physical strength, could be locked away for later. Life energy in people splits into two kinds: clean, healthy power, and twisted, unhealthy power. He figured that sometimes they'd hit a wall of power, and Alex agreed hard. If you could somehow pull life force out like it's magic, it would turn into the most lethal medicine on Earth. Alex nodded, admitting the study was wild, but right now, Cloud's locked in trying to siphon power for real. And one day, finance won't be enough anymore. He doesn't know how far he can push it. An old man asks if they can use it, and he can't even decide if he's got what it takes to be a donor. Alex just nods and says he's right. And by the end of it, everyone realizes this thing is seriously useful. Then Alex cracked a door open in his chest and showed them his life force. He showed the wizard exactly what he was trying to pull off, but Cloud's gut sank. Alex might have already dug up this research. This file was the Philosopher's Stone in disguise, forged by magic that had been made and then vanished for hundreds of years. That wizard was totally baffled. He figured if he could just crack what it meant, the research would finally be over. Alex jumped in and said, "You can pull the power out with magic, but not everyone can. So no matter what, they were still stuck doing the research." They dug into this theory to save lives because if the user ever got killed or badly hurt, the life force would get yanked from the reservoir, like a built-in replacement. Alex got put on the spot about how it was even possible, and he admitted they didn't know yet, but that it could be studied. And the hero could tell his guests were seriously hooked on the idea of preserving life. The gentleman figures this won't happen anytime soon, and if this research can help people down the line, he's ready to throw his money behind it. The wizard swore he'd make good on every single thing he promised. They rushed to build a lab right away in the Carlisle territory, and Alex immediately agreed. A girl steps up to Alex with a book in her hands and demands to know what it is, and when Alex tells her it's an old witchcraft book that uses plants, she freezes, then repeats his words like they just blew her mind. The young man insists he already spilled his part in researching the life vault to her. The girl nods and confirms it, and Alex snatches the book from her hands, grinning like, that was a solid start. He's packed with knowledge and skills, but he doesn't just keep them, he pushes himself to grow, aiming to recreate his own thoughts. The young man blurts out that he wants to do it. The girl's thrilled with the sheer scale, and then he falls silent, realizing this isn't Mary's wheelhouse. The protagonist calls back the Philosopher's Stone because now it's his sword, and in his head, he can't stop thanking the knowledge it's given him, even as that power gets chained to what's possible today and what the past left behind. Alex suddenly realizes the future isn't hiding in the present at all. Then he fires off an idea and pushes for them to do it right now. A young man raps on the door, then blurts out a sincere apology for barging in. The heroes huddle before a locked door, and the girl blurts that she really hopes he hasn't slipped away. Then the young man snaps, "I can feel people nearby." But right as he speaks, apologies rain in and cut him off. The door swings open and a worn-out man stumbles into view, and Alex immediately asks if this is Mr. Hal Robinson's house, only for the guy to snap back that it's no place for kids. The protagonist steps up and asks straight if he's really Mr. Robinson, and the kid smiles and says, "Nah, I'm Alexander Carlisle." And right then, the host starts to clock the truth. These guests didn't come begging for food. The protagonist shoots it down fast, then realizes the guy's crafting a grimoire meant for permanent use. Alex even praises him as a leader around here, even though he's already nowhere near the lab. The man closes in and demands, "Who are you?" And the protagonist fires back that he's Lord Carlisle's eldest son. The young man says he just wants the full rundown on how the research was done, then leans in and snaps, "So tell me, how did it happen?" The other guy freezes, then pauses. Then the homeowner swings the door open and ushers the heroes inside, and they immediately start inspecting the house's furnishings with sharp, careful eyes. Alexander leans in, staring at one of the objects, and demands to know if it's truly his grimoire. Then the owner nods, saying it's packed with a built-in formula for light. The protagonist finally spots the truth. This grimoire can be reused, and the guy swears he's made it work for people without magic. When the protagonist asks if that's really the goal, the man says his research is done, admits he'd even warned him the info might be outdated. And before the conversation can breathe, the house's owner cuts him off. Then the protagonist presses, so why do these people even back magic in the first place? Because that's the answer he's hunting. The man grins and says it's simple, just keep it running as long as magical power keeps feeding it. Then he shows the protagonist a tiny reservoir of magic and walks him through exactly how to pop it in and switch it on. The moment those moves hit, a wild gust rips through the air and the man shrugs it off as convenient, even though this reservoir can only stretch for 1 month. You could feel it coming, because people kept chasing magical power like it was salvation. He then turns to you and asks what happened next and answers himself, without hesitation. Humans, apparently, are monsters you can capture, enslave, and drain dry of their magic. But what if the universe throws a curveball out of nowhere and the heroes are left completely clueless about what's happening? The man tells the protagonist, if you're gonna fly, warn me first. The young guy shoots back, sorry, this altitude feels awful. Then he whips his head around, confused, until it hits him, he's landed in Carlisle Village. The hero presses the others for how the young man managed to drag them here, then spots a flower and demands to know if the stranger recognizes it, only for the house's owner to lean in, squint hard, and ask what in the world it means. He yelps in pure horror, no way, magical nectar. And then he realizes he's staring at a solar flower, an ancient bloom that spits out magical nectar. The protagonist snaps that he's right and that he knows everything. Then, during his magical research, he finds a flower that soaks up the sun and supposedly oozes nectar packed with magic, and people believed it was wiped out long ago by monsters who hunted its power. Alexander cranes his neck toward the flower, and the man blurts out that he's been hoarding seeds packed with genetic material just to bring it back, and if they can spin up a magical field from them, they'll lock in a steady stream of magical energy too, without sacrificing a single human or monster. The young man springs to his feet and promises there's more to come, then leans in and asks if the other man plans to keep pushing his research. He blurts that he has no clue and asks if the protagonist will take care of the flowers, then the protagonist nods, already thinking about setting up massive magical fields in that spot. The man tells him, come with me, and insists they do it together, then the protagonist gratefully thanks him. He tells his partner everything's fine, and once it's all settled, they'll have to clean out the house and grab what they need. Then he asks if she's really sure she'll be okay alone. Alexander promises to send her an assistant, and the man can't help wondering if this guy is actually just a child. These flowers are stunning, but then the protagonist can't stop thinking, what are they really researching? And once it hits him, he realizes it worked. A girl dashes up to him and blurts that he's got a visitor, and the young man shoots back his thanks. She asks if those are his flowers, and he admits he grew everyone he wanted, then she lights up, gushing that they're absolutely stunning. The young man blurts out, these are for Angela, she'll look amazing in them, and the girl shoots her friend a grateful thank you. They link fingers, and the young man declares that today's guest is the one who helps them work magic, so don't you dare forget it, while the girl nods right along. The whole showdown happens over a meal. When the man digs in, he tells the protagonist it was delicious, and the young guy beams back, saying he's just happy you liked it, then thanks him right there too. The protagonist leans in and asks if he wants any add-ons, and the man snaps back, no, I'm good. Then the protagonist pushes again. So you're sure it's true? You really think I wanted this thing? The young man stares at the object and snaps that it's only a prototype because it's tiny. The other man grins and tells him, no, this is the first one, then orders him to darken the room a little. The protagonist asks, so why not do it tonight? Then, the man laughs and says he can't imagine anyone pulling that off. Alexander freezes, then the man grins and promises he'll set the sunflower's magic cell. The protagonist leans in, watching his comrade's every move like his life depends on it. The man bursts out that his magic has to hit harder, then turns to the protagonist and demands help crafting a magical formula, so the young man nods, and everything clicks back to why it all began with the report his father sent. He can still hear his father's warning crime in their city was climbing, and fast. The city of Moloch is the heart of the Carlos Lohao territory, and they can stare down the whole place from their mansion like it's nothing yet lately. Tons of people keep pouring in, hoping to find Alex, though not all of them are innocent. Because this man swears that the more the city thrives, the sharper they get at crime. The protagonist admits this is dead serious, and his father asks if he can fix it. Then the young man shoots back. Don't worry, I'll handle it. Crime spikes at night because people blend in easier, and the whole difference between day and night comes down to one thing: how much light's in the streets. He tells them, if you hang these grimoires across the city, nights will glow like day, but if you want them burning all night long, you'll need a massive reservoir to power it. Then he turns to the protagonist and asks, do you even have the space for that? He gestures down and says, Right now, they're pumping magic straight into this spot, but wouldn't it be perfect if we had a direct line? Then he compares it to a water pipe that's always hooked up, the kind rich aristocrats brag about in their mansions, where you flip the switch and the water comes pouring out. The protagonist realizes he's made a water vein before, and if he can tap into it again, he can link it straight to the flower garden. The man blurts that it can't be. He swears he should have seen the moment the magic started to liquefy. Then Alexander demands, "So what does it look like?" The man fires back, "Do I think I can do it? I'd love to." But he explains, the sunflower only spits out magical pollen in daylight, and even if they try to pull nectar straight from it, it still won't flow until the day. He explains that this grimoire only kicks in after dark, and he sees no point in its whole power until the young man steps forward and says he's got just one thing. He holds a flower up on his open palm, grins, and tells everyone it's just finished calling it a moonflower. The guy blurts out, shocked, "Wait again," and the hero grins and says, "It's the upgraded sunflower." Then it starts sprinkling magic drops right in the moonlight so they can grow both plants and use them. Yeah, and you're basically begging for magical power 24/7. The man blurts that it's wonderful, and Alexander laughs it off, thanks him, and then declares he thinks that's a decision made. He grabs it and decides to handle it right now, asking if his friend can keep working on it. The man gives a quick nod and agrees, then the door swings open and a new person rushes in, breathless, apologizing for barging into their talk. The girl grins and says she's got them a second helping. Alexander nods and agrees, saying Amelia's right and now's the perfect time, and once they've settled it, they'd better start eating. The man even adds that he'd really appreciate it, so what if he's not talking to the boy? The researcher snaps, "Who are you spying on?" And the heroine shoots back, grinning, "Sorry, I just smelled something delicious." The protagonist asks if she's down to try something. Mia shrugs and says she's totally fine with it. And just like that, the big reveal the finished product presentation kicks off. The hero scans the area with intense focus, eyes darting everywhere. He leans in and wonders if nectar is the source of all this magic, and she laughs, saying it smells absolutely delicious. Then he whips around to Ho and praises him for everything, thanking her for letting him run wild and do as much as he wanted. That man couldn't stop thanking them for the chance they gave him, and after that day, the crime rate crashed hard. Now the heroes light up the city, blazing a brighter future for everyone. At night, the city streets blaze with energy, pulling people in from every corner of the world, so much so that men stop and ask, "Is this some kind of festival?" It's one massive, buzzing city packed with people and pure momentum. By morning, history had flipped on its head because the son snapped back at his father, saying he was overreacting. The man snaps a question about whether the magic supply is in trouble, and the son grins back, "Those tanks are running flawlessly. They're planted out in a field, purifying flower nectar. They've got a pipe running straight from the tank into the basement right up to the light," and when he finally heard Alex's plan, shock hit him hard, because that idea was brilliant, and they had backup stacked on backup. Then the man saw it working, and knowing their poppy was the real deal, he built exactly what he needed. A girl rushes up to the heroes and tells them, "Her Majesty sent a letter from a master. She wants to see his achievement with her own eyes, and she's coming tomorrow. Can you believe she'll actually show up?" The son grins and answers, "Yeah, she's not just visiting, she wants me to show her the city." The man bursts into laughter and snaps that she's finally picked up a bit of formality, like the festival's barely even started, while Alexander tells his father, "You're overreacting." The whole city erupts as they greet Her Majesty like royalty. The girl scans everything around her, eyes sharp, and declares, "This is it, this is the epiphany," then tells Alexander exactly what she just figured out. Her Majesty tells them it feels like a brand new world, and the protagonist bows in gratitude for her kindness. Then the girl leans in and asks, "Did you give him a name?" When she hears they haven't, she decides right then to name him. The heroine grumbles that Alexander is a mouthful, then warns that the city won't thrive if they slap the father of the nation's name on it. The girl suggests he should name his light Alex, and the protagonist's cheeks burn with shame. He snaps that he only helped create it. The heroine shuts him down fast. She reminds him he issued the order and she's just guiding him, so it still counts as his win, and history will prove it. She's determined to have his name carved into history, and the protagonist nods like, "You've got it." From this moment on, that grimoire gets a new name, Alex's Light, and the girl demands Alex's name be carved into the book soon after. The protagonist tells the history book writer, "Give my comrade credit, he's the one behind all this." A few days later, the herald comes rushing in with a command from Her Majesty. He declares, from this day on, the hero is out, he leaves this land behind and makes Avalon his new home. The young man knows Avalon was once an imperial fief, and in old myths they called it paradise, but now it's a dead, deserted wasteland, and the only way to move through it is on foot. The man tells him he's Her Majesty's wish and swears she only wants good things, so the hero obeys, ready to carry it out, even if he's forced to become a pioneer like it's just another job in the same old cycle. 2 weeks after he left, he stayed locked in, passing the job straight to his father, and before long, their team ballooned into a huge group. The girl blurts out what this place is and worries the food will be okay. Mary just grins, thinking she's about to discover a whole stack of brand new books. She never pictured they'd end up traveling side by side, and she has no clue how long this ride will last. Meanwhile, Dorothy, the maid, lurks in the shadows. Astaroth and the other gods and angels are about to be summoned there. The girl says she'll go, of course, but she still intends to return to the chosen shadow because how can she be a maid if she doesn't follow her master? One of the girls blurts that she spotted something in this morning's paper. Turns out the headline screams, "Sir Alexander has settled in the wilds of Avalon." The girl insists they need real men to survive out in the wild, men who truly love Alex, or they're totally useless, so the protagonist fires back that's exactly why he called for volunteers, because this is uncharted territory and she has no idea if anyone will even show up. Suddenly, the protagonist leans over the balcony and realizes everyone's begging to join him. He's thrilled so many people want to follow him, and it blows his mind. If they marched in that kind of formation, they'd be etched into history, but Eliza misjudged the pull of it. People from all over the world came running, and the procession swelled one by one until it turned into a legendary migration of millions. Empress Eliza's command hits, and the heroes rush to settle Avalon. The girl asks if everything's okay, and the protagonist just stares. He has zero clue what she means, but he can't deny it looks absolutely spectacular. Then she finally admits she never thought that many people would actually show up. She corners the master and demands to know what went down. She's convinced he's about to become a dad, and the Viscount wastes no time. He wants to meet him. So the protagonist agrees to meet Agnes's father, strides right up to the girl, and promises to go ahead to let him know the moment they arrive. Right after they set off, nobility swarmed them, names splashed across the newspapers, and the whole procession looked unreal until, out of nowhere, a girl bolted up and screamed that a brawl erupted in the back row and people were hurt. The protagonist's assistant insists, "I'm going with you," and Alexander instantly realizes they've only got a handful of people who can use healing magic, so they'll need backup fast. He realizes the crowd on this journey is about the size of a whole big country, and it never stays calm. Something always snaps, breaks, or goes wrong, so there's zero time to breathe or enjoy the ride. He keeps a sharp watch on the maids, but his senses stay on full alert for whatever could hit next, and then he summons the chosen to him. The girl asks the master if he's summoned her, and the young man tells her, "If you spot a town or any merchants, grab me some medicine." She can ask around and let them know about him, but the cost of the goods is on her. If she runs into any doctors, she should grab them for help right away if she needs it, and the girl nods, "Got it." The young man then smiles and thanks her, saying he's fully counting on their support. The heroine grins, finally nailing the master's order, and the protagonist clocks it. She's weirdly calm, like she's never about to snap, just like she always does. Then someone calls for him. The young man whirls around and spots Visconti Menba, who bursts out, saying he's relieved the kid hasn't changed a bit since February, and praising Alexander's perfect health. Then he turns to Agnes and tells her he only hopes she behaves herself in her new home. The protagonist eavesdropped on their chatter. One of the girls even claimed she knows exactly what he's doing at the newspaper. She swore she caught one of his subordinates buying a paper on the road, and once that hit, more and more people begged to join him. They kept grilling him about food, and he explained they don't let everyone cook for themselves. Instead, they split the food evenly every few days, and somehow that kindness made them all genuinely grateful. He blurts out that he just figured it out, then tells them to watch their step on the road because it's not safe here anymore, and he can only pray nothing serious happens. People swarm up to Alexander, panicking. Those comrades who went out for food still haven't come back. Sure, the road's long, but they're desperate, praying their friends are almost here. Alexander gets it instantly, then decides, "No, I'm going to check just in case." He spots his comrades, and the moment it hits, he realizes they're getting slammed by the attackers. The protagonist roars at the offenders, demanding they stop right now. The robbers huddle up and start firing questions. Who is this kid who basically popped out of nowhere? And the weird part, his face feels painfully familiar. One of the men locks eyes with Alexander, stunned, blurting, "I can't believe you're here. I didn't expect to see you." He steps up and tells everyone, "My name's Guy," then declares he's the boss of this ruthless gang of thieves. Years back, famine crushed their lands, and the decay kept spreading until they had no choice but to flee. But every village around them was stuck the same way, no jobs, no future, so they all had to fall back on robbery. And he kept slipping farther from honest work until he just kept robbing too. If only he could work, They'd all still hate what they do, yet the hero finally gets it. And when he says it himself, it's clear he's no ordinary genius. The young man realizes the thief is using his leadership to bend his men to his will, so he steps in and gives him a second chance. He calls on the men to be his protectors, and the protagonist fires back that they're lacking hands, so if they say yes, he'll make sure they've got a place to stay. Guy snaps that he doesn't even want his kindness, but the others grin and swear everyone's going to be glad to see them. Then the young man shakes his head, insists he's wrong, and reveals he's got a plan so they can drop the worry. He insists they're not heading to some new land to build a whole new city with their own hands, and the protagonist fires back, asking if he really wants to start all over again. Guy blurts, "Yes, of course," and sincerely thanks the protagonist right on the spot. That's when the handcuffs get swapped. These criminals are chained up by magic that hijacks their every move. A young man steps in and asks if anyone objects, and the thieves snap back if Alex says it's fine. They've already heard about the famine and they'll take any help he offers. The protagonist snaps back that he needs serious security right now, and the girl's head over heels as she stares at him, thinking Alex could have hired bandits, because somehow that makes him even cooler to her. The protagonist's father snatches the report, and the moment he reads it, he knows that March is still a burning problem. The guy reads off today's mess, multiple assaults, a robbery, and another crime, and suddenly it's clear the body count of trouble is huge as the ride drags on. Everyone's getting worn out, cranky, and restless, and the fights start popping off more and more. The hunters clamp them in custody for now, but that safety won't last. Then the man strides up to the protagonist and fires. "So, what do you think?" The protagonist nods and says it's simple to throw them out, but he wants to give them every chance to change their minds because he wants this whole mess to stop for good. Emilia insists that every single person is staring at Alexander because they're crazy about him. The protagonist snaps an order at the guy, "Get those rioters to the very end of the line." The man asks if it's okay to shove them to the back of the line, and the protagonist snaps back that he wants them at the very end plus a few guards so they don't slide ahead. Emilia leans in and asks if the protagonist isn't cutting rations at all, he's just fighting to make sure everyone still gets theirs last. And honestly, she thinks that's fair. The traffic cops get it at the back of the line, Mr. Alex isn't putting them first, and the protagonist is thrilled because he finally saw his idea click. The people trailing him are champing at the bit for their brand new lives, praying he'll pull them out of their mess, because when he asks what they'll feel if he marches them to the back of the line, he flat out warns them they could get kicked out and they might not land in anything rich or happy. The protagonist insists the whole group has to hear about this punishment, because he swears its power depends on the person, yet he also says that if they're chasing a better life, it's a deterrent that will scare them straight, and once they finally show real remorse, they earn their release. Guy is totally sold on it. He swears this plan will work wonders, claiming he gets it perfectly because he used to be just like that. The protagonist shoots back, asking if he ever went too far, and Guy grins, saying in his eyes, "Nah, never." He tells you that right now, the only thing he needs is to grind nonstop and win Alexander's trust. The protagonist tells him to go all out, then just a few days later, a traffic cop files the punishment report and word spreads about even harsher action, hitting harder than anyone expected. They finally snap back to reality, but the next threat wasn't human, just a young man demanding, "So what's going on here?" One of his subordinates hurries up to Mr. Alexander. The doctor panics and calls it terrible, but somehow they wrestle the temperature down to safety. The girl drags the doc over to the protagonist and blurts that more doctors are waiting in the next tent, and the protagonist immediately fires back, "Can he tell what's going on?" The doctor stares at the symptoms and the chaos around them, then says he's pretty sure it's a parasite, and the protagonist keeps pressing, demanding to know if he can figure out exactly what it is. But none of the treatments are working, and with so many people packed here, the protagonist can feel it coming: an epidemic, an outbreak, some infection is only a matter of time. He steps up and offers to examine the patient more closely, and the doctor fires back, asking if he's got any medical training. The young man hesitates, admits he's not quite trained, then says he'll still take a look. He stares her down, and Alexander rushes in with magic to heal her. The protagonist claims this is a physical copy of a healthy body, so if you're trying to figure out how it differs from the real thing, she's already got the answer cooking in her stomach. The doctor leans in, asking if it'll mess him up. Alexander grins and says it's a parasitic demon that eats the host's magic from the inside. The young man steps up and promises to whip up a potion that'll kill him. He demands you finish every drop, and the doctor nods along, promising to hand out the potion to all patients, but Alexander snaps back, refusing it unless the man gives it to people who don't even show symptoms. The man smirks and asks if it's just meant to boost tolerance, and Alexander answers that it only works if it carries a demon inside, because once it's in you, it lingers magically and doesn't get digested. The doctor's jaw drops, he's never even heard of a potion like that, and the protagonist shrugs, saying he literally just cooked it up. The Philosopher's Stone holds only the past and the present, but since the lamppost got built, it's been scheming for something bigger. The protagonist taps that wisdom, cracks the stone's secrets, and turns its knowledge into medicine that doesn't just heal today, it'll keep healing tomorrow. He's basically telling you, don't just keep building and building, go out there and let everyone feel it. It was water, after all, and turns out the girl grabbed the wrong one. She swears she never even suspected you were a parasite. But now the cure is already in, so everyone finally exhales. The protagonist thanks her for sorting it out so fast, and she answers, I'm doing this for the master and for the future of our people. The protagonist snaps everyone to a halt with one hand, and the moment they roll into Avalon, a dark, ominous chill seeps into the air. The young man tells him he'll go ahead and investigate, leaving us assistants to handle things, and the girls are ready to protect the people. Then one of them turns to Alex and asks him to come with. The protagonist nods and agrees to let her tag along with him. The girl leans in and tells the young man, I've got this power, something inside me is surging. Alexander nods along and she explains that Alex told her last night they'd already be in Avalon by now. She's about to ask a question, but he cuts her off, saying he can't believe she even caught it. The heroes are locked in Avalon, and the whole place feels like a battlefield waiting to explode. The protagonist blurts out that he never pictured things would get this awful here. This place is totally unlivable. The girl snaps. So what do we do now? Alexander answers fast. We go back and tell the others. Suddenly, the hero spots a shadow creeping up behind them, and then a figure crawls out of the muddy puddle. Using magic, the main character snaps the blow out of the way and blocks it cold. The predator sneers that people always panic at ghosts, then the hero snaps to it. They're not seeing spirits at all, it's a miasma or a mermaid. She charges toward the main character and his girlfriend, shrieking at them to get out right now. The young man rips his sword from its sheath like a spark flying into the dark. He finally lands a brutal hit on his opponent, and the girl instantly realizes this is their shot now. The hero doesn't flee, he watches the mermaid's body start to rot, then slams healing magic into her to save her, and the protagonist admits the devourer of this place has latched onto them, so now they have to fix what's wrong with the environment. The protagonist snaps to it. He has to uncover why the power of the gods, buried and building in the earth, keeps churning out that miasma. A friend steps up to Alexander, and Alexander snaps back that he's fine. Then the young man clocks it immediately. Something's tearing him up inside, because every territory is under attack from the gods. The protagonist has no clue why, but one thing's clear, they refuse to leave the mermaid here. The terrifying energy fades away, and she pushes herself forward, sure, there's still a tiny spark left. The hero jerks his gaze upward, and the young man's companion smiles, saying, I always knew Alex was incredible. He leans in close to Angie and praises her like, you nailed it, great job. It looks like the wounds are finally closed, but he still isn't sure she'll make it, so he leans in and tells her not to worry about him, because he'll be fine. His partner's healing magic is the absolute best in the world, and he's certain of it. The girl flashes a sweet smile and beams at Alexander, thanking him with all her heart. Suddenly, the hero's focus snaps to a mysterious ball sitting in the cleared space. The heroes huddle around the orb, trading confused looks as they demand what this pitch-black thing even is, because no one understands the sphere that crawled out of that unholy land. Then the protagonist finally clicks, and everything changes. The girl whirls toward Alex, and he blurts out whether she knows what this thing is meanwhile. The heroine stares as he grabs it and convinces herself that if he touched it, it can't be dangerous. She lightly taps the object and calls it cute. Then the girl leans in and whispers that maybe it's caked in dirt like something secret is hiding inside. Alexander nods, declaring she's right, there's a razor-thin barrier sealing the sphere's secrets, and he's sure they'll uncover what's inside soon. But for now, he urges them to stash her away then. Right when hope's in reach, someone barges in and rips the hero's moment apart. A mermaid pops up beside them out of nowhere. Eyes blazing, she demands to know where they snagged that thing, and orders the hero to be dragged right back to where he was first found. The protagonist urges her to breathe and insists everything's okay, but the girl snaps back that they need to hurry right now. But the boys playing the lead snap their focus upward, and the young man's stomach drops with that familiar dread God's punishment is closing in. The mermaid snaps back for her orb, and Alexander lunges in, snatches it, and hoists it high, then he roars at the mermaid to back off. Suddenly, the sky erupts in a blinding glow, and the sphere reacts as something unbelievable happens. The mermaid gasps in terror, demanding what he just did because he's maimed her lord. She swears that the lord she's guarded for centuries is finally in real danger. The protagonist blurts out that the second he saw it, he knew it was an egg. Ange was right, because there really was something inside, and the girl immediately fires back. So what's in there? The protagonist declares that divine punishment has tainted these lands, and this egg is meant to break it so it's been hidden from the divine eye, and the gods panic, unleash punishment anyway, and scour the chaos praying they'll spot the egg. The mermaid chokes on tears and blurts, "Who cares about this right now?" While the protagonist's choices ended up killing her lord, he fought so hard to hide him from everyone, then insists he's fine. The young man straight up admits it's boosted his resistance. Anzi snaps, asking if he's really talking about magic resistance like it's a disaster, and the protagonist fires back. Yes, absolutely. He tells them the dragon guards the empire, shrugging off magic with a body so tough it even fights healing magic complete immunity. No, but it's brutally hard to get through. Sure, he'd make an amazing training partner, but that's not the point right now. Turning someone holy magic resistant is a nightmare, yet he pulled it off because divine magic was granted to him. The mermaid blurts, "What does this mean?" And the protagonist shoots back, "For now, my lord has sat down, so you'll get to see it with your own eyes." The mermaid turns the ball every which way, hunting for a scratch, but it's spotless, not a single mark. The girl clutches the ball to her chest, trembling with pure joy because her lord is still alive. But the guy playing the main character leans in and says she never dreamed a place like that could even exist in the basement because the whole layout is packed to the brim with history. The mermaid glides back and puts the ball exactly where it belongs. Then the protagonist blurts out that the air feels fresher somehow, and the mermaid shoots back. "How did you know?" The girl snaps back that the lord was satisfied. She even threw him into a deadly swamp, and after centuries passed, he finally clawed his way back to where he belonged. In 1,000 years, these lands will finally snap back to how they used to be, and the mermaid, once more, pours out her gratitude to the protagonist for saving her. The protagonist stares at the clock, stunned by how long they've been waiting, far beyond what any human could bear. Then the young man realizes he can't even picture what they look like, yet he's still sure they're a species built to live for ages. Or maybe they're gods too, and if he really is, that explains how he survived 1,000 years. Still, it feels like the creator gods keep losing track of the other gods. Lord Avalon, do you ever wonder if you'll meet him one day because the mermaid remembers and now she wants to know what dragged them to these lands? The protagonist drops the truth, "I've come to settle here," and the girl's jaw just drops in shock. The kid shrugs and says the resistance they're given won't last forever, so they might as well camp here instead of guarding the egg while both sides scramble, wondering how negotiations over moving to Avalon will finally shake out. The mermaid standing guard over Avalon has the answer, and when the protagonist asks if she'll let him stay here as long as he protects the egg, she pauses thinking hard about it. She snaps back that there's no way she'll let this happen, because they can't count on anyone but themselves. Sure, Alexander's a monster right now, but he's still trapped in a human lifespan, and when he finally drops, they'll strike them again. The mermaid snaps that she can't promise his people won't strike the Lord, and then demands he and his crew scramble for a new place to hide. The young man asks if they can fix both problems, and she tells him they can stay here and settle things. He grins and says he's got a proposition because this throne, it looks sacred, like it belongs to the kingdom of Silvarum, and turns out this place is a sanctuary. The protagonist pitches a wild idea, use the power of this place to defend it for real. The girl pushes again for what it means, and Alexander breaks it down basically, it's a way to forge a barrier. She tells them, straight up, that only the gods can forge a shield against divine punishment, and the young man shrugs it off, promising she has nothing to fear, like they've done it before. Then his companion steps in and reminds her they built one in Master Alexander's mansion the last time he was targeted. The protagonist digs the god fragments out of his bag. He claims they whip up a crushing barrier and slap on an anti-identification spell to mask his mood. He tries to soak up the wild energy of the Avalon Sanctuary, the place people once swore was paradise. Alexander says it's all set, and the mermaid snaps back that nothing feels different, so the young man urges her to watch for herself. He whips his sword around like a storm and lets it fly. The girl stares, stunned by what she's seeing, and Alexander quickly asks if she's okay, then he shrugs. That's how the defense works, because attacks hit this area and suddenly lose their bite. This barrier won't crack from brute strength even if the gods have to sweat for it. Then his partner breaks into joy and declares that Alex is stronger than the god of creation himself, and the mermaid just freezes, staring at him in stunned disbelief. She says, I'm finally in the clear, and she's letting him stay here. Then the girl grins and thanks him for everything he's done. Alexander and his companion storm out. On his way back, the young man blurts out that this place is sacred like the same sacred ground from Mia's hometown. The moment people start coming back to this place, the young man swears it was always meant to happen. The girl behind the podium snaps out. Put your hands in the box, pull something out, and everyone scrambles to obey. A glowing sphere shoots out of the box, and the guy who grabs it gets asked, should I follow? The protagonist grins and nods, yes, I'll lead you straight to the designated spot. The man and his whole family sprint after the spear, chasing it with everything they've got. When he finally gets there, he realizes the soil is perfectly ready for farming, and that freaks him out. Did he know they were farmers? His girlfriend shrugs and says she's got no clue, but she absolutely loves the place. He hands out land like it's fate itself picking winners, like destiny just singled them out. A girl on the podium calls out the next name, and the protagonist's companion blurts out that she never thought you could actually magic your way into choosing where to live in Avalon. Alex just keeps blowing her mind. With this method, land division never turns into a fight because the protagonist knows finding that courtroom is nothing short of a miracle. It doesn't just guide people, it pulls them straight to the one place where real happiness lives, which means no two souls can ever share the same space. Only a sanctuary can make that possible, and it will steer you to the place you'll finally call home. It might be a lottery, but nobody's complaining about how fate deals the cards. Then the girl asks if the prediction could reach beyond Avalon, and the protagonist shoots back that he believes the magic is tied to the sanctuary. And still, their people track them all the way here, begging they could just be out of Avalon, while the girl sobs with pure excitement, shouting that their destiny is to become Master Alexander's people. She locks in and declares her true fate is right beside him, and when she does, the protagonist can only thank her. He's convinced her happiness is written into fate. The very next day, the girl perks up and tells everyone the prospectors spotted a mine just a few kilometers to the northwest, but the ore veins there haven't been uncovered yet. Down to the south sits a mulberry grove, and the land around it belongs to a silk-growing family, so they're practically ecstatic. The settlement land got laid out, and construction is about to kick off. Then a river cuts east to south, and one family has been running a ferry there for generations, hauling people in their boat right from that spot. The protagonist shoots her a heartfelt thanks for the report, and just like that, everyone has locked onto the perfect plot of land, so they can't wait to get back to their usual work. Resource discovery is coming in hot of every batch of reports. About 1/3 is all about brand new finds. Alexander admits he can't stop thinking about it. Avalon used to be called Paradise, and he's convinced they haven't tapped every last resource yet. The girl snaps that for Paradise. They're getting way too few reports on what this land can really do, and the protagonist nods instantly, fully agreeing, while his assistant quickly says, "Don't think this is rude," then fires off 2 reasons. First, they don't have enough info yet, because most of the land hasn't even been properly surveyed. Another big reason is simple people fear their precious resources will get snatched from them, and maybe that worry is just screaming in the settlement's heads because Alexander finally sees she's right. If they promise they won't seize their finds, would the settlement even bother sending more reports? The young man thinks that's the move, and he decides to shake things up and do things his own way. He steps up and promises to train everyone who struck resources in their land got iron. He'll teach forging found mulberry, then it's silk dyes all the way. He wanted to make it way easier for the residents to team up and work together. The very next day after the announcement, the girls swarm the main character, and the reports start pouring in non-stop, but even with the spike, it still falls way short of what Alexander thought he'd get. The young man whips around and glares at Dorothy. She asks if she needs to look after anyone, and the young man immediately shakes his head. He wants her and the traffic cops to take a lap around the area, then spread the word that his job is to care for the land. The girl blurts out, "Do we need to hide?" And the hero snaps back, "No, our job is to scout the area," so the heroine nods right along. In a tight little detachment, they charge toward the settlements, closing in fast. The maid blurts out an apology and declares she's stepping in, so the heroes greet her right away. She warns that the girl who vanished from the tent could only be hiding in the shadows, then turns to ask the protagonist if she's truly certain she can handle the work even in the light. The young man shoots back, "Don't worry, I've got you." And with him in the picture, her life in this world finally feels lighter. Ever since they got that promise that Avalon was safe, he's been calling Eliza that way. Sometimes then he personally escorts her home, like it's his mission, and Eliza just stares in awe at the place, saying she's never once had the chance to come here before. The protagonist blurts that he's thinking about taking a walk, wanting to see the scenery with his own eyes, but the maid snaps back that she can't roam around in public dressed like this. Then the heroes push that maybe it's worth the risk, and the protagonist's partner throws in, "Let's go out like this." Alexander stares at the maid, stunned beyond words. They finally choose the capsules. Alicia snatches up the red ones, and Alexander grabs the blue ones. Once they swallow those capsules, their minds flip. Something inside them suddenly changes. Now it's crystal clear, nobody's going to recognize them. The protagonist's assistant admits she got the disguise idea from her sister-in-law. She never saw it coming. One sip of that potion actually reshaped her body in wild ways, and it was created long ago by an ancient witch. The protagonist tells her, "I got here because I figured you could be useful to us." And the assistant immediately glances at Alexander like, "Wow, look how elegant he is now that he's grown." The protagonist tells her, "I'll swap my clothes and tweak my voice a bit," then leans in and urges the girl to play along like they're married. The young man storms out of the room, spins back around, and looks Eliza straight in the eyes, telling her that she'll be their daughter. Alexander drags his friends out for a proper family outing around Avalon, and it's going to be one wild day. In the other images, the hero takes a family stroll to scope out the area. Then the protagonist turns to Eliza and asks, "Have you seen that girl? She's blushing hard." His partner tells the girl not to sweat it, saying those temperature swings are totally normal for her age, and she's sure the fever has nothing to do with an illness. The little girl blurts out that she's just not used to walking around with someone holding her hand. The protagonist brings it up again, but the girl turns beet red and begs him to drop it. Then he scans the settlement and realizes they've actually been making serious progress. They snap their focus to Astaroth, and the protagonist can't believe it. She looks genuinely happy. Like the rich, fertile soil is lifting her spirits, Eliza leans in and asks, "So the fertility goddess really is that powerful?" Their partner cranes their neck and asks, "So what's happening over there?" People bow to a tiny figurine and swear it's their Master Alexander, their savior, and yeah, they even claim he's the emperor. The girl's stunned. They're saying that out loud, so Eliza pushes, asking if that's really okay. The protagonist just smirks and shuts it down. No, that won't work, because rumors will explode, and they've got to be stopped fast. An old man strides up and blares that Alexander and his whole crew are top-tier swindlers, and that every single resident has already been brainwashed. Eliza asks who he's talking about, and the old man answers, "Everyone, of course everyone," and they're worshipped so hard they drop into unconsciousness. The protagonist snaps back, "So why aren't you the same?" The old man shrugs and says, "I only tagged along so I wouldn't lose my job." Then he leans in, like it's pointless to ask what difference does it make. They'll never know. He says Alexander and his people smile sweetly just to keep the crowd calm, but deep down, they're ruthless, and the protagonist grins, itching for them to finally show their true colors. Someone calls Alex and the girls snap, asking if he'll actually let some man spout that nonsense. They don't trust him one bit. The protagonist shrugs off punishing that grandfather, saying he could stomp on free speech, but once that voice is broken, it won't just hurt others, it'll come back to bite him sooner or later. The earlier emperors crushed tyranny with wild excess, but he went straight at every piece of criticism, so his daughter, Eliza, got slammed as an oppressor again and again, and yeah, she definitely hates hearing that fury aimed at her. One of the girls blurts out that they're from a southern village called Saint Moir, a place so warm and bright it feels like summer never ends. But that endless heat has left a bunch of people in her home village getting sick. Eliza realizes it all comes down to that wild, sudden shift in the climate. The air feels nice in the daytime, but by night the cold bites hard, so the protagonist steps up and says the houses may need a few small fixes, then asks everyone for a little time. The girl drops into a bow and thanks her, then Eliza whirls toward her comrades, demanding, "So what do we do when this happens?" Alexander swears he'll invent a cure for the cold, but the cruel twist is, it won't fix a single thing about it. They plunge into the forest and the heroine blurts, "What are we hunting?" The protagonist answers without hesitation, "We're looking for an ore called Rafako." The noblemen's houses were packed with warm underfloor heating, and the girls instantly knew stay toasty and comfortable no matter what. The young man wanted this setup in every one of his homes, but the regular method would scorch the floors. A comfy mix of rugs and blankets is the key when the heat climbs. I pile on a thicker floor and throw down all kinds of coverings, but he's set on testing a totally different method. He's convinced his method is the best, and then, right on cue, the heroes burst onto the scene. Alexander tells his partner to back off right now, because this is about to get dangerous fast. A solid ingot of ore gets blasted out of the underground like the earth just ripped it free. The girl asks, "Is this really what we came for?" And the protagonist swivels toward Anza, telling her, "Catch it." A glowing chunk of ore slams into his partner's hand and somehow it doesn't burn her, not after she was just singed by magical fire. This stuff is basically made for them. Crank the heat past any limit and it still won't warm up. Perfect building material. End of story. The girl swears they can use it to forge a floor heating setup. Everything clicks into place, and now they just have to haul this ore to the people because they're finally ready to fight the cold. The protagonist strides up to Xiaomei and urges her to look at what they just uncovered, and when she carefully lifts the material, pure wonder hits because it's the most exquisite permafrost. The main character steps in as the researchers stare at the strange material and realize it's already ready to go. The hero gestures at the ledge and laments it's a downright tragedy, and the girl nods along, yet both of them still grin. Because they truly nailed the job, they permanently froze Refracto. The researcher says he's finally turning the material into something usable, and he needs it with smooth, flat surfaces so he can actually work it without fighting the process. He's trying to build a food storage warehouse with refractors and perpetual freezing, and he admits the outrageous request terrified him, because the young man just laughs, thanks him for the help, and explains how Rifat materials, with their heating and cooling limits, will coat a Rifat box in endless ice so the temperature drops just enough to keep it cool without freezing solid. Then he asks if the guy's planning to emigrate, and the researchers admit it's only a question of time before they can have it ready by summer. Alexander nods, and by the end of the summer, food will spoil way more slowly, slashing food poisoning rates. If the prototype actually holds up, he immediately pushes for magical technology to crank production higher. Hovo tells everyone the Avalon summer is on their shoulders, begs them not to put themselves under pressure, and insists that magic is the real key to this girl's success. The heroine vows to do everything she can to help, and the man tells her to leave the design to him. Then the protagonist grins, certain Xiaomei can handle it. He asks what's up with working in stages, and the girl snaps at them to just wait a little. His assistant leans in and asks, "Once you're done, are you selling this to the Empire?" And the young man smiles, saying, "No, I'll give it to you." That's what he originally planned, but the girl interrupts, fixing the truth fast. "You don't give it to me, you sell it to." She claims that the Vice Emperor's apprentice and the magician who forged Alex's light are the ultimate billboard, and that this is his shot to finally make a name. The protagonist laughs and fires back, asking if she's still pushing that idea, then turns and thanks Eliza for trusting him. The girl declares that the main character absolutely has him earn no doubt about it. The heroine beams, cheering that Avalon's finally becoming a real city, and when the protagonist calls it incredible, she nods hard, fully buying into every word. The hero clocks Alex's lamppost, and since he's finally here, he's determined to ask how to build more while the girl grins, convinced Avalon will blaze into a vibrant city. The protagonist leans in and asks if this place is going to end up looking like a square, then he can't stop himself from waiting for the fountain to be finished, because once it's done, it'll finally start working. The girl tells him, "Watch the craft up close, you'll learn way more than you think." And the protagonist nods, totally buying it. He figures Angus is actually having a blast, then a bunch of girls swarm up and greet Mr. Alex, while his partner leans in and asks to take a look, then the girl fires back and tells him the same thing. A massive wall of figures crashes into view, and deja vu hits them like a punch they can't dodge. Right at the top, a girl faces the Lord and tells him, "You saw it too, didn't you?" Then she leans in and asks, "Isn't it beautiful?" Back in those days, they raised this monument with their own hands just like they always did. Right away, you can tell it's gotten way better. She asks to be shown in the statue, then beams and says, "Ms. Ange did an amazing job and she absolutely loves it." The girl blushes hard and thanks her for the compliment. When he spotted that wooden statue, the protagonist couldn't shake the feeling he should have seen all this coming. Then a voice shouted at the girl, asking for help, and she hurriedly apologized to the Lord. The protagonist blurts, "What's going on?" Then the girl closes in and declares, "No statue can ever beat the real face of a person." The protagonist leans in and asks if she's motivated, and she fires back, "I'm insanely motivated." The young man thinks she's kind-hearted, and that's why everything clicks so fast while his partner grins and says the goddess's power is driving them on. She asks Alexander where he'll build their mansion, and he shrugs it off. "I'll figure it out later." Meanwhile, the protagonist insists they should wait until everyone has fully migrated, then start construction like clockwork. And honestly, he says Alexander should talk it through with Eliza too. The city keeps exploding in growth, and now they have to pick their next move fast. Then the girl promises she'll follow him wherever he goes, and the young man snaps, telling her not to say things like that. The heroine's cheeks flare red as she agrees. Then she promises she'll think it over because this is only the beginning, with growth, new places, and so much waiting ahead. But the hero feels the pull to return now, and Mia and Lily are going to be stunned when they spot that statue, especially since they want to admire the composition together. The protagonist leans in and says he's thankful for a whole lot, then dives straight into fulfilling the requests of Avalon's people. He flicks his hand like a command, and the moment it lands, the crowd comes to a screeching halt. They spin around and stomp off the other way, leaving everything behind. A young man cradles a child like it's made of glass, and a girl rushes up, panicked. What happened? And he tells her the truth. Her parents asked her to be his godfather. The heroine leans in and asks if he's truly the perfect choice for godfather. His parents are alive and doing fine, so they'd better listen to him, because if he backs out, it's going to be a disastrous move, and that's why Eliza is the perfect fit for the role. The girl blurts, "It's both yes and no," and then boom, she calls him a god, so the young man steps in and makes it crystal clear he's a real deity. What's wrong with letting God bless your child with a middle name, a birth name, or a baptismal name, and choosing a name meant to be used only before God? The girl says Alexander always blows things out of proportion over little things, and the young man shoots back that he'd rather politely find a way to say no, and then he asks if she's noticed. She laughs and says, "Of course I've known him forever." The girl cradles his face in her hands and tells him, straight up, that he's got no spine, too weak-willed. She pinches his cheeks and smirks, telling him his face looks like a man who's totally forgotten what wrong even means. Then the protagonist grins back, saying they'll figure out what to do together. The protagonist cracks and says he'd really love to talk with Eliza, the same kid with a rank B, just like every other child. The girl insists it's obvious because they were raised in a utopia the nation's father rebuilt. The same angel who warned them once told them this would happen. When too many powerful souls crowd into one spot, the world snaps and tries to fix the imbalance by unleashing war. With all those souls packed into one place, the world's going to try and kick them out of Avalon, so Eliza swings the question to the protagonist. Are you really going to stop the construction over this? He thinks it over and admits, nah, that would be selfish. He pulls her in and says, let's tackle this together. Then the man admits he never thought so much would explode in just a couple of months, while the protagonist steps up to Mr. Cho like, long time no see. The girls tell him they didn't come by accident, they came to take him. They finally admit it's been ages, and he blurts that he figured his maid would come get him only for it to be them. Because of course it is, he demands how this mess happened, and the girls shoot back that the only one free was them. One guy just smirks and says his uncle hasn't changed at all, and with his maid left on her own? He's right. The girls argue their mansion isn't finished yet, so he told them to walk him to the tavern just down the street, and together, they set out. Right behind him, he spots two heroines who've crossed over, scrambling to deal with him. One of them swears he's just as good looking as that statue, but there's no way she can come close, she can't even hold a candle to him. The protagonist strides up to his acquaintance and asks how he's doing, only for the guy to shrug and say he's fine, so the young man grins and reveals he booked the entire restaurant for today, meaning he can walk in without a single trace of embarrassment. When he finally stepped in and that gorgeous girl dragged him around the city, his mood shot up instantly. He says, every passerby couldn't stop staring at her. Then he breaks into a laugh because nobody even blinked at the Empire's strongest man. He goes on about how their hard work paid off big time, and then he admits that Her Majesty herself told him this tale. Now tell him what happens next. The man declares that the stunning woman could be his concubine, and right then, Mia snaps, Alex. The protagonist spun around and demanded, what's wrong? The girl snapped back that they were growing up now and the queen's protection was gone. She and her friend stood there at the very height of their beauty. Not everyone gets to grow up beside Lord Alex, but what if Alex finds a way to lock in that beauty forever? She begs him to tell her the second he figures it out. The protagonist leans in and asks his son-in-law if he's on board, then the son-in-law shrugs and says he doesn't mind, which is totally impossible. The protagonist presses them like, are you 100 sure about this? The girls snap back that it's all for Alexander's sake. A couple of days later, he shows up, strides right up to the girls, and tells them he's got exactly what they asked for. He shoves the capsules into their hands, and the young guy insists no, he's not forcing them to take anything. Both heroines snatch them up without a second thought, and as they hold on, they feel Alex's strength surge through their hands, warm, steady, and real. He thinks he hasn't even had a chance to spell it out to them yet, but that's just how much they trust him. Then he drops the truth. It's processed blood. If anyone gained deity powers through it, their lifespan wouldn't really budge, and their aging wouldn't speed up either. If they want to age the normal way, they just need to tell him. The girls immediately burst forward and hug him tight, like, of course, Alex could do what we asked. And the heroine thanks him with a warm, relieved smile. Now the girls have to level up their bodies and their spirits, and they all agree without hesitation, so when the protagonist looks at them, he can't help but beam, because they're truly happy. The girl can't stop wondering what the main character's up to and why everyone in town is whispering so hard. Then she hears someone yell, Dad is the coolest. A man strides up to her and speaks to the young lady, asking if she's really into their little look with the emperor. She shakes her head. Because deep down, she knows exactly who he is, her father. Then he leans in and demands, so did you hear what the emperor pulled off recently? He shoves a card into her hands and swears that this time, her next life will be pure happiness. The protagonist leans in and demands to know if this so-called mark of merit is truly legit. Emilia says it's for donations and that the older folks love it, so the protagonist blurts out again, what kind of donation is this? And the girl snaps the card up to show him. They say donations count as a real good deed, and Alexander keeps pushing everyone to do it. The protagonist straightens up and swears the card is obvious to him because it matches his coat of arms, but everyone knows it's a fake. And the girls back him up instantly, it's just another hoax. She can't stop looping that promise in her head, do good deeds now, and happiness will meet her in the next life, yet she still can't stomach forgiving the man who fleeced that blind believer. The protagonist shoots her a heartfelt thank you for being so thoughtful because her father would never, ever sink to that kind of level. The young man gently strokes her head, then leans in and asks the maid if she wants to spread the word or maybe go after the ringleader with real consequences because they didn't just toss money away. They need a bigger thank you, something that truly honors their good deeds without blowing the budget. The protagonist hatches one bold idea, then whips everyone into the square, circling around a statue. Every single person slaps their hand on the plate and instantly learns exactly what rank they've earned. Everyone's terrified of what the results will reveal, but they still crowd toward the statue, desperate to touch it and prove their good deeds. Then the protagonist shrugs and says, "At the end of the day, everyone's curious." He agrees. "No, this one's not Alex's fault." Then the kid snaps right back, asking again. Before anything had even been uncovered, everyone swore that if they just kept doing good deeds, happiness would somehow meet them in the next life. But now, the protagonist finally gets the whole truth after his soul gets purified, and an angel judges him. Once you die, your spirit has to face a trial before it can be reborn, and boom, everybody in the world knows it now. Even the maid drops her jaw because her suspicions were spot on. Still, everyone's going to blame Alex, and he can't help but ask if that's really true right then. His companion whips her focus to the girl standing off to the side, like she's been waiting here forever. The girl slumps in pure horror, staring at her pitiful level. She can't even wrap her head around it, because every single day she pushes herself to the limit. She yanks herself upright and shrieks, "I'm done," then bolts out of there like her life depends on it. The protagonist leans in and tells his companion that every good deed and every bad one gets weighed by the heart, and if she changes her heart, then the ending will flip too. The maid tells them to get their act together, and the protagonist insists he's helping, but only if he does it with a pure heart. Alexander just hopes everyone finally gets it, and Eliza nods along. She rockets up the ladder and lands a seriously high rank. The heroine insists, "You know it too, I'm not Alex," and admits that sometimes that truth leaves her with no choice at all. The great emperor, maybe because of all this, is weighing even more things, and the girl insists there's at least some real use here. It could slash crime and put the brakes on counterfeiting. The protagonist blurts that it's all true and that someday no one will ever fall for lies again, while Avalon demands honest merchants, and the heroes instantly freeze mid-step. The young man insists it's great for the economy. Then he asks, are those invitations still valid? And the protagonist can only guess because he has no idea how long they'll hold. The protagonist leans in and says, "That's exactly why I need Her Majesty's permission." Then the questions hit hard. "And what's your title?" A young man finally blurts out that he wants to hand out noble titles to the merchants, and the Empress instantly presses him, demanding to know why. Alexander promises this will lure merchants to settle in Avalon, but the Grand Empress shoots it down fast. One idea won't fix everything. The protagonist then insists that rewards for people who build up the industry are the missing piece. The Empress nods, seeing the truth grant titles, watch a huge trade association form, keep them around longer, and crush illegal trade at the same time. And just like that, everything clicks for her. Handing that kind of power to merchants would absolutely set the stuck-up aristocrats off, yet the Empress shuts them down, agreeing on the spot and letting the protagonist grant titles even lower than his own. They press her again, and she shoots back an apology saying maybe they just didn't catch every detail. As long as that title sits beneath Vice Emperor, he can flaunt it all he wants because only one person gets to be Vice Emperor, and if Avalon stays under his control, he can shape it however he pleases, but he still has to keep reporting back to her. The protagonist finally thanks her. He never saw this coming. He's the father of the nation, and everyone can tell how much they trust her. From the start, it's a massive leap of freedom, but the heroes can't shake the fear that everything might not be okay. The scene snaps to a mansion, and the protagonist slaps an imperial envoy second-class title onto one of the merchants. The girl gushes that she's absolutely thrilled by all this. She's just an acquaintance of Miss Angie, but Angie's Reese is a knight in the brand new Avalon army. If she'd been a man, she could have climbed up to become an officer because Angie first crossed her path while she was healing the wounded, and she later heard the girl had finally joined the Avalon Guard. One of the heroines hears the news about an imperial envoy for the first time, and Angie blurts out that Alex came up with the name by mashing together two terms. The girl bursts into laughter and says it looks exactly like Alex. Her companions nod along instantly, and then she swings the badge into his hands. She can't stop staring at that badge like it's everything she's ever dreamed of. The girl insists she's totally not against what the main character does. She even told him to do whatever he wants. She fires back, asking why she can't get a knighthood title, and the protagonist snaps that, in this country women still can't be granted titles, so the nobles would rage if it happened. Still, he refuses to let regular folks get left behind, so he pushes women to strive harder, which means he needs a brand new title. It's basically a badge of honor, and it's his way of showing they're genuinely respected. The heroine slows down, stares at him, and asks, "Are you really that worried about the girl we just saw?" And the young man hesitates, remembering her. The protagonist admits he hasn't given it much thought, but if it could help her, he figures it's worth a shot, and the girl nods, saying he's probably right. Of course, motivation matters, and in her mind, this little move could only help the Empire. Then a maid bursts into the room. The girl yells that she's been searching for him everywhere, fury spilling out because she wound up stuck in the room with the master, and with the mansion's move bringing a mountain of work, she quickly blurts an apology, then begs him to let her be taken away. She spots the badge sitting on her chest, and the maid immediately starts explaining every maid gets one, sorted into classes, so when her friend doesn't have one, the heroine snaps in and demands answers. What about all the maids? The protagonist leans in and says the head maid's name is Amelia. The girl drops to her knees in front of Mr. Alex, and his face lights up as he finally admits it. He totally forgot to hand her one of the badges. He tells her she'll get only a temporary badge for now, plus her father and just a title, and that the real ceremony is still in the works. Then he grimly says the treasury's got to cough up some money first. The girl blurts out that she loves crushing it for first place, and it lights a fire under her, so when the protagonist hears that, he's grinning, but then his mind races should he really hand a prize badge like that to the Empress. The girl declares, "I'm your maid now, starting today." Her friend yanks her along, shouting that no job's waiting for her, then it hits the protagonist like a punch they've grown up so much. Another heroine bursts into the room, tells Alex she's back, and then fires up the air with pure energy as she slides over a report from the Farmers Association, leaving Alex to thank her. He insists everything's fine, and then bam, Alexander summons Astaroth, and the girl shows up instantly right by her master's side. He tells her to keep watching and promises he'll need her help with the harvest, and the heroine nods along, then he thanks her again, turns to Marie, and orders her to start writing a reply. The girl studies the badge the robe handed her, and the protagonist nods hard. "Yep, it's an Imperial convoy. You're sure I can go with you?" she asks, even though she's already been assigned as an assistant. Alexander flashes a confident grin and says, "Of course, just make sure you show up for Lily's award ceremony." Mary beams at him, thanks him, and vows she'll keep grinding even harder. The goddess begs, "If I'm reborn as a human, let me serve my master again." The Emperor of the Floor is an angel, a servant of the Lord, though when the protagonist calls it angel, it's just for the imagery, not a vow to serve, and Alexander presses the question, does she really want that path too? The girl finally blurts out, "Yeah, I did." The young man hands her the badge and admits, "I didn't want to disrespect the true goddess, but if you want it, then I'll do it." The heroine bursts into a bright smile and thanks him, like everything suddenly clicked. The protagonist lays out a strict pecking order for the Imperial envoys inside the mansion. Only 3 ranks exist, but certain people get left out entirely because they've been reincarnated or quietly operate as secret agents. Autumn's rolling in those seeds she planted finally broke through the soil, and a girl runs up asking if Avalon's still going to keep buying her food. The protagonist shoots back, "Nah, we'll have plenty of our own provisions this year," and then he adds, "Plus, we'll be stocked up from our own fields too." He'd rather stay out of everyone's business, so when the girl asks why, it catches him off guard. The young man snaps that if they keep leaning on him, they'll never learn to do a thing on their own. Sure, he'll watch the food stock, but they've got to learn how to grow it themselves. And it'll be way easier for them to rip into him. Than the girl fires back, "Why attack him? Are you saying he's really talking about that old man?" The protagonist nods and says, "Yup, an old person should be able to roam this city in a truly free society, because real freedom of speech means they're free to speak up without fear." He doesn't even get a chance to talk before he can breathe. A girl bursts into the room and smashes his moment to pieces, thrusting a package into his hands. The protagonist gets hit with the news those fields have been burned to the ground, so he snaps, "Is everything okay? Are you hurt? Is anyone hurt?" The man claims they were set to harvest next week, but after everything that went down, he's lost, like he doesn't even know what to do next, and it's looking like they won't make it. The protagonist panics and realizes a whole stretch of land got scorched overnight. Then he snaps, "Don't worry," and swears they'll find food because this looks exactly like a natural disaster. The man pleads straight to the father of the nation, and the protagonist pushes him to jumpstart restoring the lands because the seeds have to be ready now for next year. Everyone heaps praise on the young man, but he stays quiet, staring into the unknown, wondering what he's supposed to do next. 5 entire farmlands went up in flames, burned to the ground, and he can barely wrap his head around it. The truth is, he even swore to everyone it was a natural disaster, even though it was screamingly man-made. She whips around to Alexander and demands, "Could this be the creator's doing?" And he snaps back, "No way. If it were a god, he would have clocked it instantly. These aren't symbols at all. The statues are bait and barricades, and he's already used them to push that god back, so if it was him, the statues would have reacted the second it happened. And no fate had its hands in this." She even asks if he's sure, because the ignition and propagation points line up way too perfectly, like there's no outside force pulling the strings. The main character squints and blurts out that this has to be the handiwork of some crazy powerful magician. The crime scenes are picked at random, and the girl insists there's no way to predict which land will ignite next. Then she turns to the protagonist and asks what they should do. Panic grips the heroine as she worries sick about their crops. But the young man tells her to breathe, promises they'll track the trail, and just as she starts to calm down, Boom! A deity smashes into the room, screaming that a fresh fire has erupted. The protagonist leans in and begs her to guide him. They slam into the finish just in the nick of time. The girl insists the field erupted in flames all on its own, and Alexander nods, calling the culprit fearless, but says no one could have pulled it off in that short window. Something snatches his focus, and he bolts in to smash the attack before it lands. Steel screams as blades crash together in a brutal clash. The main character snaps, "My shadow betrayed me, and now the enemy has nowhere to run, no escape." The sword whips sideways and slams into the ground, and the young man pants like he just fought for his life. The blade bites into the girl's shoulder, and she shrugs like, "Yep, just what you'd expect from the famous Alexander." The heroine winces and admits it hurts, then she smirks anyway, laughing at the fact that sure enough, she got caught. The protagonist blurts, "I'm an elf," and the girl fires back, "So how do you even know about me?" The young man shoots back that she's a high elf and that they know everything. Then he leans in and tells her, flat out, to stop spouting nonsense. The protagonist leans in and demands, "What's your name?" And the criminal smirks, "Wendy." She pulls a grimace, blurts out an apology for scorching the fields, and the protagonist snaps, "Why are you doing this?" She answers, dead serious, "Because of the harvest, of course." The young guy begs her to break it down for him, and the elf just grins and tells him he'll be an aristocrat again in his next life, so the protagonist fires back, "What are you even talking about?" And the girl answers like it's nothing. Did you really not know that if you pile up enough good deeds, you can end up becoming a god? Karma's whole goal is simple, become a god. Everybody knows that by now, so what happens when you rack up too many bad deeds? The protagonist blurts the question, "Will I turn into some kind of bad person?" And the girl just explodes into laughter. She's doubled over laughing, because it's the first time in centuries she's heard anything like that, and the protagonist can't help asking what he said. That hit her so hard, then he realizes she's lived a long time, she wipes the tears from her face, and blurts out that it's because she's a purebred high elf. She says a run-of-the-mill villain could turn into a flea, but what about a killer who's already taken hundreds of lives? That body count can't be brushed off. The hero tightens his fist because he finally gets it. She's doing this on purpose. Then she leans in and asks, "So what happens if the villain turns out worse than we ever imagined?" And the scariest part, no one knows what's waiting for someone like that. When tyranny and savage cruelty close in, the outcome always crashes down the same way. The deity scoffs and calls it straight up ridiculous, while the elf insists she has definitely heard the protagonist controls the fertility goddess, but could that rumor actually be true? The young man presses her, "Tell me what you'll do if I say I'll have to punish you." The girl declares, loud and fearless, that she won't stop no matter what. Does it mess with the sage's sword somehow? Because Alexander's killing intent is so fierce, it's unreal, and there's no way he could have even imagined something like that. The goddess admits her opponent is terrifying, but there are two of them, so if they stir up a catastrophe, they can beat her in a heartbeat, and if they mess this up, the fallout won't just stop there, it'll reach all the way to Avalon. The elf shrugs off the whole fight. She swears she won't be battling them. And the protagonist, he's even stronger than everyone's been whispering about. She straight up admits she thinks taking the dive onto the newly restored Avalon is going to rack up major points because even the bat karma risk is totally worth it. She's convinced she can't repent, but he refuses to let her slip away because she'll keep tearing through the world if he does, and she's doing it on pure curiosity, so he has to stop her, and that's when he turns to the goddess. The heroes start whispering, and the elf snaps, "What are you talking about?" But she cuts them off fast, saying it's time to leave, this place doesn't hold her anymore, and she's got to hunt down the next one. She tells him it feels like she's heard all about him already and that he's basically worship-worthy. Like, he's one step away from being a deity and she knows too. The girl realizes she has to break free, and since she's already intrigued, he promises to show her everything. Then the protagonist unleashes the magic of fate and divine justice. The heroine demands, "So what is this place?" And the protagonist answers, "It's your karma playing out your whole life right in front of you." That spell locks its victim down, no sprinting, no casting, and not a single lie escapes their mouth. Either the goddess swears she's heard of it before, but it still hits her like a total curveball. The protagonist insists he can't reincarnate her, but they're not letting her escape punishment, so the goddess digs into her past and uncovers something chilling. The girl begs him not to look, while Alexander presses, "How long do high elves live?" And the elf answers, "For several thousand years." She slaps her hands over her mouth the second he says it himself, while the goddess leans in and declares she's been around for ages. Then she swears she'll work out what'll happen if the girl keeps wrecking her life with these dumb choices for the rest of her days. The elf answers without hesitation, it'll all play out exactly like that. After all, that's the one joy she lives for. She insists she has to understand it for real, and that she'll have to live it herself, so he steps in and unleashes justice. The heroine drops straight into a gaping hole in the floor, and the world vanishes beneath her. The hero keeps his eyes locked on her, like he's afraid to miss a single move. They start grilling each other. Will she really change? Nobody has a clue, but one thing's for sure, she won't be asking those questions again. She strides up and greets her with a bright, "Good morning," but the elf snaps back she's been defeated. Then the young man yanks out the criminal's handcuffs, slams them on, and declares it's magic. They'll clamp her wrist to match her sins, and if it goes bad, they'll cut her hands right off. Alexander tells her her interest is great, but he wants her to turn it into something that actually helps now. After all, their work is enough for both of them, but once she realizes she's expected to stop, she sees no reason to keep going. The protagonist leans in and asks if she wants to join the settlements because that could mean trading her old life for a brand new future as an explorer. She tries to thank him, but shakes her head and turns it down. She's wiped out, not up for watching cities sprout, so she'd rather roam the world until he stumbles on something worth finding for himself. The protagonist thinks she's the terrifying foe he was meant to face, so he drags out the magic of fate like it's his only weapon. While deep down he feels it, he's met Wendy before. Somewhere, somehow.